What if the only way to conquer your number one academic nemesis wasn't studying harder, but orchestrating the most unhinged sabotage scheme in high school history? Our story kicks off right on a bustling city sidewalk, where a completely exasperated guy bluntly declares that he is definitely not anyone's buddy. Yet right behind him, an overly cheerful girl keeps tagging along like a persistent puppy, totally brushing off his cold attitude by calling him out by his full name. Kim Junsu from Namyeon High School. She playfully skips right alongside him, begging him to drop the icy act and head over to the arcade for some casual gaming fun. Irritated to his absolute limit, Junsu abruptly whirls around and demands to know what her actual deal is, calling her out for stalking him across town. He stares straight through her with deadpan indifference, telling her that if she's just desperately looking for a playmate to kill time, she needs to take her annoying energy somewhere else. For a brief second, she clutches her backpack straps nervously, looking like a scolded puppy who might actually back off and surrender. But nope. She immediately bounces back with sparkling eyes, enthusiastically proposing that if he hates arcades, they should totally hit up a local cafe instead, leaving Junsu utterly convinced he's dealing with a certified lunatic. You gotta respect her shameless persistence, honestly. Defeated by her relentless optimism, Junsu lets out an exhausted sigh and mutters that he gives up, deciding to just play along so she stops pestering him. Hearing him agree, her face lights up with sheer delight as she trots happily behind him. She dips her head down, chuckling softly under her breath mischievously while hiding her face from view. And right there, her bubbly mask completely drops into the most wicked, diabolical smirk you've ever seen. Look at that devious grin, folks. She didn't come here to flirt. She came on a covert mission of absolute academic destruction. What happens when a cutthroat academic battle between a humanities genius and a cold-blooded science prodigy spirals into an absolute emotional train wreck? Let's jump right into the bitter clash of pride, heartbreak, and unsaid feelings that completely shatter their once perfect bond. To truly understand this magnificent rivalry, the clock winds back exactly 12 months to Namyeon High. Inside the faculty office, a homeroom teacher beams with pride, praising the school's legendary prodigy, Kim Junsu, for pulling off yet another flawless, perfect score across the board. Standing just outside the doorway, a certain girl clutches her test papers in the shadows, glaring at him with intense, burning envy. That girl is Yang Soyeon, and she is practically vibrating with raw fury, screaming internally through the glass window about what kind of freakish study regime this guy is secretly doing. You see, Kim Junsu is Namyeon High's undisputed STEM prodigy, ranked literally #1 nationwide, boasting unbroken straight hundreds on every single exam since his freshman year. On the flip side, we have Yang Soyeon, the undisputed queen of the liberal arts track, reigning supreme at the top of her own division with sheer grit and endless caffeine. But despite her brilliant ranking, Soyeon has a painful, dark past that's haunting her. Now she's got to face her fears and fight for her life to survive this crazy test. Tragic flaw. She has never achieved a mathematically perfect score, which is like not actually a thing, but like she wants to get every single question right precisely, constantly getting docked just a couple of petty points on mock exams. Desperate and frustrated, she violently wrinkles her mock paper, obsessing over what sort of top-secret cram school or genius technique Junsu is using to stay completely untouchable. To make matters worse, teachers gossiping in the hallway can't stop raving about how the STEM division swept the mock results again with another perfect paper. Overhearing someone brag that STEM reigns supreme over the entire school, Soyeon practically grows dark cartoon horns, warning them through gritted teeth not to hurt the proud feelings of liberal arts students. She slaps on a terrifying, twitching smile, fiercely defending her track by insisting liberal arts students are doing totally fine, even while clutching her massive textbooks with dark auras billowing around her. Deep down, he felt a sense of duty, driven by the bond they shared, but he also recognized the profound risk he was taking. It eats her alive knowing that if it weren't for Junsu hoarding the nationwide spotlight, she would be sitting pretty at the absolute apex of the entire student body without having to endure these smug comparisons. Just staring at his aloof, effortless posture by the classroom window is enough to make her blood boil. Watching him breeze through life while she grinds endlessly just to catch up, it utterly infuriates her. Gasp, gasp. Talk about an academic obsession turned toxic. She is completely consumed by the desperate urge to tear down his smug,
silent throne.
Watching him comfortably resting his chin on his palm, she claws furiously at the window pane, swearing an oath that she will never let anyone look down on her again. With burning determination and veins bulging, she vows that on the very next mock exam, she will dethrone Kim Junsu by any means necessary, no matter how petty. Which brings us right back to her master plan. Active, deliberate, academic sabotage. She smiles sweetly beside him on the sidewalk, tricking him into wasting valuable pre-exam study hours at a cozy hangout spot. Spreading out her stationery across the cafe's wooden table, Soyeon smugly tells herself that her devious operation to ruin his focus is going flawlessly. But as the camera pulls back across the booth, she suddenly notices the dead silent atmosphere and the rows of intense students grinding past number 2 booths with a massive question mark hovering over her head. Her jaw hits the floor in pure shock when she realizes he didn't bring her to a fun hangout cafe at all. He brought her straight to a hardcore study cafe. She sits there internally screaming in utter agony, cursing the fact that she pulled multiple sleepless all-nighters just to clear her schedule for this bogus playdate. Talk about an epic plan backfiring spectacularly. She shoots daggers at Junsu while he calmly flips through a giant textbook, realizing with pure frustration that this workaholic maniac isn't the least bit distracted. Watching his pen fly across the notebook at lightning speed, panic settles in as she realizes he's about to blast through an entire workbook while she sits there doing nothing. Reluctantly, she reaches into her tote bag and pulls out the most terrifying monster known to liberal arts students, her notoriously scary Calculus 1 workbook. Staring at the intimidating cover with trembling hands, she laments her terrible fate of having to grind high-level math on her supposed sabotage day. But suddenly, a golden light bulb flashes above her head as she remembers a crucial fact. Kim Jinsu is a top-tier STEM prodigy. A brand new scheming thought strikes her. If she plays dumb and begs him to tutor her, she can eat up hours of his study time and completely derail his exam prep. Putting her plan into immediate motion, she rests her chin on her hand and shoots him the most dazzling, sweet smile across the booth. Caught completely off guard by his instant compliance, Soyeon tilts her head in total confusion, wondering why he didn't put up a single ounce of resistance. Leaning forward, he explains that teaching others reinforces personal mastery, pulling her notebook toward himself while Soyeon internally panics over getting completely trapped by her own request. By flipping her calculus book open, he nonchalantly asks if she's already familiar with limits of sequences, leaving her nodding along aimlessly like a dazed robot. He holds a pen above her notebook, guiding her attention straight down to a challenging sample problem on the page. Determined to outsmart him, Soyeon aggressively breaks down the math problem step by step, desperately calculating the common ratio of the geometric sequence. She scribbles with intense focus, pouring every ounce of her cognitive power into proving she belongs at the top. Honestly, watching her treat a basic algebra homework question like a high-stakes bomb defusal mission is both incredibly inspiring and slightly terrifying. As he points out the equation, his warm fingers brush right against hers, sending an electric jolt straight through her body as she flinches back in utter surprise. A blazing crimson blush spreads across her entire face, flustered embarrassment, staring down at her own hand in sheer flustered shock over the unexpected skinship. Completely oblivious to her internal meltdown, Junsu breezes through the algebraic breakdown with effortless ease, smoothly deriving the final value for variable A. He pauses and turns his head toward her, asking for the answer, completely unaware that her brain short-circuited 5 minutes ago and didn't register a single word. Sweat pours down Soyeon's cheeks as she nervously blurts out the number 10, desperately hoping her wild guess somehow lands anywhere near the correct answer. Letting out a calm sigh, Junsu turns another page and offers to wipe the slate clean, gently asking how many mathematical units she's actually covered so far, while Soyeon sits there mumbling complete gibberish. Her heart pounds violently against her ribs as crimson heat rushes to her face. Suddenly hitting a crucial fact, Yang Soyeon has literally never dated anyone in her entire life. Talk about an academic girl boss completely helpless against basic romantic proximity. Steam practically billows from her ears as she stiffens into a rigid board, prompting Junsu to lean over and wonder why she's suddenly speaking to him like a formal stranger. Flash forward to the faculty office, where a teacher slides an exam result across the desk, asking if senior year stress is finally getting to her. The teacher taps a finger against her crumpled March National Mock Exam report card, pointing out that her math score plummeted straight down to a devastating 91%. Soyeon stands there completely despondent while her ethereal soul literally floats out of her mouth, crying, utterly devastated after crashing and burning on her very first senior mock exam. She frantically clutches the test papers in pure cartoon agony, wailing over the cruel irony that her grand plan to distract Junsu only ended up blowing up her own grades. Back in the homeroom classroom, her best friends frantically shake her lifeless body, trying to physically shove her wandering soul right back into her mouth before she passes out completely. You've gotta love how supportive and slightly unhinged her squad is. Soyeon stares into the void with completely hollowed out eyes, barely registering the chaotic chatter buzzing around her desk. But right at that moment, a tall figure appears in the classroom doorway, quietly scanning the room with calm, observant eyes. It's Kim Jinsu. He locks eyes straight onto Soyeon, casually announcing that he finally tracked her down while her jaw drops into total disarray. Whispers instantly erupt across the room as students wonder why the school's legendary top-ranked prodigy is casually hanging out around liberal arts wing. Stepping right up to her desk, she demands, "What game are you playing?" In a calm tone, she reminds him of their promise to solve mysteries together. He quickly denies it. Scoff. But she knows the look in his eyes. She's seen it before. It's like a caged animal. That burning desire to solve a case, even if it means hurting himself. With tears in her eyes, she makes him promise not to solve it alone. Junsu bluntly asks if they should pick up where they left off, triggering absolute panic across Soyeon's entire face. He stands there looking ridiculously handsome in his school jacket, utterly unbothered by the sheer chaos his casual presence is creating. Lightning bolts practically strike behind the girls' heads, leaving her friends gasping with blushing, wide-eyed hysteria. Soyeon's friends grab her by the collar in pure frenzy, demanding to know what kind of secret romantic progress she's been hiding behind their backs. Flashes of Junsu leaning dangerously close and his warm fingers brushing against hers flash through her panicked mind, sending another wave of crimson red across her cheeks. Remembering her disastrous math report card looming in the shadows, she vows that she cannot afford another devastating distraction from this handsome academic menace. A deafening screech echoes across the entire school courtyard as Soyeon loudly declares that she is never, ever going anywhere with him again. The very next afternoon, the classroom door slides open, revealing Junsu standing there with his backpack, casually repeating his invitation to hit up the study cafe. He loyally trails behind her down the hallway, bombarding her with questions while she's already on the phone trying to get some work done, repeating the exact same sentence like a broken record while Soyeon stomps ahead, furiously rejecting him. Step for step, he matches her pace while asking to study together, which gets her all flustered, pushing her patience straight to the absolute brink. Colorful rainbow waves of Junsu's robotic invites fill her vibrating ears, driving Soyeon completely insane with irritation. Turning around with bulging cartoon eyes, she screams at the top of her lungs, demanding to know why on earth he won't stop shadowing her every move. A vibrant title banner reveals our mismatched duo, the clash between the pride of liberal arts and the calculated precision of STEM. One full week of dodging Junsu later, Soyeon slumps against the staircase wall, sipping her juice pack with her soul hovering out in sheer exhaustion. Her friends casually explain that Junsu is obviously crazy about her, pointing out that having the school's smartest and most popular boy chase after her is an absolute winning jackpot. Looking down the hall as Junsu passes by looking effortlessly chic, her friend marvels at how a campus idol with thousands of admirers is exclusively fixated on our stressed-out heroine. Her best friend squeals with sparkling eyes, declaring it pure, 100% true love, while Soyeon slurps her juice in utter disbelief. But out of nowhere, Junsi casually leans right over the railing above them, prompting Soyeon to violently spray juice everywhere in pure shock. Looking down at her through his glasses with deadpan curiosity, Junsu simply asks if she's still struggling with calculus. Resting his chin comfortably on his arms, he softly asks if she wants him to tutor her again. Soyeon sits there with her hair frizzled and cheeks burning bright red, completely short-circuiting under his direct, intense gaze. Leaping to her feet in pure fight-or-flight panic, she screeches a loud refusal and sprints down the corridor at top speed while her friends chase after her. Her fuzzy slippers slap against the linoleum floor as she desperately runs away.
Wondering if he's genuinely trying to help or
Just delightfully torturing her sanity.
huffing and puffing with a blazing crimson face.
She yells out that her ruined calculus grade was entirely his fault, even if the narrator box immediately denies it. She sends one final dramatic declaration echoing through the halls, swearing they will never cross paths again until graduation day. Flash forward to the faculty room, and All Might's absolutely losing it, pacing around and muttering about Bakugo's crazy skills. Like he's so gung-ho, he actually crushes his phone. Talk about an expensive mood wing. Where Fate immediately laughs in her face as Soyeon and Junsu find themselves standing stiffly side by side in front of a teacher's desk. The homeroom teacher gleefully explains that the school newspaper club requested a special joint feature comparing the study methods of the top STEM and liberal arts students. The teacher warmly smiles, asking if this is their very first time meeting and telling them to say a friendly hello while Soyeon internally panics in utter disbelief. She cautiously glances sideways at him, sweat beading on her forehead as she braces for the awkward aftermath. Junsu turns his head toward her with an effortlessly calm, deadpan expression,
politely dropping a simple greeting as if they hadn't spent the entire week playing tag.
Soyeon screams internally in absolute agony, cursing her terrible luck for getting cornered right after pulling off the greatest evasion streak of her high school life. When the teacher mentions that the head of the newspaper club personally begged for this interview to happen, a massive question mark pops above Soyeon's head. And right there, the mastermind is revealed. Kim Unseo, the girl who was bullying Hayan at the start. Bro, not even a twist at this point. Scoffs. Everyone saw that coming. Unseo mocks Hayan, saying, "You think you're so special, but now you're the least popular girl in school." She then reveals that she's the one who made the video, proudly admitting to ruining Hayan's life. What a snake! The head of the newspaper club and Soyeon's devious best friend, grinning mischievously over her drink. Now that is what you call a master wing woman, pulling all the strings from behind the scenes. Dark purple, murderous fumes radiate from Soyeon's trembling silhouette as she realizes he and Seo orchestrated this entire nightmare just to play matchmaker. Sensing the thick tension lingering in the air, the teacher gently waves a hand and reassures them that participation is completely voluntary. Soyeon observes Junsu's quiet demeanor, recalling how the legendary STEM prodigy always turned down every school spotlight to preserve his precious study hours. Whispers throughout the senior hallway always claimed he fiercely guarded his privacy and strictly declined every single magazine feature. That unyielding, stoic boundary was one trait she secretly found intriguing about him. Clenching her skirt until her knuckles turned pale, Soyeon laments her rotten luck for ever crossing paths with such an unpredictable genius. The teacher casually adds that pairing up would be a massive boost for Soyeon's academic profile, instantly triggering her fierce independent pride. Steam practically blows out of her nostrils, vocalizing screaming with excitement at the thought of being treated like anyone's second fiddle sidekick. You gotta respect a girl whose academic pride refuses to bow down to anyone. Determined to preserve her dignity, she resolves to turn down the offer before Junsu can reject it first. Flipping the script with a beaming smile, she boldly announces she'll accept the interview, expecting him to back out on the spot. The teacher looks on in utter shock, pointing out how much Junsu traditionally despises anything remotely related to school publicity. Junsu quietly adjusts his gaze, his calm, dark eyes fixed straight on her. A rare curve appears on Junsu's lips as he smoothly replies that working together actually sounds like great fun. Her brain completely short-circuits in cartoon disbelief, leaving her staying wide-eyed at this sudden plot twist. Flash forward to the photo shoot where Unseo happily snaps away behind her camera, urging the mismatched pair to scoot closer together. Soyeon screams internally in frantic suspicion, demanding to know what hidden master plan he's plotting behind that calm poker face. Sitting side by side at a shared desk, Soyeon's legs vibrate like an earthquake, flustered, embarrassed, while Junsu sits composed as a statue. She sneaks a mortified side glance, her flushed cheeks burning bright red under the flashing studio lamps. Enso calls out for a photogenic smile for the school paper cover, nudging them to look like genuine study buddies. Jinsu turns his head towards Soyeon, flashing a breathtakingly handsome grin that could easily grace a teen magazine spread. The entire photography crew goes into total paparazzi meltdown, diving onto the floor to capture every single angle of the school's top academic rivals. Eunso proudly brags to her assistant that dangling Soyeon was the guaranteed bait to reel Junsu in, earning an exasperated look for her evil matchmaking genius. Soyeon sits frozen under the blinding spotlight, praying for this agonizing ordeal to end while the crew clamors for more shots. When Eunso ponders what poses real study partners make, Soyeon snappily shoots back that studying literally just means staring at books. Out of nowhere, Junsu slides his fingers over hers, firmly interlocking their hands and sending Soyeon's heart into cardiac arrest. Displaying his ambidextrous writing skills without batting an eye, he deadpans that he can easily take notes with his left hand while holding hers. This man's flirtation algorithm is genuinely operating on advanced quantum mechanics. Eunso squeals in pure shipper ecstasy, eagerly egging them on to try an even more intimate pose. Whirling on Junsu with a panicked screech, she demands what could possibly be left, only for him to calmly insist they've barely scratched the surface. A lingering flashback drifts across the desk where their fingers tenderly intertwined, catching them both completely off guard. In a stunned, breathless daze. Oh, look at how sweetly their hands fit together. It makes the current heartbreak sting 10 times worse knowing how deeply they genuinely cared for each other. He laces their fingers together even tighter, wrapping his warm palm snugly around her trembling hand. Soyeon completely loses the ability to form human speech, her crimson face puffing steam while Junsu asks if this pose satisfies the shot. As Soyeon's soul drifts into the afterlife, the camera club keeps firing rapid-fire clicks without showing a shred of mercy. Outside in the hallway, curious murmurs spread as students crowd the windows to see what all the commotion is about. Wild rumors spread like wildfire through the corridor as onlookers spot their locked hands and mistake the study interview for a high school dating reality show. A crowd of girls presses against the classroom door, whispering in disbelief over the sensational spectacle unfolding inside. Pushing past the onlookers, a girl with wavy hair tied in a ponytail narrows her eyes, instantly recognizing the legendary prodigy and his liberal arts rival. Envious chatter buzzes through the glass as onlookers gush over the intellectual power couple, completely mesmerized by Junsu's composed charm. A sudden flashback reveals a weeping student in the locker room, heartbroken after Junsu coldly broke up with her via a brief text without ever meeting in person. The girl recalls the bitter rumors branding Junsu as a callous heartbreaker who effortlessly plays with people's emotions just because he's handsome and brilliant. Meanwhile, inside, Soyeon remains trapped in a blazing furnace of embarrassment, praying her brother doesn't reveal any more juicy details. Her face burning bright red as camera flashes illuminate the glass. Eunso beams with uncontainable joy, declaring the headline feature will be an absolute viral blockbuster while Soyeon lies face down on the wooden desk, ready to evaporate into thin air. Dusting off his blazer, Junsu calmly asks if the actual study method questions are about to begin, prompting Soyeon to snap upright in total dread. Playing innocent with a sugary smile, Eunso reveals that the mock interview part was actually just the opening warm-up. She clarifies that the main assignment requires both valedictorians to actively study together and log their collaborative learning methods. Soyeon clutches her pounding temples, panicked, screaming, mocking chuckle over the cruel irony that after an entire week of Olympic-level dodging, and now, she is officially trapped in an unescapable study date. Before she can even process her grim reality, a calm voice calls out right behind her, signaling that their private tutoring session has officially begun. Flashing an awkward, sheepish grimace, Soyeon squeaks out a tentative response, her soul practically ascending to heaven as she braces for the worst possible lecture. Junsu cuts straight through the tension, bluntly declaring without a shred of mercy that she is simply terrible at studying. Soyeon stands frozen in place, her mind going totally blank with a giant question mark floating over her head. Leaning back casually in his classroom chair, Junsu notes that after being told the top liberal arts student was joining him, he never expected someone who struggles with standard calculus to show up. Narrowing his gaze, Junsu wonders aloud if the teacher made a clerical error, leaving Soyeon completely short-circuited in disbelief. The sheer audacity of calling out the top student to her face. This man has zero survival instincts, an absolute zero filter. Clenching her fists with steam rising from her head, Soyeon furiously defends her honor, outraged that he views her as some helpless slacker who only came along to fool around. Shifting around defensively in her seat, she tries to laugh it off, claiming she intentionally flubbed the problem earlier just to test his tutoring abilities. Flipping her hair back with an exaggerated pose, So-yeon proudly boasts about her nearly flawless mock exam record, reassuring him that her liberal arts throne remains undisputed. Junsu offers nothing more than a lifeless, dry grunt, glancing up just enough to let So-yeon know he does not believe a single syllable. Look at that bored expression. He is treating her grand speech like a low battery notification. Trembling with a bright red blush creeping across her cheeks, So-yeon seethes internally over how he has ignored every ounce of her pride since the very second they met. Slumping over her desk with a dark, brooding aura, So-yeon bitterly mutters under her breath, deciding she cannot let him look down on her any longer. Devious smirk spreads across So-yeon's face as she proposes that they take turns following each other's personal study routines to thoroughly destroy his haughty arrogance. Lowering his smartphone just slightly, Junsu warns her that she will quickly see the reality for herself. A subtle, confident smirk touches the corner of his lips, telling her to proceed however she likes. Giving So-yeon free rein to pick the activity is a direct invitation for pure chaos. Resting her chin against her hand with a smug grin, So-yeon lays down a firm condition that neither of them is allowed to back out of the other's chosen regimen. The scene shifts directly outside a booming game center, where So-yeon officially declares that their shared study method begins right here at Good Arcade. Flashing a triumphant, mischievous grin, So-yeon playfully asks if he is thrilled for what is coming next, while Junsu looks on completely unimpressed. Turning toward the study cafe next door, Junsu attempts to walk away, only for So-yeon to frantically yank on his heavy backpack straps to drag him back. Clinging tightly to his bag with a shameless smile, So-yeon boldly insists that clearing your mind at an arcade before cracking open books is an essential liberal arts study technique. The mental gymnastics here are Olympic level. Calling arcade gaming a revision session is top-tier procrastination genius. Dragging him inside through the sliding glass doors, So-yeon brushes off his skepticism, reminding him that he already agreed to obey the rules. A dark, shadowy spotlight frames So-yeon's scheming face, posing the ultimate strategic question: why did she specifically choose the arcade? A mental image of Junsu surrounded by golden academic trophies appears serious, highlighting her deduction that top-ranking prodigies are ruthlessly competitive by nature. So-yeon envisions Junsu on his knees, sobbing in utter defeat, delighting in the fantasy of crushing his unbroken winning streak for the very first time. Handing him a heavy plastic arcade blaster, So-yeon eagerly introduces her favorite zombie shooting simulator, expecting an easy blowout victory. Cocking the arcade rifle with deadly confidence, So-yeon warns him not to expect any mercy, convinced he picked a fight with the absolute wrong opponent. The crushing weight of their shattered friendship transitions to a blinking arcade screen flashing a cold, urgent message, electronic message of defeat. Looking at those flashing pixels, declaring a total game over for player 2 feels like a painful metaphor for what just went down in that school hallway. It even features a mocking boo-boo sound effect dripping from the side of the display, perfectly matching the miserable vibe of their ruined partnership. Honestly, you try protecting someone without going full bodyguard mode yourself. Like, when people start causing trouble at his workplace, the universe really didn't need to rub salt in the wound with a literal defeat screen, reminding him of his epic failure. At that point, the entire chat breaks down in an avalanche of Fs in the chat. But here we are. Junsu stares blankly at the screen, holding the heavy blaster with zero visible emotion while purple dread descends over the cabinet. So-yeon turns toward him with the completely shattered, pale face, panicked, stuttering out whether he went easy on her on purpose. So-yeon recalls her lifetime of sharpshooting pride with an imaginary hunting rifle, utterly traumatized by how she just lost her signature title. Junsu shrugs nonchalantly, explaining that all he did was pull the trigger when monsters appeared on screen, making So-yeon's blood boil at how effortlessly he conquered it, grabbing him by the sleeve in a desperate fury. So-yeon demands a rematch on a completely different machine to reclaim her dignity. Spotting a rhythm dance machine with a seasoned player executing lightning-fast steps, amazed, So-yeon assesses the nearby competition, sweating profusely as the dancer's legs move in a blur. Soyeon immediately scratches that idea off the list,
Admitting defeat before even stepping onto the pad?
swiveling around with renewed hope. She points toward a rapid reflex button mashing table, certain this will be her ultimate redemption. Beneath the screen sits a competitive speed reaction game boasting a massive, glaring warning label. The sign boldly warns players that being the quickest to slam the buzzer might actually demolish relationships between lovers and friends. Ha! Talk about hitting the nail right on the head. Their entire relationship was built on a fierce, high-stakes academic duel. And in their desperate rush to defend their pride, they ended up completely destroying the one connection that mattered most. A hilarious chibi cut reveals Soyeon pinning Junsu to the floor by his wrists, frantically interrogating him on how he beat that machine too, only for Junsu to repeat that he just pushed the glowing buttons. Look at her having a full breakdown on the arcade carpet. Her competitive soul has completely left her body. Next, they sit down at a fighting game cabinet, smashing buttons in an all-out martial arts digital duel. Moving on to high-speed arcade racing rigs. Soyeon grips the steering wheel in utter bewilderment as Junsu keeps matching her pace with total deadpan precision, adjusting his heavy backpack with a tired sigh. Junsu calmly announces that playtime is officially over and they need to go hit the study cafe. Staring into her open wallet with wild, unhinged eyes, Soyeon begs for just one more round, looking entirely like a hopeless gaming addict, clinging onto his arm in pure desperation, crying. She insists she cannot walk away until she scores at least one single victory against him, trembling violently with both hands gripping his backpack. So Soyeon refuses to basically let him take another forward step. Turning back to face her under the warm afternoon sunlight, Junsu compromises, offering to return for more games once they wrap up their project report. He literally knows how to manage her like a stubborn puppy, dangling arcade tokens as a study reward. Soyeon instantly snaps out of her gloom, jumping upright with an enthusiastic shout of agreement. Flailing her arms in energetic circles, she urgently peppers him with questions, asking whether they should schedule the rematch for next Wednesday, Thursday, or over the weekend. Junsu pauses in silence, whispers, quietly watching her bright, radiant excitement bathe in the glowing sunset hues. Reaching out through the warm evening air, Junsu firmly catches Soyeon by her forearm, stopping her frantic waving mid-motion. Muttering softly under his breath, Junsu teases that if she was such a dedicated gamer all along, she should have just been up front from the beginning. Soyeon's entire face explodes into a bright crimson flush, loudly stammering in denial as Junsu casually turns away and heads toward the study session. Look at that classic tsundere panic. Junsu just flipped the entire dynamic with one smooth line. Pouting with blazing red cheeks and clutched fists, Soyeon barks after his retreating figure, whining that their conversation is far from finished. Walking right beside her with steady strides, Junsu casually warns that if she keeps dawdling behind, quick breath, he will leave her in the dust, leaving Soyeon completely flabbergasted at his effortless pace. Fast forward back to the classroom, where Soyeon is completely melted across her wooden desk, staring blankly into space after surviving the most exhausting encounter of her entire high school existence. Slumped over in pure defeat, she groans over the absurd realization that yesterday was actually Junsu's very first time ever setting foot inside an arcade. Her weary eyes drift toward her sticky note planner, where reviewing mock exam mistakes and completing online Korean lectures sit waiting, leaving her utterly lost on how she's supposed to pull it all off. She vividly imagines the relentless teasing from Yoonseo and their classmates, who would undoubtedly scream in excitement and interrogate her about who confessed to whom the second they hear about an arcade study session. When your friends are professional gossips, keeping your mouth shut is basic survival. Dropping her forehead back down onto the open notebook, Soyeon despairs because asking her inner circle will only invite absolute chaos, leaving her wondering who in the world she can even turn to for sane advice. A sharp, unfamiliar voice suddenly breaks through the quiet classroom, calling out an abrupt "excuse me" right above her resting head. Lifting her chin from the desk, Soyeon blinks up in surprise to find a tall, athletic-looking girl with a wavy ponytail staring down at her with a remarkably stern expression. The stylish girl stands tall with her arms crossed over her blazer, casting an intimidating aura over the seated valedictorian while oblivious classmates chat in the background. Staring with intense evaluating eyes, oh no, the mysterious girl locks onto Soyeon without offering a single introductory smile, raising a nervous finger toward her own chest. Soyeon cautiously asks if the girl is actually trying to speak to her. She whips her head around with a sudden turn, her long ponytail executing a perfect swing as she eagerly waits for his final answer. She is so completely hyper-focused on securing this ultimate arcade rematch that she doesn't even care how ridiculous she looks organizing a gaming schedule right in front of the study cafe. A storm of frantic question marks erupts above Soyeon's head, panicked, frantically wondering if this unfamiliar classmate has marched over specifically to pick a fistfight. Talk about jumping straight to the worst-case school delinquent scenario. Shivering in her seat, trembling, Soyeon frantically panics, convinced she has somehow become the prime target of a notorious campus bully. Rolling her eyes with an exasperated groan, the wavy-haired student mutters under her breath about what an absolute headache this entire situation is turning out to be. Internally, her tough exterior instantly shatters into full-blown panic, screaming to herself that she is completely and utterly doomed. Resting her chin in her hand as she strikes a proud pose, Soyeon reminds us of the epic clash of brains at the very center of their chaotic relationship. Sitting comfortably with her black sports bag on her lap, she looks completely ready to conquer the academic world. As the bold title card displays the ultimate rivalry of liberal arts versus sciences, crafted by the creator Dabin. Seriously, the artist absolutely nailed this cover illustration. The sheer contrast between her incredibly smug, intellectual pose and her actual 0% win rate at the arcade is just pure comedic gold. A flashback reveals an English exam sheet being waved in her face, displaying a jaw-dropping, catastrophic total score of just 4 measly points. The strict teacher leans forward from her office chair, bluntly asking Choi Ji-woo how on earth she managed 4 points, and suggesting she would have scored better by simply drawing a straight line down the bubbles. When a teacher suggests random guessing over your actual effort? Oh, you know, your academic life is hanging by a thread? Ji-woo quietly mumbles an apology, only for the teacher to firmly declare that unless she scores above 50 on the upcoming English midterm, another dreaded phone call home to her parents will be made immediately. Dropping to her knees in pure desperation, Ji-woo frantically clutches the teacher's hands, pleading that she will do anything in the universe as long as her parents aren't notified. Prying her hands away with a stern frown, the teacher points her toward Class 5, explaining that top liberal arts student Yang Soyeon is her only hope and ordering Ji-woo to seek her tutoring. Ji-woo's eyes instantly ignite with starry hope, gasping that this legendary top student must be her heaven-sent savior, only to cut right back to her staring down at a totally bewildered Soyeon. But Ji-woo's inner monologue violently spirals, realizing with pure disgust that this supposed savior is the exact same girl caught filming a mushy romantic photo op with the heartbreaker Kim Jin-soo. Narrowing her suspicious eyes, Ji-woo ponders what kind of shady playboy Junsu really is, remaining entirely distrustful of any girl associated with him. Clenching her fist in resolute defiance, Ji-woo decides it's far safer to avoid entangled drama with high-profile students and just enroll in an aggressive cram school instead. Meanwhile, Soyeon sits sweating bullets behind a wall of cartoon dogs, desperately racking her brain to figure out what possible crime she committed yesterday to draw the wrath of a campus intimidator. Thinking back to yesterday's events, and get this, she remembers dragging Junsu along after their newspaper shoot to check out the local game center. Flashing back to the arcade screen displaying a glaring second-player defeat, Soyeon recalls suffering a brutal beatdown at shooting games against Junsu's terrifyingly precise reflexes. As Ji-woo turns around to walk away, a sudden light bulb ignites inside Soyeon's head. Soyeon gasps in sudden clarity, remembering the familiar ponytail and confident silhouette from yesterday's venue. Slapping her palm down onto her open textbook, Elena proclaims that she needs a real challenge. Soyeon instantly puts the puzzle pieces together and realizes exactly who is walking out the door. Leaning out of her chair, Soyeon calls out aloud, "Hey!" right before Ji-woo can make it through the classroom doorway. Hurrying over to the hallway entrance, Soyeon boldly asks if
by any chance Jiwoo was hanging out at the arcade yesterday afternoon.
Jiwoo freezes dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in sheer horror as the mention of the dance machine echoes in her ears. Snapping into high alert, Jiwoo spins around and charges back towards Soyeon at breakneck speed, closing the distance in a single stride. Jiwoo leans right into Soyeon's personal space and intensely demands to know if she witnessed her dancing. Soyeon quivers backward against the doorframe, trembling, utterly overwhelmed by the sudden high-pressure interrogation. Glaring down with laser focus, Jiwoo demands the truth once more, prompting Soyeon to nervously confess that she most likely saw everything. Sitting side by side on a wooden hallway bench, Jiwoo sips her soda while securing Soyeon's promise that her secret arcade visit will never leave this corridor. Handing over a small juice box, Soyeon gently inquires why the arcade visit is such a massive secret, to which Jiwoo sighs bitterly explains that her strict teacher targets her relentlessly over exam season gaming. Jiwoo sulks over her teacher, constantly blowing her grades out of proportion, while Soyeon quietly sips her straw and listens to the unexpected venting. Observing Jiwoo's styled brown hair and tailored short uniform, Jisuk immediately sighs, remarking that all those pretty boys are over there. Soyeon reassesses her initial impression, realizing that beneath the intimidating style, she isn't actually a bad person at all. A brilliant, sneaky scheme flashes across Soyeon's mind, connecting the dots on her planner between conquering her academic rival and mastering gaming. Setting her juice box down, Soyeon cautiously inquires if Jiwoo happens to be skilled at other arcade machines as well. Jiwoo pauses mid-sip, slightly puzzled by the random question, until Soyeon excitedly compliments her god-tier footwork on the dance rhythm stage. Looking away with a slight, flattered blush on her cheeks, Jiwoo modestly admits that she's pretty decent across most arcade games. Soyeon's face lights up with sparkling admiration, celebrating internally that she has finally found the ultimate mentor to teach her the sacred arts of arcade supremacy. Leaving behind basic math tutoring to hire a dance machine sensei is peak high school logic. Leaning in with burning determination, Soyeon declares that she must crush Kim Junsu next time and eagerly begs Jiwoo to become her private gaming instructor. Flashing a bright, persuasive grin, Soyeon promises full confidentiality regarding her secret arcade life, in exchange leaving Jiwoo completely dumbfounded by this bizarre bargain. Jiwoo gasps in utter disbelief, clutching her drink while shouting why on earth she should ever agree to become an arcade tutor for a complete stranger. A blinding jolt of realization suddenly strikes Soyeon's eyes, abruptly stopping her spiral as gears begin furiously turning inside her head. Wait, is that actually happening? It looked like an ordinary day at school. That is, until our guy found his long-lost childhood friend. And get this, apparently she's a total otaku. She starts talking all about her anime crushes, and it turns out he totally gets it. They're geeking out about anime and manga, and even making plans to hang out again. I'm thinking, is this a potential romance brewing? What do you guys think? Like and subscribe for more. Don't tell me she finally deciphered Unseo's real master trap right before walking straight into the lion's den? Her mind instantly races into high alert, terrified that Soyeon's innocent gaming request is actually a sly blackmail plot to expose her secret to the homeroom teacher. Sweating profusely under the intense classroom lighting, Jiwoo glares at the smiling girl, convinced she's dealing with a calculating school mastermind ready to ruin her life. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Jiwoo reluctantly caves in, pleading for an ironclad promise that her arcade lifestyle remains strictly confidential. Soyeon beams with supreme confidence, clasping her hands together and enthusiastically swearing that her lips are sealed tight. Watching a straight-A model student look this devious over rhythm game lessons is comedy gold. Skipping over toward the vending machine, Soyeon happily offers to buy another canned beverage to make up for taking up Jiwoo's precious gaming wisdom. Jiwoo stands frozen in place, glaring ahead as a clever counter-strategy begins forming in her frantic mind. Calling out with a sudden shout, Jiwoo halts the top student right before she can drop a single coin into the machine. Jiwoo steps forward with folded arms, bluntly asking if Soyeon is truly the undisputed #1 student in the entire liberal arts department. Later that afternoon, Soyeon awkwardly confronts Kim Junsu in the corridor, stammering that she won't be able to attend their scheduled joint study session today. Junsu stares blankly through his glasses, completely unamused as Soyeon casually suggests they just write their collaborative team reports individually at home. Crossing his path with a skeptical glance, Junsu points out the obvious flaw, How exactly does one finish a collaborative group project completely alone? An arm suddenly wraps firmly around Soyeon's shoulder as Jiwoo casually appears out of nowhere and asks if he's capable of sharing people. Tightening her grip with an icy glare, Jiwoo coldly informs the top male student that Soyeon belongs to her schedule for the evening. Junsu blinks in pure bewilderment.
Caught completely off guard by the aggressive arrival of an unfamiliar classmate.
Adjusting to the sudden intrusion, Junsu narrows his gaze, silently trying to decipher the athletic girl's bold attitude. The two stand locked in a silent standoff in the middle of the crowded hallway, with Soyeon shivering miserably between them like a trapped hostage. Jiwoo smirks dryly, remarking that she recognizes Junsu's infamous campus reputation as a notoriously blunt, smooth talker. Sparks virtually fly between their clashing glares, with Jiwoo mocking his rude attitude while Soyeon turns utterly pale from the sheer animosity in the air. A male classmate's shout suddenly echoes down the hallway, calling out to ask if Junsu is planning to catch the departing campus shuttle. Jiwoo watches impassively,
Pointing out that the school bus is about to pull away and leave him behind.
Junsu remains silent for a lingering moment, staring intently at the two girls before making his decision. Turning around with a nonchalant wave, Junsu casually heads toward the exit, agreeing to catch the bus with his classmate. Looking back over his shoulder with a sharp, serious, lingering glance, Junsu clearly takes mental note of this strange new alliance. You can practically see the jealousy gears grinding behind those stylish glasses. The second he disappears, Jiwoo bluntly asks if Junsu is her secret boyfriend, sending Soyeon into a full-blown crimson-faced panic, screaming that they aren't dating in a million years. Soyeon forces an awkward, teeth-gritting laugh, frantically trying to change the subject while Jiwoo tells her she's grossly overreacting. Hurrying toward the study room, Soyeon searches her bag for extra English materials, while Jiwoo trails behind with a thoughtful hum. The scene transitions to the glowing sunset exterior of the high school building, setting the stage for their impromptu tutoring session. Soyeon firmly slaps a vocabulary practice sheet onto the desk, declaring that memorizing core vocab is the absolute bedrock of passing any English exam, smiling with proud confidence. Soyeon reminds her student that tutoring is her true specialty and offers a quick baseline diagnostic test. Jiwoo points her black pen at the word list. Alligator? Soyeon leans in with wide, expectant eyes, patiently waiting for her new disciple to demonstrate some basic language skills. Hovering her pen over the word cottage, Matiwi mutters that this next term looks remarkably tricky to decipher. Jiwoo confidently blurts out the Korean word for snot, instantly turning Soyeon's face into a lifeless, petrified mask of pure existential horror. From cottage to bodily fluids in 2 seconds flat, this girl is built differently. Soyeon slowly turns around, cautiously asking what Jiwoo's actual standardized English rank is, only for Jiwoo to nonchalantly guess she's sitting around a dreadful level 7. A violent bolt of lightning strikes through Soyeon's soul as the reality of teaching a rock-bottom student crumbles her academic sanity, massaging her throbbing temples. Soyeon desperately gives herself a mental pep talk, reminding herself she has successfully coached difficult classmates before. Jiwoo unexpectedly begins gliding her pen across the blank definitions, writing down Korean translations without missing a beat. Soyeon blinks in absolute astonishment, watching the smooth flow of ink fill up the practice sheet. Leaning closer over the desk, Soyeon observes that despite the sloppy handwriting, every single word has been memorized perfectly. Soyeon gasps in total bewilderment, loudly demanding to know how Jiwoo mastered the definitions when she couldn't even read the words properly moments ago. Pointing her pen at the sheet, Jiwoo casually reveals that she connects abstract words to vivid mental imagery to make them stick instantly. Jiwoo explains her bizarre mental association with cake and blood vessels, leaving Soyeon completely mesmerized by her student's peculiar brand of genius. Pointing to the word aggressive, Jiwoo explains that the harsh phonetic sound naturally feels like an offensive attack. Looking back with a slight pout, Jiwoo laments that her strict homeroom teacher always reprimands her for using such unconventional memory tricks. Soyeon's eyes sparkle with genuine admiration, gasping that while unconventional, Jiwoo's intuitive technique is vastly superior to boring rote brute forcing. When the top academic genius takes study tips from the campus slacker, the student officially becomes the master. Jiwoo smiles softly, genuinely touched by the compliment as she resolves to adopt Soyeon's vocabulary tips for their next lesson. Jiwoo teases her tutor mischievously, playfully calling it shameless that the department's top student is blatantly stealing study hacks from a rank 7 slacker.
Their shoes click rhythmically against the stone pavement as the girls make their way toward the front entrance.
Walking side by side, Soyeon beams with genuine pride, thrilled that her student actually memorized 100 complex vocabulary words in a single sitting. Soyeon sneaks a thoughtful glance to the side, realizing that beneath Jiwoo's carefree exterior lies raw academic potential waiting to be unlocked. Staring at Jiwoo's unique hairstyle, Soyeon silently admits she completely misjudged the girl when they first met. Soyeon blinks in surprise when Jiwoo suddenly halts and calls out to her. Turning around with a confident posture, Jiwoo bluntly asks if Soyeon was just marveling at how shockingly smart she really is. Soyeon clutches her chest in pure mortification, screaming internally because her exact inner monologue was written plainly across her forehead. Poker faces definitely aren't Soyeon's strong suit. Jiwoo twirls a lock of her wavy hair, explaining that because she spent last year on the track team and sports an unconventional look, everyone mistakenly stereotypes her as a fierce delinquent. Leaning back with a raised brow, Jiwoo stares blankly as Soyeon innocently asks if her stylish ash brown hair isn't bleached or dyed. Continuing down the sidewalk, Jiwoo explains that her mother is American and her father's Korean, giving her a natural blend of blonde and black locks. Soyeon freezes mid-step with wide pupils, loudly gasping in total shock over Jiwoo's mixed heritage. Flustered and gesturing wildly, Soyeon stammers that she naturally assumed anyone with foreign roots would ace English exams effortlessly. Shrugging nonchalantly, Jiwoo clarifies that her mother speaks Korean flawlessly, meaning she practically never hears English spoken around the house. Looking fondly into the distance, Jiwoo adds that she was born and raised right here in Korea her entire life. Assuming every mixed kid speaks fluent English is peak classic drama cliche. Soyeon offers an understanding smile, quickly smoothing over the awkward moment by asking which bus route Jiwoo takes home. Jiwoo points her finger toward the transit map board, helping her sheltered classmate locate the correct route toward Jisandong. The transit coach pulls smoothly up to the curb, arriving with pinpoint precision just as they finish checking the timetable. Stepping onto the bus stairs, Soyeon asks if Jiwoo is boarding, only for the track star to casually announce she'd rather just sprint home for extra exercise. Jiwoo sprints effortlessly alongside the departing vehicle, playfully yelling through the open window for Soyeon to take care. Watching the energetic girl wave goodbye from the pavement, Soyeon can't help but admire how warm-hearted and refreshing her new companion truly is. Settling comfortably into her padded seat, Soyeon listens as the intercom announces the approaching stop for Jisan Market. A fond smile spreads across Soyeon's face. Giggles, reflecting on how completely wrong her initial paranoid impressions were about Jiwoo. Recalling Jiwoo's breathtaking dance combos, Soyeon realizes that the athletic girl just genuinely enjoys having pure, unfiltered fun. Soyeon suddenly gasps in horror, abruptly realizing she got so distracted by studying that she forgot to ask for secret rhythm game lessons. Staring down at her smartphone lock screen, Soyeon mentally berates herself for being careless enough to part ways without swapping phone numbers. Resting her chin against the window pane, Soyeon resigns herself to waiting until tomorrow morning to track Jiwoo down in the hallway. A cheerful shout suddenly cuts through the glass as Jiwoo races right beside the accelerating bus, frantically waving both arms in the air. Pressing both palms against the window, Soyeon screams in utter disbelief that someone is actually matching the speed of a moving city transit coach. Never underestimate the cardio stamina of a former track varsity athlete. Sweat drips down Jiwoo's collar. Nerve-wracking, huh? But instead of backing down, he grabs the chance and strikes back. A high-speed kick and a sharp right hook ensues, creating an opening where he hits Dane's solar plexus, knocking the wind right out of her. Whoa! Gasping for air, she runs alongside the passenger window. Flashing an impossibly bright, radiant grin, Jiwoo confesses that Soyeon is the very first person in her entire life to genuinely compliment her studying. Leaning forward through the open frame, Jiwoo enthusiastically vows to teach her all the legendary insider tricks to dominate every rhythm cabinet in town. Soyeon's entire face lights up with sheer joy, happily shouting back in enthusiastic agreement, catching her breath beneath a glowing street lamp. Jiwoo finally comes to a halt near the community center crosswalk as the bus fades into the distance. Wiping the sweat from her brow with a serene smile, Jiwoo softly tells herself that she made a truly wonderful friend today. The next afternoon, a firm grip abruptly clamps onto Soyeon's wrist as Junsu interrogates why she skipped study duties yesterday only to run off playing games tonight. Soyeon aggressively yanks her arm back, coldly retorting that ditching one single club report won't end the world, and ordering him to mind his own business. Surrounding classmates gather into curious clusters, murmuring excitedly at the sight of the top-ranked campus star getting into a public spat. Soyeon sweats nervously, feeling the intense pressure of dozens of peering eyes locked onto their heated argument. Just when Soyeon thought she had finally bought herself a momentary truce, her school life immediately takes another chaotic turn. Out of absolutely nowhere, a studious-looking classmate with glasses swoops in and firmly snatches her by the wrist, panicked, stopping her right in the middle of the hallway. To make matters even more intense, Jiwoo is still hovering right behind her like an overprotective guardian, refusing to let her out of her sight, staring blankly into space with her eyes completely washed out in sheer, soul-crushing defeat. Soyeon's inner voice desperately whimpers that she now has two incredibly persistent people chasing her down. Honestly, our poor valedictorian just wanted a quiet, normal academic life, but now she is basically a high-gravity magnet for every single source of drama on campus. At this rate, every single person is going to become a martial god by the time this series is finally over. Her brain is going to completely short-circuit long before she even gets to open her exam prep. Murmurs spread rapidly through the hallway, with onlookers buzzing that an explosive romantic dispute might be brewing around Kim Junsu. Junsu tightens his hold stubbornly, refusing to let the matter slide after feeling brushed aside during yesterday's encounter. A pair of slender arms suddenly locks Soyeon into a suffocating headlock from behind,
As Jiwoo appears out of nowhere demanding that Soyeon speak up.
leaning heavily over Soyeon's head. Jiwoo proudly declares that she has crucial arcade knowledge to impart that Junsu could never hope to teach. Jiwoo swooping in like a protective older sister is the peak hype we all needed. Sparks practically ignite between their narrowed glares as Jiwoo boldly challenges Junsu's authority over the department's top student. Junsu pushes his glasses up with an icy sigh, muttering coldly that they've left him no alternative. Pulling out his sleek smartphone, Junsu threatens to dial the broadcasting club supervisor immediately to report Soyeon for severe dereliction of duty. Soyeon leaps frantically into the air, desperately clawing at his raised arm while Jiwoo loudly cheers from behind, telling her to take him down. Watching the chaotic scuffle with a narrowed analytical gaze, Jiwoo finds Jinsu's extreme stubbornness over a petty school club report deeply suspicious. Jiwoo furrows her brows in deep thought, silently questioning if Junsu's true obsession isn't the school newspaper at all, but rather genuine, repressed feelings for Yang Soyeon herself. Talk about an explosive romantic rivalry waiting to blow up the entire campus. If that's the case, then there's only one logical path forward. Heavy. A decisive step echoes through the hallway as a plan of action begins to take form in her mind. Interrupting the tension with absolute confidence, Jiwoo calls out to Kim Junsu while holding the glasses-wearing classmate's hand high in the air. Poor Soyeon looks completely lost as she realizes her chaotic daily life has officially evolved into a full-blown spectator sport right in the middle of the corridor. The quiet boy with the drawing tube looks back blankly, sporting a completely unbothered expression. Seriously, this guy has the ultimate poker face, looking like he just wandered into this high-stakes romantic confrontation on his way to buy juice. Jiwoo doesn't waste a single second, casually announcing she's leaving early because someone in the vicinity is being incredibly irritating. Junsu is left standing there completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth is wrong with this guy's sudden attitude. Did she just drag a completely random bystander into her escape plan just to dodge the campus heartthrob? Talk about using your classmates as a literal human shield. As they make their escape, the quiet boy stares at Jiwoo with a spark of recognition in his eyes. He mutters a quiet "who" while trying to place where on earth he has seen this energetic girl's face before. Jiwoo's gaze drifts to the massive cylindrical container slung over his back, realizing it looks exactly like the protective tubes art majors carry around for their precious masterpieces. The pieces finally click together in her brain. Quiet Boy is actually her desk partner in homeroom, and since their school only has one specialized arts class per grade, they've been sitting side by side this entire time. She recalls how Kim Jin-soo constantly dropped by their classroom, and it was always to chat with this exact quiet artist. Onlookers would always swoon over how incredibly handsome Junsu was, making it obvious the two boys shared a pretty close bond. Of course they are. In the world of school dramas, everyone is connected by a web of maximum convenience. Coming back to reality, the art student glances back at Jiwoo with those same vacant, soul-sucking eyes, which kind of gives our boy the creeps. Dreamy eyes, completely unaware of the massive mental puzzle she just solved about him. Even though they aren't close, Jiwoo figures it's only polite to introduce her quiet classmate, turning back to tell Soyeon that this is one of her homeroom peers. But the moment Soyeon looks at the boy, her entire face drains of color as she freezes completely in sheer, unadulterated horror. Sweat drips down her face as her mind enters absolute crisis mode. Spotting her friend's terrifying expression, Jiwoo immediately panics, waving her hands wildly as she asks why on earth Soyeon looks like she just saw a literal ghost. The quiet artist blinks in mild surprise, letting out a soft, "Oh, wait, that's right. It's You Can Solo No Potions Required Jinwoo. Look at this guy's delayed reaction. The world could be ending around him, and he would still take a solid 5 seconds just to process the sudden drama. The hallway falls into an incredibly awkward, tense silence as Soyeon hunches her shoulders, desperately trying to shrink into the floorboards to escape this unbearable spotlight. With her eyes darting nervously to the side, Soyeon grips her books tightly, feeling like her entire past is about to catch up with her right in front of her new best friend. Under immense social pressure, she squeaks out a tiny, incredibly strained greeting, bowing her head down in total defeat. Jiwoo and the other boys stare blankly at the top-ranked genius, completely bewildered by why the usually confident and composed Soyeon is acting like a guilty suspect in an interrogation room. The four of them stand in a perfect, highly uncomfortable circle in the middle of the corridor, looking like a bizarre RPG party that has absolutely no idea how to start their quest. Seriously? The awkwardness in this panel is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. You just know the gossiping classmates are going to have a field day with this. As we transition to a peaceful afternoon, our quiet art prodigy takes center stage, reminding us that the clash between creative spirits and analytical minds is only just beginning. Outside, the monsters are bashing through the force field. Kangwoo decides to focus on firepower against the demonic beasts. He merges the epic rank weapons into a single legendary weapon. With a huge burst of power, the weapons fuse into a colossal gunblade. Boom! At the same time, a notification pops up to say the awakening will begin in 1 minute. A colorful vending machine sits quietly against the brick wall of the schoolyard, offering a cool, refreshing escape from the stifling classroom drama. Jiwoo pops open a cold can of soda. Taking a quiet moment to process the absolute whirlwind of bizarre interactions she just witnessed in the hallway. She remembers how she forcefully dragged the quiet artist out of that suffocating atmosphere, pulling him away before Soyeon's brain could completely short-circuit from the stress. Now that they are alone, Jiwoo stares at him, realizing she has literally never spoken a single word to this guy in her entire life and has absolutely no idea how to break the ice. The classic dilemma of dragging someone away to save them, only to realize you have absolutely zero social skills to handle the one-on-one aftermath. Suddenly, the quiet boy completely loses his cool, spraying his drink across the courtyard in a massive, hilarious spit take. Jiwoo stands there holding her soda, completely unfazed by the sudden deluge. Wiping his chin in a frantic panic, Soohyun stammers that whatever she's thinking, it's absolutely not like that. Jiwoo just narrows her eyes, bluntly asking how on earth he explains the incredibly heavy, tragic atmosphere from earlier. He lets out a defeated sigh, sweat dripping down his neck as the dreaded words slip out of his mouth. Yes, folks, he just confirmed that Soyeon is indeed his ex-girlfriend. Jiwoo stands beside him with her drink, absorbing this massive piece of campus gossip with her usual calm, nonchalant demeanor. Soyeon actually had a boyfriend before? Our pristine, ultra-studious, completely sheltered valedictorian has a romantic past? Now this is the kind of juicy character backstory we love to see. Meanwhile, back inside the school, Soyeon sits quietly across from her study partner, unable to meet his eyes as the heavy weight of her secrets hangs in the air. They sit at a cozy window-side table, trying to focus on their open textbooks while sipping their iced drink. Though the academic focus is clearly lacking today. Adjusting his glasses,
Her study partner casually asks if she wasn't supposed to be running off with that flashy, half-blonde track star today.
So-young quickly stammers that some urgent business suddenly came up. He shoots her a knowing look, teasingly asking if she would have abandoned their important club report too if that hadn't happened. So-yeon waves her hands in a frantic panic, loudly insisting she was always planning to do her work.
Oh, So-yeon, please.
You were literally running out the door to play rhythm games.
And now you're trying to act like a model student?
Your poker face is still negative 10 out of 10. Her partner just stares at her with a completely deadpan, unconvinced expression. So-yeon can only let out an incredibly awkward, sweating laugh, praying he drops the subject. Suddenly, his tone turns completely serious as he leans forward and asks her straight out if she actually knows Lee Soo-hyun. So-yeon's heart skips a beat, her shoulders tensing up as she quietly admits that yes, she does indeed know him. He continues to scribble in his notebook, pointing out how bizarre it is that they clearly know each other, yet were acting incredibly stiff and distant in the hallway. This glasses kid is acting like a seasoned detective.
He's picking up on every single micro expression and turning this study session into an official trial.
So-yeon remains completely silent, her eyes darting around as she desperately searches for any excuse to avoid explaining the complicated history of her love life. Seeing her immense discomfort, her partner gently offers to drop the subject entirely. But So-yeon quickly protests, tensing up and explaining that he can tell him, like, everything. It's just that the details are incredibly personal. She stares down at her lap, her voice dropping to a soft, emotional whisper as she struggles to find the right words to describe her childhood bond with the quiet artist. Her mind drifts back to the beginning of their story, back when their lives were completely intertwined, before everything fell apart. She reveals that both of their parents were highly respected university professors, meaning their families were incredibly close from the very beginning. They grew up in the exact same neighborhood, which is probably why they look like twins, except Kale is slightly taller and Min has sharper features. Oh, and they hate being touched. Min specifically remembers one time when they were kids, Kale snapped when he touched his arm. They don't push boundaries, and they know each other's limits. Constantly being compared by the local parents who fawned over how talented and beautiful both kids were as they held their mother's hands. The classic childhood friends to lovers trope. No wonder So-yeon was so completely mortified when her ex-boyfriend suddenly reappeared in her high school life. Little So-yeon stood there with a completely blank look on her face, listening to the grown-ups casually plan out her entire adult life. They were already cooing over how perfect the two kids looked together, throwing out wild ideas about marrying them off in the future. Parents really love to play matchmaker the second two kids share a single juice box, don't they? The mothers were absolutely thrilled, already celebrating how they were going to be official in-laws one day. Meanwhile, the weight of the word marriage hit little So-yeon, leaving her totally bewildered as she wondered if she really had to marry this random boy she barely knew. The whole concept of marriage was way too heavy and sudden for her young, innocent mind to process. Just as she was drowning in her own thoughts, a tiny hand reached out from behind and gently tapped her on the shoulder to grab her attention. Turning around, she saw the quiet boy looking back at her with bright, intelligent eyes. Hopeful eyes as he softly asked if she wanted to draw with him. Look at how sweet and adorable young So-yeon was. It's hard to believe this innocent kid would grow up to be the quiet, vacant-eyed art student he is today. But instead of finding it sweet, So-yeon completely lost her mind, pointing a trembling finger at him as she screamed that they had literally just met today. Her childhood self was apparently just as high-strung and easily stressed as she is now, as the sudden pressure of the situation overwhelmed her. Tears began to pool in her eyes while the poor boy could only stand there in complete sweating silence, entirely baffled by her extreme reaction. In a matter of seconds, So-yeon completely burst into tears, crying her absolute heart out right there in the street. The poor kid had absolutely no idea how his simple invitation to draw had triggered a full-blown existential crisis. Talk about a disastrous first impression. Because their parents were such close friends, the two of them were constantly forced to spend time together. But ever since that fateful marriage incident, they sat in absolute agonizing silence. refusing to speak a single word to one another for years. The sheer awkwardness radiating from this room is enough to make anyone want to crawl out of their skin. Back in the present, Soyeon clenches her red pencil, sweating profusely as she admits that although she knew he ended up attending the same high school, today was the very first time they had actually crossed paths on campus.
Jinsu tries to downplay the entire situation,
Claiming childhood marriage gossip is completely trivial, but Soyeon instantly shrieks back that it's a massive crisis for her personal life.
Junsu keeps his expression deadpan,
Rationalizing that parents casually joke about future marriages all the time without any real meaning. A nervous sweat breaks across Soyeon's forehead, flustered, embarrassed as she vividly recalls her mother teasingly asking how things are going with Suyeon. Tapping her pencil rhythmically against the desk, Soyeon firmly insists she has lived her entire youth strictly segregated from the opposite gender, just to maintain top grades.
glowing academic charts float behind her.
Remembering how her life goal has always been conquering S University to uphold her family's intellectual legacy, Junsu stares intently through his thin wireframes, quietly calculating her bizarre logic without uttering a single word. You can literally hear his internal gears grinding trying to decipher her study-first philosophy. Holding his study guide firmly against his chest, Junsu prepares to drop a logical reality check on her sheltered mindset. Soyeon tilts her head in utter confusion, completely oblivious to what point he's trying to make. Junsu leans forward slightly, repeating her exact argument that she avoids male friends solely to protect her precious academic focus. Looking her straight in the eye, Junsu directly questions what role he plays standing right before her if she truly has zero male acquaintances. Boom! Talk about cornering her with pure, undeniable textbook logic. Soyeon glances sideways at the window, anxiously telling herself she needs to clear up this terrifying misunderstanding before rumors spread. Her thoughts race into complete overdrive, freezing as she suddenly realizes how their frequent private encounters must look to outsiders. Her study partner listens intently, his finger lightly tapping against the wooden desk as he tries to piece together the final part of her story. Staring at Jinsu calmly resting his arms over his textbook, Soyeon struggles to define what their strange dynamic even is. Junsu's sharp brown eyes narrow through his lenses, watching her every subtle facial twitch with unwavering intensity. An intense silence settles between the two top scholars, locking eyes across the warm sunset glow of the study table. A fierce, fiery blush instantly detonates across Soyeon's cheeks, her entire face turning bright crimson from sheer embarrassment. That sudden high-voltage blush is absolute romance manhwa perfection. Panicking, Soyeon violently stands up, stammering that she's leaving, while Junsu calmly taps a stack of heavy reference books on the counter to signal their report quota is fulfilled. Furiously stuffing her notebooks into her pink backpack, Soyeon furiously denies having male friends, telling herself yesterday's street chase was purely an academic anomaly. Yanking her backpack straps tight, Soyeon convinces herself that Kim Jin-soo is strictly an enemy rival meant to be thoroughly crushed in rankings. Sprinting toward the CAF exit, she desperately vows that once this collaborative broadcast assignment wraps up, she will never interact with him again. Junsu quietly watches the back of her long hair sway in the evening breeze, completely unfazed by her dramatic exit. Before she can finish explaining the rest of her complicated past, Soyeon suddenly packs up her bag and bolts out of the cafe, leaving him sitting there as he calls out her full name in surprise. Just when we were getting to the juiciest part of the backstory. You just know she's running away to avoid getting grilled any further. Halting abruptly near the doorway, Soyeon glances over her shoulder in surprise. Junsu stands calmly under the golden light, offering a steady gaze without a hint of agitation. Junsu casually reminds her about their pending arcade meetup, hitting Soyeon with the crushing realization of another self-inflicted disaster. She keeps digging her own social grave, and honestly, it's hilarious to watch. A heavy vibration suddenly buzzes against Soyeon's skirt pocket, startling her mid-stride. Staring down at the glowing caller screen, panicked, she watches an unregistered mobile number light up with Junsu's promise to get in touch. Junsu holds his sleek smartphone high in the air, showing the active outgoing call directly to her device. A sly, knowing grin creeps across Junsu's face, mischievously thoroughly enjoying how effortlessly he threw her off balance. Soyeon droops her shoulders in total defeat, grumbling how on earth he managed to get his hands on her private phone digits. Speaking coolly through the glass partition, Junsu reveals the club teacher handed it to him, playfully questioning if leaving her number unsaved is really proper club etiquette. So-yeon remains frozen in utter mortification, hopelessly slumped over her phone in the caf lobby. Across the courtyard, the masked girl finally wakes up and she's not happy. So-yeon's ponytail friend scolds Ji with a sharp reprimand, asking how he could endure such intense childhood awkwardness without saying a single word for years. Ji nervously fidgets in place, timidly mumbling that bringing up old family promises might become an unbearable burden on So-yeon. Slapping her palm hard against her forehead, the girl groans in pure agony over Ji's painfully timid personality. The contrast between this guy's towering athletic frame and his fragile puppy personality is peak comedy. Clenching her fists, she yells, asking if saying a simple friendly greeting is truly that impossible, while Ji covers his face, crying that it really is crying excruciatingly difficult. Ji lowers his trembling hands, terrified out of his mind that Yang So-yeon will instantly hate his guts if he approaches her. Slumped awkwardly against the exterior brick wall with his practice gear bags, Ji looks massive, yet hopelessly defeated by his own social anxiety. Sitting down side by side on a wooden bench, the girl remarks that despite his hulking, potato-like build, his delicate sensitivity is completely unexpected. Rubbing the back of his neck, Ji sheepishly explains that he just obediently ate every giant meal his parents cooked growing up, chuckling, like a good boy, which kind of makes sense since his mom was apparently a ridiculously good cook with a massive social media following, causing him to sprout like a beanstalk. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she ponders how long Ji can realistically keep dodging So-yeon before the truth unravels. Turning toward him with a determined spark, she suggests that if talking to So-yeon is too intimidating, he should run a full practice drill on her first. Ji recoils in flustered panic, stammering that suddenly asking a classmate to be his friend feels way too pushy and overwhelming. Leaning back comfortably on the bench, she reassuringly explains the logical benefit of expanding one's social circle without overthinking. Ji swallows nervously, taking a deep breath as he prepares to summon every ounce of courage in his body. Ji's face drains into complete ghost-like purple shock, incoherently stuttering out a terrifyingly robotic plea for friendship that sounds more like a demonic hostage negotiation. If someone approached me asking to be friends looking like an exorcism victim, I'd run for my life. The girl stares with dead, hollow eyes, internally questioning what kind of bizarre, sheltered life this giant has been living to fumble a basic greeting so catastrophically. Recalling So-yeon's determined spark from earlier days, she remembers that although So-yeon was originally timid, she always stepped forward boldly when it truly counted. Staring blankly at the fidgeting giant beside her, she silently wonders if Ji-ha will ever muster enough spine to face So-yeon head-on. Sitting side by side on a quiet campus bench, a girl directly interrogates her classmate, demanding to know if he's in love with her, asking if he genuinely desires to become true friends with So-yeon. Fidgeting nervously under her intense gaze, the guy stammers that he isn't lying, confessing that his distant attitude stems entirely from strict parenting. The girl looks down at him with a serious expression, bluntly warning him that suppressed feelings will never manage to reach So-yeon if he keeps hiding them. A sudden memory flashes in his mind, reflecting on how everything between them would have stayed completely frozen if So-yeon hadn't taken the initiative to speak honestly first. Miscommunications really are the ultimate boss fight in high school romance. Leaning down until her face is just inches away from his, the ponytail girl corners him with unblinking curiosity. Sweat dripping down his temple, panicked, the boy desperately begs her to slow down and show a little mercy. She pauses for a quiet second while staring right into his eyes, holding total silence before making her decision. Suddenly breaking into a radiant smile with sparkling surroundings, she enthusiastically declares that she would absolutely love to be his friend. Talk about an instant 180-degree mood shift. Pulling out her smartphone right on the spot, she casually suggests exchanging phone numbers right now, leaving him completely flabbergasted as he asks if this was all just practice. Switching to a hilarious chibi side panel, she casually dismisses his confusion with bizarre miracle logic while standing tall, handing over her device without leaving any room for rejection.
She forces him to type his digits directly into her contact list. Looking down at the screen while tapping his digits, he sheepishly admits he doesn't have many contacts,
prompting her to cross her arms and tease him about needing serious social skills training.
She really appointed herself as his personal life coach in under 2 minutes. Meanwhile, sitting inside her family's car watching the streetlights pass by, So-yeon stares blankly into space while wondering what on earth just happened today. Glancing down at her smartphone resting against her knees, surprised, she notices a missed call notification stamped at exactly 6:15. Flushes of red spread wildly across your cheeks, hyperventilating in utter shock upon discovering a guy's personal phone number saved inside her device. Zooming in on the contact screen displaying Kim Junsu's digits, she remembers him nonchalantly claiming he avoids making male friends solely to focus on studies. An image of Junsu looking composed behind his thin glasses flashes in her mind, recalling his sharp and intellectual aura. Elsewhere in the city dusk, a green commuter bus pulls up against the sidewalk with a loud hiss. Standing inside the crowded aisle, holding onto the overhead hand straps, Junsu quietly commutes home among the sea of tired passengers. As the automated voice announces the upcoming Namyeondong stop, Junsu stares quietly through the glass reflection, lost in deep thought. Glancing down at his messenger app, overflowing with unread badges, his eyes land straight on So-yeon's pinned profile marked with a red notification. Holding his phone up while leaning against the passenger pole, he silently reminds himself that she was the one who reached out to contact him first. Tapping into her profile picture showing So-yeon smiling cheerfully alongside her female classmates over a bowl of tteokbokki, her lively daily life comes into full view. A subtle smirk tugs at the corner of his lips mischievously, privately noting that she genuinely doesn't seem close to any other guys at school. He's secretly tracking her social circle like a top-secret detective operation. His stern expression softens into a gentle, rare smile, whispers, feeling an unexpected warmth swell within his chest. The overhead speakers chime once more, announcing the next stop near Namyeon Park, breaking his calm train of thought. Pulling away from the curb into the sunset glow, the vehicle carries Jinsu away while the narrative shifts back toward the street. Walking down the sidewalk during twilight, the ponytail girl turns to her companion and directly asks how he ever managed to become friends with someone like Kim Junsu. Shimmering profile graphic highlights Junsu's flawless reputation, detailing how he sits comfortably at the top of the science track while remaining the popular center of attention. In stark contrast, her friend hangs his head in cartoonish gloom with a cheek bandage, labeled as a timid art student with zero social presence, looking up with a sweat drop on his forehead. He admits that by the time he even registered what was happening, they were already close friends. My guy accidentally unlocked an S-tier friendship without even reading the manual. Tilting her head thoughtfully while adjusting her backpack strap, she questions if that unexpected bond formed around the end of their sophomore year. Or teasingly nudging his shoulder with her arm, she highlights how absurd it is that he befriended a total stranger like Junsu effortlessly. Yet gets so incredibly awkward around his childhood friend So-yeon. Tears of comedic shame burst from his eyes, groaning that So-yeon's overwhelming presence makes him feel intimidated, while the girl nods in agreement and playfully claims him as her friend too. Slinging her arm casually over his shoulder with a bright grin, she cheerfully promises to help him open up to So-yeon bit by bit. Their footsteps echo side by side along the paved pathway, with whispers as the internal narration traces back to the moment Junsu entered his life. Turning her head slightly under the warm evening sunlight, she remembers the exact time frame toward the end of last year. Shorter flashback image reveals So-yeon sitting solemnly inside the locker room, wiping her eyes with a towel while her friend silently sits by her side. Stopping dead in his tracks on the pavement, the guy freezes as past memories begin piecing together. Standing face to face against the school boundary wall, the atmosphere grows heavy as the origin story behind their tangled relationships finally comes to light. Tilting his head in complete bewilderment, the male student turns back, entirely unsure what kind of strange rumor or topic his classmate is bringing up. Staring straight ahead with an utterly unbothered flat glare, the girl with the tight back hair pauses for a beat, wondering how to even describe the elusive guy in question. Adjusting the strap of her heavy sports bag as they walk side by side along the pavement, tired, she dryly starts listing out every single detail she actually knows about him. Looking up at the afternoon sky, she points out how ironic it is that an absolute academic freak who scores top marks on every exam also rocks a ridiculous collection of ear piercings. Talk about breaking the typical honor student stereotype. Guy is out here looking like a K-pop trainee during study hall. Chiming in with his own bits of campus gossip, the boy notes that the mysterious genius supposedly works part-time on weekends and constantly rotates through trendy casual outfits. Resting a finger against his chin, he wonders out loud why any of these traits make him sound like a troublemaker or a red flag. Stopping in her tracks to lock eyes with him, she bluntly clarifies that the exact person everyone is whispering about is none other than first-year student Kim Junsu, whispering among themselves with judgmental scowls. The girls agree that with a cold, handsome face like his, he obviously never planned on taking high school romance seriously from the start. Staring thoughtfully into space, the girl wonders why someone stepping into high school would suddenly chase after an older student, right? Suspecting that shady habits probably started back in middle school. Thinking back to campus rumors, she recalls how the strict athletic department forbade dating altogether, yet classmates still whispered about students skipping practice just to catch a glimpse of him. Junsu's composed profile lingers in the back of her memory, exuding a calm and unbothered presence. Remembering his sharp demeanor, she realizes how effortlessly someone's sharp appearance can lead everyone to imagine the absolute worst possible assumptions. Pausing mid-stride, the ponytail friend turns her gaze forward, genuinely puzzled by how deeply physical looks shape people's opinions. A mental diagram labels her own appearance, noting her adjusted skirt, sharp eyes, and dress code violations that make ordinary folks mistake her for a hardcore delinquent. You've gotta love the self-awareness diagram. She's basically reviewing her own character design stats. Her eyes narrow with sudden clarity, recalling how even Soyeon initially panicked, thinking she was some intimidating campus thug. Walking beside her with his heavy gear bag strapped tight, Ji glances back over his shoulder with an innocent expression. Stopping right along the sidewalk, curious, Ji turns around asking if she has another burning question to ask. Flashing a bashful smile, she bluntly asks Ji if she truly gives off the terrifying aura of a reckless delinquent. Ji blinks in total silence, caught completely off guard by her unexpected inquiry. A wave of purple comic panic washes over Ji's face, sweating bullets because he never anticipated having to answer such a high-stakes question. Look at his soul leaving his body. This guy was not prepared for a pop quiz on female aesthetics. Waving her hand dismissively, she urges him not to overthink things and just share whatever first impression popped into his head. Pointing a confident finger at herself, she insists he speak with total honesty about how she appears to others. Ji hesitates awkwardly, trembling, searching for the right words while his thoughts spin into complete gridlock. Her wide brown eyes lock onto him, waiting patiently for his unvarnished verdict. Swallowing his anxiety, Ji blurts out with raw sincerity that instead of looking like a troublemaker, he simply finds her remarkably pretty. Time freezes instantly, leaving the ponytail girl utterly paralyzed by the sheer bluntness of his unexpected compliment. Grabbing his ferning face in absolute terror, Ji screams internally that his unfiltered honesty just ruined everything. Talk about an accidental confession direct. He rolled a natural 20 on charisma and panicked immediately after. An awkward hush stretches across the sunny street. Whispers, both of them standing frozen in heavy silence. Shrugging it off with a cheerful grin, she sighs in pure relief, instantly shedding all her worries like water off a duck's back. Turning her gaze toward the open street, she decides there is zero reason to waste energy stressing over petty rumors. Determined to clear up lingering mysteries, she resolves that next time, she will simply ask the person directly. Instead of guessing, left behind on the sidewalk, Ji sways like a deflated balloon. Completely drained from surviving that emotional roller coaster. Someone get this poor giant some juice. He just survived a mental boss battle. Morning sunlight bathes the modern school building exterior as a fresh day of academic hustle begins. Down inside the bustling cafeteria lounge, Soyeon sits across from her friend at a dining table, sharing an afternoon snack. Munching slowly on a pastry, Soyeon firmly insists that she has never once viewed Kim Junsu through any romantic lens. Popping open a chilled soda can, her ponytail friend tilts her head, asking what category Junsu actually belongs to in her mind. Soyeon's grip tightens furiously around her snack wrapper, grinding her teeth over how absurd their whole dynamic feels. Leaning back with a sly smirk, the friend points out that if two people spend that much time glued together, they are practically friends whether they admit it or not. Spotting a familiar tall figure entering the cafeteria doorway, and just when things are looking bleak, the friend perks up and directs Soyeon's attention forward. Nearby female students whisper excitedly to one another, daring each other to muster the courage to go talk to the school's top-ranked heartthrob. Strolling through the hall bathed in bright sunlight, Junsu checks his mobile device with undeniable, effortless charm. The manhwa sparkles are working overtime here. Junsu is casually stealing the entire cafeteria's attention without even trying. Grinning mischievously, the ponytail friend nudges Soyeon, teasingly pointing out her study partner while Soyeon recoils in pure dismay. Glancing across the crowded room, Junsu catches sight of the two girls sitting at the corner table. Approaching smoothly, Jinsu stops right next to their table, casting a tall shadow over Soyeon's seat. Tapping a smartphone screen rhythmically with one thumb, Junsu stares directly down at Soyeon with an unyielding gaze. Soyeon's eyes blow wide in utter disbelief, staring down at a sudden text notification flashing across her screen. Leaning dramatically across the table, her friend scrambles forward, dying of curiosity to see what scandalous message just arrived. The illuminated chat screen displays Soyeon's strict command for no contact, followed immediately by Jinsu's blunt reply declaring he refuses to obey. The absolute boldness of this guy. She texted, "Don't message me," and he literally answered, "No thanks," staring at the screen with deadpan exasperation. Soyeon mentally calls him an irredeemable idiot for blatantly ignoring boundaries. Looming tall in his neat school cardigan, Junsu stands ready to deliver his signature lecture. Leaning forward with a sharp smirk, Junsu mocks her for hanging around the snack bar and orders her to get back to writing their club assignment. Soyeon violently barks back that her snack choices are none of his business, while her ponytail friend stares into space, utterly exhausted by their endless squabbling. These two argue like an old married couple, and poor friend just wants to finish her soda in peace. Peeking cautiously around the corner wall, G spots the heated commotion from down the corridor. Trembling behind the partition, G panics that lingering near the doorway makes him look like a creepy stalker when he just wanted to talk. Waving both hands in a frantic typing gesture, G silently begs the ponytail girl to check her incoming mobile messages immediately. Seizing the golden opportunity, the ponytail friend turns around and boldly orders G to march right over and befriend Soyeon this instant. G freezes, half hidden behind the drywall, trembling, staring back in absolute dread. A horrifying purple shadow falls over Jai's face, screaming in pure terror at the thought of ambushing Soyeon right in the middle of a war zone. Sending our socially anxious giant directly into Soyeon and Junsu's battlefield is pure comedy gold. Talk about maximum emotional damage. Rapidly tapping on his screen behind the cafeteria corner, G vehemently texts back that entering the crowded dining hall right now is completely out of the question because he is nowhere near mentally prepared. Staring deadpan at her glowing inbox, the ponytail friend texts him a harsh reality check, pointing out that he's not special. She's friends with tons of guys, warning that if he keeps running away like a coward, he will spend his entire high school life with zero friends until he finally caves in defeat. Sensing a massive shadow looming directly behind her chair, Soyeon turns around with wide, startled eyes as someone suddenly clears their throat. Looming awkwardly over the lunch table beside Junsu, Ji desperately gulps down his racing anxiety before nervously calling out Soyeon's full name. Look at him standing at full military attention just to say hello. Poor guy looks like he's reporting to his commanding officer, shaking from head to toe with cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. G barely manages to choke out a trembling request, stammering whether she could spare even a single second of her precious time. Exchanging bewildered glances across the messy table, both Soyeon and her friends stare blankly at him, completely unable to decipher a single coherent syllable through his frantic mumbling. Feeling the heavy embarrassment radiate across the entire aisle, Soyeon barks back in total exasperation, demanding to know what nonsense is going on while lamenting that the campus top student apparently caught the idiot bug too. Rubbing her throbbing temples, Soyeon stands up and pragmatically suggests they take this awkward conversation out to the open sports field instead of making a scene indoors. Glancing around the surrounding cafeteria benches, the ponytail friend notices the heavy stares settling directly on their table. Nearby schoolmates lean in close to murmur excited gossip, convinced they are watching a dramatic public confession right before their very eyes. Classic high school rumor mill at work. Two people exchange 3 nervous words and suddenly the whole room assumes a marriage proposal is happening. Watching them prepare to leave, Junsu casually sighs that he thought something genuinely entertaining was about to go down, bluntly dismissing the whole ordeal as utterly boring while the ponytail girl happily waves goodbye, shuffling obediently out toward the exit corridor with comical tears streaming down their faces. Ji and Soyeon wonder if leaving was truly wise, only for their friend to threaten instant doom if they return before settling their feud, turning her sharp gaze back across the empty table. The ponytail friend nonchalantly suggests that she and Junsu should probably find a quieter study spot as well. But Junsu raises a curious eyebrow with a deadpan stare, questioning why on earth the two of them would ever need to relocate together. Leaning her weight forward against the wooden tabletop, she lowers her tone to keep their conversation strictly private. Flashing a sly and mysterious smirk under the overhead lights, she pointedly reminds them that far too many nosy ears are listening in on their business. The charisma on this girl is unreal. She commands the entire table dynamic like a seasoned mob boss running a secret meeting. Junsu gazes back with an unreadable, calculating expression, admitting that there are, indeed, a few peculiar matters he feels quite curious to discuss. Later on, spread across the shared work table, a meticulous 5-day study exchange schedule lies neatly drafted, though Soyeon privately groans that balancing heavy club reports with brutal midterm preparation is pure torture. Holding her bright novelty carrot pen, Soyeon hesitates mid-sentence, watching Junsu smoothly jot down notes across his notebook without breaking a sweat. Gathered together around a cozy cafe booth, Junsu and Soyeon grind through academic worksheets while Ji quietly sketches geometric perspective boxes and the ponytail girl scrolls on her smartphone. Looking up with a perfectly flat demeanor, Junsu coldly tells her that if she has nothing productive to do, she should simply pack up and go straight home. The sheer lack of social filter on Junsu is legendary. He literally just told her to leave the premises because she's taken up oxygen, slurping loudly through her plastic straw. Soyeon mentally complains that she is getting absolutely pulverized by the deadly combination of homework and club assignments, while her friend insists she just wanted to hang out. Pausing with the drink cup pressed against her lips, Soyeon's eyes dart sideways as an important realization hits her mind. Recalling their club leader's strict instructions, wait, hang on, she remembers they were specifically mandated to meet separately over the weekend to finalize their collaborative project? Staring down at the blank weekend slot on the printed study form, she nervously wonders how on earth she should bring up the topic of weekend plans. Spitting her iced coffee in pure shock, Soyeon violently chokes on her beverage as her friend suddenly blurts out whether the study duo is actually meeting over the weekend too. Hacking furiously into her hands, Soyeon scrambles for composure while her friend hurriedly slides paper napkins across the table to contain the disaster. Talk about an explosive reaction, she almost baptized the entire study sheet in iced latte from sheer panic. Dabbing the spilled droplets from her chin with a napkin, Soyeon casually announces that she works a regular weekend part-time job, so they will just have to complete their assignments independently. Junsu pauses his writing hand mid-stroke, looking up with genuine surprise at the unexpected mention of employment, tilting his head in disbelief. Ji wonders how she could possibly handle a weekend job right before midterm exams, and her manager makes it crystal clear if she doesn't show up this weekend, she might not need to come back at all, while Junsu calmly remarks that he always studies while on shift anyway. Pointing an accusatory finger across the tabletop, the ponytail girl demands to know what kind of miraculous job allows an employee to review textbooks while getting paid. Stunned into dead silence, amazed, all three students turn their heads simultaneously, locking their wide, suspicious eyes onto Junsu, scratching the back of his neck in utter confusion. Ji asks why anyone would push themselves to juggle employment and intense academics unless they were desperately broke. Junsu rests his chin pensively against his hand, staring blankly into space while searching for a reasonable explanation. Shrugging his shoulders with an utterly casual expression, Junsu nonchalantly claims that he only works part-time simply because he finds it fun. Did he really just say working extra hours on top of school is fun? Someone needs to check this guy's operating system, because he is definitely built differently. A dark aura of pure disbelief descends over the entire table as all three classmates internally brand him a certified lunatic for treating extra labor like an entertaining video game. Soyeon clutches her temples in absolute disbelief, baffled that a high school kid could juggle a shift, homework, and protect humanity from monstrous cacti and intense revision without losing his mind. A mental spotlight shines over Junsu effortlessly mastering textbooks, driving Soyeon crazy over how he still manages to consistently lock in flawless, perfect test scores across every single subject. Remembering her own tightly packed revision calendar covered in frantic highlighter marks, Soyeon grits her teeth in bitter frustration that she grinds day and night only to still make careless mistakes. Clenching her fist tightly against the desk, a fierce fire of competitive determination ignites deep within her chest. Leaning aggressively across the table, Soyeon boldly blurts out a shocking proposal, asking if she can simply accompany him to his part-time job during the weekend. Look at her jumping straight into enemy territory. She really said, if you won't stop studying, I'll make you. And did you see the flash of panic on his face? Priceless. That's some A+ human interaction right there. I'll just follow you to work to make sure you don't outscore me. Narrowing her eyes with a mischievous mental scheme, Soyeon resolves to observe his secret study methods in person and shamelessly distract him from getting ahead. Junsu stares back in utter unblinking silence, studying her determined face with a calm, unreadable gaze. Processing the bold proposition with a slight nod, Junsu softly agrees, admitting that having her tag along could actually work out just fine, explaining that his workplace is a quiet cafe with minimal foot traffic. Junsu promises to check with the shop manager first, leaving Soyeon completely stunned by how effortlessly he agreed. Slamming both hands onto the table with wide eyes, the ponytail friend shrieks in disbelief that Junsu is genuinely planning to drag Soyeon along to his workplace, pointing dramatically while recalling how clueless Soyeon is about public transport. Her friend reveals that Soyeon doesn't even know how to tap a transit card on a city bus, furiously asking what tasks she could possibly manage. The rich kid struggle is too real. Shouting out her inability to ride public transit in broad daylight is the ultimate roast from a best friend. Looking up from his mobile phone with genuine bewilderment, Junsu wonders out loud how on earth Soyeon managed to make it all the way back to her house the previous afternoon. Freezing with her straw pressed against her lips, Soyeon's eyes widen in sudden panic as the chaotic memory of yesterday's ride home instantly flashes before her eyes. Sitting right across the cafeteria table, Junsu looks down at his phone and casually announces that his personal driver has arrived to pick him up. Both girls freeze on the spot, staring back at him in complete stunned silence as the word driver echoes in their heads. Soyeon's ponytail friend tilts her head, curious, asking Soyeon if she seriously still doesn't know how to navigate public transit, while Junsu quietly wonders if he should start researching bus routes too. Shaking her head with a resigned sigh, the friend decides that rich kid luxury is a completely foreign planet that they shouldn't even waste brain cells trying to Reaching over to gently pat Soyeon's head, sarcastic, the friend eyes Junsu suspiciously, pointing out how ridiculous it is that he's hiring a study assistant for a calf that's supposedly failing anyway. You gotta love her immediate logic. If a business is struggling, hiring a high school study tutor isn't gonna fix their quarterly profit margins. Adjusting his glasses calmly, Junsu clarifies that the place is just super quiet, probably due to a bad location, so he simply studies there and leaves without any hassle. Staring at him with a deadpan expression, the ponytail friend decides to drop the argument, saying they'll get an explanation later, and they all head into the class together, telling him he'll just have to figure out his own chaotic life choices. Back on the desk, back in class, Soyeon's phone screen lights up at exactly 6:24 with a fresh incoming file transfer notification. Holding her smartphone in total bewilderment, Soyeon glances back toward her desk while her friends hover closely beside her. The mobile screen displays a direct map drop from Junsu, attached with a blunt command instructing her to eat lunch and show up at 11 Saturday morning after getting her parents' permission. Glancing back at her with a smirk, Junsu completely bypasses her no texting rule by using AirDrop instead, forcing her to reluctantly agree. The absolute genius loophole move. She banned direct messages, so now she's staring at a tsunami of comments flooding her page. So this guy literally beamed a satellite map directly onto her device. He is playing chess while everyone else plays checkers. Soyeon clutches her phone with a frozen gaze, panicked, struggling to digest the sheer absurdity of how effortlessly he outsmarted her boundaries. boundaries. The entire classroom explodes into utter mayhem as her female classmates panic over her lack of preparation, screaming that they need to teach her how to use a hair straightener and find a warm-toned lip tint right this second. Grabbing Soyeon's shoulders with intense enthusiasm, a friend insists they hit the clothing stores after school, convinced that an academic nerd like Soyeon owns zero cute date night outfits. A dark purple wave of aura washes over Soyeon as her friends mercilessly gossip behind her, reminding everyone that she is world famous for being single forever. Slamming both palms against her desk surface with a loud bang, Soyeon snaps at the whole room, roaring at the top of her lungs that this meeting is not a romantic date. Look at her blowing a gasket. Her friends are treating a basic study session like a full-blown celebrity makeover montage. Trying to cool her temper down, she awkwardly stammers out that she is merely tagging along to keep an eye on his weekend part-time job. The entire group of girls freezes like marble statues, completely floored by the horrifying news that high-class Soyeon is entering the workforce. Dramatically clutching Soyeon's hands, her friend gasps that the noble young lady is descending from her golden pedestal to experience commoner life, driving Soyeon to yell out in pure frustration. Slumping face down onto her wooden desk, Soyeon groans quietly into her arms, far too embarrassed to confess out loud that her real goal is to sabotage his studying. Resting her cheek against her folded elbow, she peers closely at her lit-up mobile screen resting beside her water bottle. The glowing screen shows the pinpointed location of Cafe Tourmarine, stirring up an unexpected tickle of nervous excitement inside her chest. A soft shade of pink dusts her cheeks, staring at the map dot as her heart skips a subtle beat. Across town, bathed in a soft pinkish haze, the chic storefront of Cafe Tourmarine stands quietly along the empty sidewalk. Deep inside the stylishly decorated interior, a gorgeous woman with long, dark, wavy hair sits alone at a table near the counter. Holding her smartphone with perfectly manicured blue nails, she reviews a past chat log with Junsu where he casually agreed to meet up this weekend. Pressing the mobile device gently against her chest, her dark eyes shimmer with intrigue under the soft ambient light. Turning her head slightly with a subtle smirk, she lets out a quiet Leaning back against her chair, the stylish woman remembers that Junsu never opens messaging apps unless it involves work, making her wonder what kind of girl managed to catch his attention. Ooh, the plot thickens. We've got a mysterious magic user on the loose, and he's turning people into monsters. We flash back, showing this masked dude causing havoc, and everybody's freaking out. I mean, people start turning into monsters, and next thing you know, they're attacking their own families. It's totally crazy. Stylish older girl keeping tabs on Junsu, you just know the romantic drama is about to explode. Swiveling smoothly in her modern chair, her wavy hair drapes gracefully over her shoulders. Her elegant side profile reveals sharp piercings and a thoughtful gaze, silently anticipating the upcoming weekend arrival. Morning sunshine beams down brightly outside as Saturday finally arrives for the big rendezvous. Sunlight streams through the grand glass windows of Cafe Tourmarine, illuminating the empty wooden tables and cozy decor. Standing inside the entryway with massive dark circles under her eyes, Soyeon looks completely dead on her feet after pulling an all-nighter to cram all her weekend studying in advance. Showing off her stylish beige knit sweater and long plaid skirt, she internally complains about being forced into a full-on date outfit just to perform undercover surveillance. Peeking cautiously around the doorframe, she scans the quiet interior to see if anyone has noticed her entrance yet. Gazing around the aesthetic shop interior, So-Yen is genuinely impressed by how cozy and beautiful the hidden neighborhood spot actually turns out to be. Resting a hand near her cheek, she wonders what kind of person operates such a stylish business, and how on earth Junsu got so closely acquainted with them. A hand reaching out from out of nowhere? A voice snaps Soyeon right out of her daydreaming trance by sharply calling out her full name. Spinning around in total confusion, Soyeon finds Junsu standing mere inches away, dryly pointing out that he called her 3 times without a single response. Looking down at her with an unbothered expression, Junsu casually adjusts his glasses without even blinking. Leaning his tall frame directly over her counter space, Junsu corners her in a surprisingly intense proximity that completely catches Soyeon off guard. Soyeon panics instantly, swinging both fists into his chest with a desperate shove as she screams in pure terror, sending poor Junsu staggering back with a painful groan. Talk about about an extreme defense mechanism, he just leaned in to speak, and she nearly folded his ribs like a lawn chair, rubbing his chest in total bewilderment. Junsu rubs his sore sternum and genuinely asks why on earth she's acting like a startled cat, turning her face away while blushing furiously. Soyeon tries to act cool, completely incapable of making eye contact after violently assaulting her boss. Directing her attention to the massive commercial espresso setup on the counter, Junsu actually asks if she at least understands the basics of making drinks. He rattles off a lightning-fast list of coffee prep steps, telling her to mount the portafilter, tamp the grounds, lock the handle, press the second button, and check the bulk reader, leaving Soyeon's brain completely short-circuiting into total overload. Staring at her blank, unblinking face, Junsu takes a long pause as he realizes he just dumped a 4-year barista degree on a rookie who barely knows how to boil water, tying his apron strings while sighing softly. Junsu mercifully simplifies the job, telling her to just handle basic iced Americanos since that's what most people order, while he takes care of the complex stuff. A sudden wave of deep humiliation strikes Soyeon, her eyes widening in offense as she internally fumes over the fact that he instantly spotted her absolute helplessness. Her rich girl ego is taking critical damage right now. She wanted to play the clever undercover spy, but she's being assigned toddler duty on day one. Narrowing her eyes with intense focus, Soyeon grips her pencil tight, refusing to let her pride take another hit. Reviewing the step-by-step diagram in her head, she mentally walks through grinding, tamping, pulling shots, and pouring over ice, convincing herself that basic, repetitive labor is going to be a complete walk in the park. Glancing around the quiet venue, Soyeon reminds herself that Junsu mentioned business was slow anyway, so there shouldn't be any real pressure. Clenching her fists with quiet ambition, she reminds herself of her true mission. She isn't here to make coffee. She's here to keep tabs on Junsu's study habits. Cut to 5 minutes later as the front door bursts open, and a massive wave of teenage girls floods every single seat in the entire building. Swiping cards rapidly at the register, Junsu calmly hands out buzzer pads, telling the massive crowd that their orders will rumble when ready. The kitchen instantly erupts into chaotic chaos, panicked as drink tickets pile up high, driving Soyeon to scream out in terror over order number 18 and 19 piling on top of each other. Soyeon cries dramatic streams of anime tears, grinding beans on infinite loop while screaming inside her head that everyone lied to her about this place being dead. Welcome to customer service, Soyeon. You signed up for undercover surveillance and got slapped with a full-blown lunch rush shift. Suddenly, a firm pair of hands grips her shoulders from behind, startling Soyeon mid-grind. Junsu smoothly guides her away from the grinding station, gently instructing her to take a seat and rest for a few minutes. Wiping a bead of sweat off his forehead, Junsu takes over her station without missing a single beat. Soyeon stares up at him in absolute awe, quietly wondering if all coffee shop part-timers are secretly superhuman machine operators. A customer bashfully leans across the register to ask for Junsu's private phone number, but Junsu hilariously rattles off a generic corporate landline without even looking up. Soyeon cocks her head back in deep suspicion. Her detective sense is tingling as she realizes something is extremely fishy about this sudden rush. Her eyes snap wide in shock as she overhears customers explicitly praising the hot guy working behind the counter. Look at her connecting the dots. This isn't a random swell in coffee demand. It's a full-on Idol fan meeting at a neighborhood cafe. Suddenly, a stylish woman wearing a leather jacket and cap slams her hand onto the counter, smirking as she complains that she came for coffee but found a whole fan club instead. Soyeon narrows her eyes at the intruder, internally flagging this mystery woman as a top-tier problematic customer. The woman pulls off her cap, revealing her gorgeous face while the guy standing behind her groans about being dragged out on his day off. Soyeon yells out in total recognition, recognizing her cool upperclassman Jiu and demanding to know what she's doing here. Without saying a word, Jiu slaps her smartphone down on the counter surface, telling them both to take a look at the cafe's social media page. Lit up phone screen reveals a viral promo post, complete with photos of the shop and a caption bragging about their handsome new part-timer working today. Reading the viral text aloud, Soyeon gasps at the words handsome part-timer like she just uncovered a government conspiracy. Soyeon and Junsu stare blankly at each other, letting the silence stretch out between them. Soyeon blinks once, puzzled, her brain slowly processing the facts. Dark purple wave of rage washes over her as she roars at Junsu, realizing he is the one and only guy listed on shift. The truth comes out. The cafe owner literally weaponized Junsu's face for viral marketing, and So-yeon ended up as collateral damage, pouring iced lattes for his fan club. Ju slides her smartphone back into her pocket, maintaining her cool composure. Leaning over the counter, Ji-woo jabs her index finger straight at So-yeon's nose, dryly revealing that Junsu clearly dragged her along just to suffer through the chaos with them. So-yeon stands frozen with sweat trickling down her face, stammering out a meek protest. Ji-woo turns to her tall male companion standing behind her, asking if he's actually going to place an order or just stand there like a prop. Rolling her eyes with an annoyed sigh, Ji-woo mutters under her breath about how ridiculously rude he's being. Scratched his head awkwardly. The plaid shirt guy stammers out his order. With a deadpan expression, serious, he orders a deep white chocolate strawberry latte. A cute graphic of the ultra-sweet drink pops up on screen as So-yeon stares in total shock, thinking to herself that a tough-looking guy ordering extra whipped cream strawberry milk is the weirdest plot twist of the day. Junsu hands Ji-woo her buzzer pad, stoically notifying her that her order will vibrate when ready. Holding the vibrating device in her palm, Ji-woo looks Junsu dead in the eye, bluntly asking why he doesn't just quit this crazy job. Turning on her heel to walk toward the table, Ji-woo leads her companion away as he soft-spokenly whispers a supportive fighting to the overworked baristas. Ji-woo struts across the cafe lounge with ultimate confidence, leaving So-yeon and Junsu to face the endless line of customers together. Ji-woo casually strolled away, sipping her cold drink, leaving So-yeon completely lost in thought as she watched her upperclassmen disappear down the street. So-yeon stood behind the counter in utter silence, trying to collect her scrambled thoughts after everything that just went down. Sitting gracefully at a corner table, Ji-woo smirked while twirling her sleek phone case, thoroughly enjoying the comedic drama unfolding before her eyes. As the frantic rush finally subsided, So-yeon found herself vigorously scrubbing down the wooden tables while Junsu finished cleaning the espresso equipment behind the bar. Look at her go! From undercover air spy to full-time cleaning crew in under 6 hours. Talk about a complete demotion. Slumping her shoulders in total exhaustion, So-yeon leaned over the table while mentally groaning about how brutal part-time customer service actually is, promising herself to respect baristas way more in the future. Glancing over her shoulder at Junsu, So-yeon felt a slight twinge of guilt as she realized her sudden intrusion had completely derailed his planned study schedule for the day. Wiping a bead of sweat off his face with his sleeve, Junsu kept working without a single complaint, making So-yeon feel surprisingly sympathetic toward her usually stoic classmate. Her eyes suddenly widened in realization, a sharp new thought popping into her head as she pondered the bigger picture. Staring down at her phone screen showing the viral cafe post, So-yeon questioned whether a single online post about a handsome barista could really draw in an entire army of customers that fast? Honestly, never underestimate the power of bored high school girls on social media. A cute face will bring out a mob faster than a flash sale. Junsu turned around while reaching for the back of his apron straps, his calm demeanor giving no hint of stress despite the chaotic shift. He paused briefly while adjusting his collar, preparing to wrap things up for the day. Turning his head toward her, Junsu called out So-yeon's full name while she stood frozen with the serving tray in hand, catching her completely off guard. Looking her straight in the eye, Junsu flatly announced that business for the day was officially over. Without giving any long explanation, he calmly stated that it was time to lock up the shop. So-yeon practically dropped her tray in disbelief, loudly pointing out that the cafe was supposed to stay open until 8 in the evening. Look at her, complaining about getting off work early. Most part-timers would be sprinting out the door, but she's acting like closing early is an illegal act. Looking off to the side, Junsu internally muttered that their boss probably wouldn't even notice or care if they shut down early. Pulling his black apron off over his shoulders, Junsu officially clocked out of his shift. So-yeon blinked blankly at him, curiously asking what they were supposed to do next since their shift wrapped up way ahead of schedule. A cartoonish question mark practically hovered above her head, her brain completely drawing a blank on what comes after an unexpected early dismissal. Reaching behind the curtain, hang up his work clothes, Junsu smoothed back his hair while thinking for a second. Glancing back over his shoulder, Junsu casually asked if she wanted to go grab some dinner together. The graphic design on the back of his shirt stood out in the warm ambient light, marking a sudden shift in the atmosphere between them. So-yin froze completely in place, her eyes popping open in shock as the word dinner bounced inside her brain. Oh, calm down, girl. He just offered food, not a marriage proposal. Why is her heart doing backflips over a simple meal invite? They stood on opposite sides of the wooden counter in dead silence, letting the invitation hang in the air between them. Cut to a short while later as So-yeon sat across from him, flustered, embarrassed, aggressively chewing her food with a sulky pout on her face. Junsu sat perfectly still on his side of the table, already opening his study workbook and scribbling notes without wasting a single second. The contrasting pair sat together at the small table. Curious Junsu focused on his college prep material, while So-yeon devoured a delicious plate of fried rice topped with a fried egg. Anime tears literally streamed down So-yeon's cheeks, mentally crying over how mind-blowingly delicious the food tasted after pulling an all-nighter and slaving away at the espresso machine. In a hilarious chibi flashback, So-yeon remembered Junsu promising to do anything for her, while she internally complained about him bringing her to a basic diner instead of a fancy restaurant. Look at this rich girl complaining about standard comfort food. The guy bought you dinner while studying for his future. Appreciate the free meal. Chewing furiously while glaring at his notebook, So-yeon silently fumed about who on earth inhaled a full meal in 10 minutes just to jump straight back into studying. Swallow after swallow. So-yeon swallowed her food while internally groaning that her grand plan to sabotage his study grind was failing miserably. Junsu suddenly stopped writing and turned his gaze directly toward her, locking eyes with her across the small wooden table. Before she could react, a warm hand suddenly reached across the table and touched the side of her face. His long fingers gently cupped her cheek, holding her face with astonishing warmth and care. So-yeon sat totally paralyzed with her spoon frozen midair, her entire brain short-circuiting as Junsu leaned across the small table to cradle her face. Hold up, is this a romance manhwa or a high school drama? The sudden physical contact came completely out of left field, and So-yeon's brain just exploded. Staring into her wide eyes with a deadpan expression, Junsu stoically reminded her that he had a massive amount of studying left to complete today. A bright crimson blush flushed across her cheeks, her face turning tomato red, while question marks and exclamation points danced around her head. So-yeon slapped his hand away with a frantic smack, screaming out in pure embarrassment that she wasn't tired at all. Raising an eyebrow with utter deadpan calm, Junsu bluntly pointed out that she was literally nodding off like a drowsy toddler while holding her spoon a second ago. Floating as a comical chibi head, So-yeon worriedly pondered whether shutting down the cafe early was actually going to get them both fired. Junsu shrugged off her concern, dryly explaining that the cafe owners are ultra-wealthy individuals who run the shop purely as a side hobby, so missing a few hours of business doesn't matter at all to them. The classic rich owner doesn't care about revenue trope. Must be nice to treat a whole commercial property like a casual backyard gazebo. So-yeon narrowed her eyes in suspicion, recalling Junsu's claim that he worked here just for fun, even if the owners paid triple wages for peak hours. A deep investigatory urge flared up inside her as she began suspecting there was a secret hidden motive behind his job choice. Leaning across the table, So-yeon suggested that if the shift was going to be this hectic every day, he'd be much better off studying in a quiet library or study cafe instead. Pointing toward his open textbooks, she reminded him that they are both high school seniors who need a comfortable environment to prepare for college entrance exams. Junsu stared back at her in complete silence, letting her advice sit between them without offering an immediate answer. Adjusting his glasses with a calm flick, Junsu quietly reaffirmed that working at the cafe is simply a hobby. Looking down from above, the two continued sitting together at the table as Junsu flipped back to his practice problems while So-yeon finished her meal. Transformed into cute chibi figures arguing back and forth, So-yeon yelled out that a job can't be a hobby, while Junsu deadpan replied that the job is just the preparation stage for his real hobby, muttering idiot under his breath. Let's look at him, calling her an idiot with a straight face. The banter between these two is absolute comedy gold. So-yeon puffed out her cheeks in extreme annoyance, internally fuming over being called an idiot while her mind suddenly drifted towards another suspicious realization. So-yeon suddenly remembered that she had never once caught Junsu wearing the exact same jacket twice, even around campus. Huh? What made it even stranger was that Namyeon High had a strict uniform code forbidding casual outerwear. Watching him sit right in front of her in casual street clothes made the whole situation feel exponentially weirder. He looked so effortlessly calm and stylish outside of school grounds, almost like a completely different person. Staring at his confident posture, an unsettling thought settled in her mind. For some reason, Junsu didn't feel like a high school senior at all. He had an aura that made him way older and more mature than anyone else their age. Junsu suddenly broke the quiet silence, puzzled, casually looking up to ask her if she actually had any hobbies of her own. Soyeon froze mid-bite with her spoon held halfway to her mouth, blinking back at him in total confusion. Her mind instantly went blank, sweat dropping as she frantically tried to think of a single thing she did in her free time besides studying and stressing out. In pure panic, she blurted out that studying was her primary hobby. Girl, please. Who in their right mind claims high school exam prep is their fun weekend hobby? You can practically hear her inner soul screaming in utter shyness right now, trying to save whatever was left of her dignity. Tired, she internally searched her memories for literally anything else that could count as a real personal pastime. She let out a small sigh, remembering how she dropped target shooting back in middle school, a sport she only picked up in the first place because of her wealthy parents' social circles. Realizing her life was totally devoid of fun, she quietly admitted she had nothing left outside of academics. The two of them sat together across the small wooden table in comfortable quiet, the emotional distance between them feeling just a little bit smaller as the evening settled in. Junsu looked straight into her eyes with a calm expression, softly remarking that her empty schedule was precisely the reason he brought up the topic in the first place. He quietly pointed out that everyone needs at least one real hobby to keep themselves grounded during senior year, urging her to find something she truly enjoys. Junsu leans forward across the cafe table, explaining that even if taking a break feels like a massive waste of time to a disciplined high achiever, having downtime actually helps reset your brain. Soyeon freezes with a snack skewer resting between her lips, curious, staring back at him with pure bewilderment as she questions what kind of help he could possibly mean. Junsu adjusts his gaze, calmly elaborating that hobbies serve as an outlet for those inevitable moments when burnout strikes and studying feels impossible. Leaning over the table with wide eyes, Soyeon is flabbergasted to hear that a national top ranker also despises hitting the books sometimes, though Junsu casually writes notes while deadpanning that he is human after all. Look at her treating him like an alien cyborg. She genuinely thought Junsu ran on pure battery power and calculus equations. Offering a subtle, gentle smirk, Junsu points out that indulging in an activity he loves refreshes his focus almost immediately once he returns to his desk. His pen glides rhythmically across the open notebook lines, executing clean, organized notes with practiced ease. Soyeon blinks in absolute silence. Processing his words as an unsettling realization begins to dawn on her. Staring blankly ahead, she realizes with a sinking feeling that she has never once allowed herself to experience that kind of guilt-free relaxation. It's honestly heartbreaking how relentless high-pressure expectations can strip away a student's basic right to take a breath. And a quiet school hallway memory? She recalls clutching her uniform ribbon tightly, constantly weighed down by academic anxiety and endless perfectionism. Gritting her teeth against the overwhelming pressure, she remembers how deeply she despised hitting the books during her worst slumps. Staring into empty space, she reflects on how she forced herself to keep grinding purely because she lacked any other outlet or hobby to fall back on. Flustered as memories of her dragging him to arcades flash above her head, Soyeon scrambles to justify that inviting him out wasn't just fooling around, but rather an elaborate experimental study tactic. The mental gymnastics here are elite. She really tried to rebrand an arcade trip as scientific cognitive research. Jinsu tilts his head, curious, asking if she has a close confidant to vent to, since simply speaking her mind might lighten her emotional burden, leaving Soyeon completely lost for words. Gazing down at her untouched meal, Soyeon admits she has active group chats, but her pride prevents her from ever whining about exam burnout. As Soyeon scoops up a bite while worrying about tarnishing her reputation as the top humanities ranker, Junsu casually catches her off guard by telling her she can always vent to him instead. Soyeon freezes solid with her loaded spoon hovering inches away from her lips, completely paralyzed by his blunt, unexpected offer of support. The food didn't even make it past the runway. She looks like a paused video game character experiencing a system error. Junsu meets her shocked gaze across the booth, matter-of-factly pointing out that she's already doing exactly that in this very conversation. Clasping her cheek in pure mortification, Soyeon shrieks internally upon realizing that she has spent the entire afternoon shamelessly venting her study exhaustion to her #1 academic competitor. Recalling their chaotic first encounter, she remembers sweating bullets next to him while failing miserably to keep her cool. Staring at his completely stoic, unreadable expression, Soyeon frustrates over how effortlessly the conversation always shifts entirely under his control. Haha, Junsu has that calm aura where no matter how hard you scheme, you end up doing exactly what he predicted all along. Gazing directly into her eyes, Junsu gently offers that whenever revision becomes unbearable, she should text him, noting that while he might not immediately answer, he can always lend an empathetic ear. Pouting with narrow, suspicious eyes, Soyeon scoffs that she still doesn't buy his theory about leisure activities boosting academic productivity. Junsu stares right through her with a totally unbothered deadpan look, dryly pointing out that she clearly possesses zero faith in anything that comes out of his mouth. Visualizing glowing banners displaying his national rank #1 status and flawless perfect GPA, Soyeon groans under her breath at how impossible it is to argue with a living academic prodigy. Puffing her cheeks in defeated annoyance, Soyeon averts her eyes while silently stewing in her own lack of counter-arguments. When your opponent's report card has a flawless track record, your argument is basically over before it even starts. Collapsing limp across her bedroom mattress, Soyeon groans loudly into her pillows that the grueling day completely drained her energy, swearing she could never repeat such an intense schedule. Turning onto her side against the soft sheets, she turns his peculiar logic over in her head, wondering if working extra hours really prevents academic fatigue. Staring intently at the carpet edge, she acknowledges that such a mindset would never have crossed her mind in a million years. Clutching her smartphone close to her chest, she questions whether balanced downtime could truly outperform elite cram schools and rigorous study regimens. Her fingers tap hesitantly against the virtual keyboard, carefully drafting a tentative inquiry about his schedule for the following day. Hesitating with her thumb hovering above the send button, Soyeon shrinks back in shame, remembering she was the one who actually established the strict no-contact rule in the first place. Look at her battling her own pride. Setting boundaries only to immediately regret them is classic teenage overthinking. Before she can make a decision, a loud incoming alert suddenly vibrates against her palms, startling her out of her hesitation. Lighting up the screen, Junsu's text arrives right on cue, confirming that on Sunday they will each study independently and swap their study notes later. Soyeon stares down at the brief text with a quiet, blank expression, whispering, processing how efficiently he preempted her plans. Flash forward to later that night, Soyeon sent a text asking to exchange study notes, and Junsu instantly replied back with a short confirmation message. Look at him, being the ultimate dry texter. 2 words, 0 emojis, pure stoic efficiency. Bolting upright from the mattress with sudden fiery motivation, Soyeon dashes toward her study desk, shouting that an immense mountain of homework awaits her attention. Sitting upright in her ergonomic chair, she rests her chin against her knuckles while planning out her written analysis for their collaborative exchange. Sitting alone in her bedroom, Soyeon gently touched her cheek where his warm hand had rested earlier, feeling an odd tingling sensation that made her face burn hot all over again. Uncapping her bright novelty carrot pen, she positions the nib neatly above the empty worksheet header. Scribbling boldly beneath the subject title, excited, she firmly pens the slogan that personal hobbies hold genuine academic value. From complete disbelief to writing it as official study policy, talk about an instant ideological conversion. Underneath a deep lavender twilight sky, streetlights begin illuminating the quiet commercial avenues as the bustling day winds down. Soyeon's short and sharp confirmation message sits logged in the text history. Walking alone along the quiet pavement, Junsu navigates the sidewalk with his backpack strap secured over both shoulders. Junsu lifts his vibrating mobile phone toward his ear, preparing to answer an incoming voice call. Securing the phone against his cheek, he listens attentively as the call connects with a subtle click. Speaking into the receiver with a blunt, collected tone, Junsu directly questions the caller's identity since they rarely ever reach out first. He pauses quietly under the streetlights, listening intently to the familiar voice on the other end of the line. Through the phone speaker mischievously, the caller playfully inquires whether he enjoyed himself during the day's study session. Wait, who is tracking his movements so closely? Things just took a very intriguing turn. As the voice teases that he looked visibly annoyed on camera, Junsu bluntly retorts that an unexpected pest showed up at his cafe shift only to blast social media with unauthorized photos. His voice turns notably stern, warning the caller to keep those childish antics restricted strictly to days when he works alone, emphasizing that today he was accompanied by a friend. A teasing, suggestive murmur echoes from the receiver, playfully observing that this particular friend must hold quite a special place in his heart. Junsu's footsteps abruptly screech to a dead halt across the concrete, caught completely off guard by the caller's sharp and pointed remark. That sudden brake check says everything. When a guy literally freezes mid-stride, you know that comment hit the bullseye. Walking briskly down the street, Junsu points out to the caller that when an unexpected crowd floods in after bringing a friend along, anyone would naturally get flustered. Meanwhile, inside an upscale salon, whispers, a stylish young woman with cascading dark hair leans back, fondly musing about that girl she spotted earlier. Recalling Soyeon's panicked expression from behind the counter, she murmurs with genuine amusement that the girl was remarkably cute. The manicurist gently prepares the polish bottles, politely inquiring what nail art design she would like for today. Holding her mobile phone casually against her ear, the girl inspects her freshly manicured fingers with an effortless, glamorous aura. Taking Junsu's advice on balance to heart, Soyeon finds herself browsing through rows of colorful press-on nail samples at a local salon board, and they're all absolutely stunning, carefully tapping her fingers against the glass display while trying to pick out the perfect design. Wait, is she actually following his advice and indulging in a real hobby outside of calculus worksheets? Seeing her finally embrace a guilt-free moment of self-care is honestly such a wholesome character development step for our hardcore study addict. A playful smirk spreads across her lips, mischievously humming softly as she plots her next move. Instructing the salon artist to wipe away the old polish cleanly, she keeps her tone totally breezy while talking to Junsu on the line. Junsu halts under the evening streetlights, demanding to know what she is getting at with all these cryptic remarks. An intense close-up locks onto Junsu's widened eyes as the woman casually drops the bombshell that she will be paying him an in-person visit very soon. Completely losing his cool, Junsu snaps into the receiver, angrily asking what kind of utter nonsense she is talking about. Before he can get another word in, the line suddenly cuts dead, leaving him staring dumbfounded at the blank call screen. Looking down at the ended call notification labeled Seo Haerin from Namyeon High School, Junsu can only let out an exhausted, bitter scoff. You know someone is an absolute menace when just seeing their caller ID makes your entire soul age 10 years. Turning around beneath the twilight sky, Junsu gazes into the distance, bracing himself for the chaotic storm heading straight for his daily life. A stylish title illustration introduces Seo Haerin posing confidently in a chic casual outfit with undeniable main character energy. Soyeon packs her pink backpack while her classmates excitedly debate running off to binge on extra spicy tteokbokki after class. A classmate suddenly taps her shoulder from behind, calling out Soyeon's name to direct her attention toward the front entrance. Standing right in the classroom doorway with his backpack slung over both shoulders, deadpan, Junsu bluntly announces that her boyfriend has arrived. Soyeon's jaw instantly hits the floor, panicked, shrieking at the top of her lungs that they are absolutely not dating. The entire homeroom just received VIP tickets to their daily lovers' quarrel. Junsu truly knows how to trigger her panic button. Her friend giggles uncontrollably, teasing that spending the entire weekend together on study dates basically makes their couple status an open secret. Soyeon frantically changes the subject, asking Junsu about the collaborative assignment report that is due today. Junsu steps firmly toward her desk, serious, staring down at her with an unusually tense and guarded expression. Soyeon tilts her head in complete bewilderment, clarifying that nobody came looking for her at all. Without uttering a single explanation, Junsu suddenly spins on his heel and strides right out into the hallway. Pausing beside the corridor window frame, Junsu narrows his gaze out toward the campus grounds. Down below in the sunny courtyard, streams of students walk through the front gates as after-school dismissals begin. Junsu slightly pulls back the sheer white curtain, whispers, scanning the incoming pedestrian path with intense vigilance. Hurrying up right behind him, Soyeon questions why is he acting so utterly paranoid about someone lurking outside. Now, reaching out with sudden urgency, Junsu grips Soyeon tightly by the wrist, bluntly commanding her that she needs to go home right this second. Soyeon's cheeks instantly erupt into a brilliant scarlet blush, completely paralyzed by the sudden physical hold. Her brain literally just crashed and restarted. She came for study notes and got hit with the classic K-drama wrist pull. The nearby classmates gasp in absolute disbelief, their eyes popping wide open at the sudden romantic hallway spectacle unfolding before them. Junsu pulls her swiftly down the long hallway, serious, paying zero attention to the sea of bewildered onlookers. Feeling the firm, trembling tension in his tight grip, Soyeon winces slightly in surprise at how genuinely anxious he seems. Hurrying down the steps behind him, Soyeon urgently demands to know what kind of catastrophe happened to trigger such a crazy rush. Leading her across the ground floor landing, Junsu insists that nothing is wrong while strictly reiterating that she must go home immediately. Soyeon blinks in quiet suspicion, processing his unusually forceful behavior. Staring directly at the back of his head, Soyeon's overthinking engine begins firing on all cylinders. Flashbacks of all their previous meddling tactics flash across her mind, wondering if he finally figured out that she was deliberately trying to distract him from studying. She reasons to herself that after spending an entire week together writing reports, he must have realized her constant presence was an intentional competitive sabotage. Imagining a smug Chibi Junsu shooing her away so he can grind out extra textbook problems in secret. Soyeon fumes that she will never let him pull ahead in rank. Her competitive delusion is genuinely top tier. She really thinks this entire dramatic escape is just an elaborate scheme to hoard study hours. As they race toward the entrance frame, their fingers brush together in a delicate, breathless contact, sending another jolt of frantic nervousness right through Soyeon's trembling chest. Planting her sneakers firmly onto the doorway floor mat, Soyeon defiantly announces that she will shadow him everywhere he goes everywhere. Junsu presses his palm against his temple in pure exhaustion, begging her that just for today, she needs to listen and head straight home. But before they can even cross the threshold, a pair of stylish loafers steps directly into the doorway, blocking their path completely as a shocked gasp echoes out. Talk about terrible timing. He practically pulled off a high-stakes emergency evacuation down 3 flights of stairs, only to walk right into the final boss waiting at the front entrance. Soyeon narrows her eyes into a stubborn glare, fiercely telling him to stop hiding his dark academic motives and spit out the truth. Soyeon smirks with absolute self-assurance mischievously, convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that his strange agitation is entirely centered around her. Just then, a gorgeous young woman in high heels and a chic oversized shirt struts onto the school pathway, instantly drawing every single eye toward her. Junsu's expression freezes in total horror, while Soyeon turns around completely stunned by the stunning newcomer standing before them. Seo Hae-rin flashes an impossibly bright, radiant smile while waving her hand, calling out a playful greeting that confirms her arrival. Having received Soyeon's dramatic text pleading for immediate rescue, panicked, her 2 best friends burst into the cafe out of breath, determined to save her from impending doom. Sitting gracefully at the cafe table with her fingers interlaced mischievously, Hae-rin wears a cheerful, amused grin while observing the chaotic high schoolers. Soyeon sits utterly rigid and sweating profusely beside a deadpan Junsu, trapped in the most suffocatingly awkward 3-way table standoff in human history. Look at her, completely frozen. Soyeon thought she was confronting an academic rival, but walked right into an unhinged romantic minefield. Stepping into the cafe, curious, Soyeon's friends look over at the table where Hae-rin sits across from Junsu and Soyeon, instantly sensing the thick cloud of tension hanging over the room. Soyeon's male classmate sips his iced chocolate shake through a straw, while their female friend clutches her iced Americano, totally stunned by the glamorous older woman sitting before them. Resting her chin delicately on her palm, mischievously, Hae-rin flashes an effortless, radiant smile that completely disarms everyone at the table. Junsu turns his head away with a stern sigh, bluntly admitting that this chaotic personality is the exact reason why he tried so hard to prevent them from ever meeting. Soyeon stares ahead with wide, bewildered eyes, whispering timidly if the woman seated across from them is actually his former partner. Hae-rin tilts her head affectionately towards Soyeon, warmly offering her another slice of strawberry shortcake, while ignoring the heavy question in the air. Soyeon's friend immediately chokes on her ice drink, completely horrified by how brutally direct and unhinged Soyeon's innocent question was. Leave it to our pure-hearted heroine to drop a tactical relationship nuke without even flinching. Leaning over in a frantic panic, her friend scolds Soyeon for blurting out something so utterly intrusive and embarrassing. Junsu remains completely silent behind his glasses, his eyes narrowing into cold, unreadable slits as the awkwardness escalates. Turning his head slightly with a cold grimace, Junsu mutters that she was always preventing him from getting any actual study time done whenever they met. The entire group freezes into utter silence, letting his shockingly practical academic complaint echo across the quiet cafe booth. Soyeon's best friend abruptly rises from her chair in pure fury, declaring that she's about to murder him for his heartless attitude, while her friend desperately grabs her sleeve to hold her back. She is ready to throw hands on sight. Everyone needs a fiercely loyal hype woman who will start a cafe brawl on your behalf. Her classmate groans in disbelief, pointing out that if someone only cares about opening textbooks on dates, they had zero business entering a relationship in the first place. Junsu scratches the back of his neck nervously, quietly defending himself by saying that making a scene is being unnecessarily disrespectful to their guest. Crossing her arms over her casual plaid shirt, mischievously, Irene leans forward with an amused chuckle, deciding it's finally time to spill the whole story. An intense close-up highlights here in sharp, confident gaze, preparing to drop the real truth behind their mysterious past connection. Panicking at what she might reveal, Junsu shoots out of his chair and clamps his entire hand directly over Hiren's mouth to silence her. Junsu glares down threateningly, warning her not to utter another single syllable, only for Hiren to swiftly shove 2 fingers right into his face and push him away. Look at him trying to suppress state secrets! His survival instincts are kicking in, but Hiren is completely untouchable, flashing a triumphant smirk as Junsu backs off, mischievously. Hiren smoothly restarts her story about what really went down between them. An overhead view reveals the high school trio sitting utterly spellbound, hanging on to every single word coming out of her mouth. Standing beside the table with guarded expressions, Soyeon and her 2 friends brace themselves for whatever bombshell revelation is coming next. Soyeon blinks blankly with wide, glossy eyes, whispers, completely invested in discovering the truth about Junsu's past life. A decorative story transition banner appears, framing the ongoing clash between liberal arts warmth and natural sciences rationality. Hiren leans back against her chair casually, reminiscing about how 2 years ago, right after graduating high school, she decided to fulfill her dream of running a cozy cafe and needed reliable staff. Pouting with an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she explains that almost every applicant who showed up was just an obnoxious creep trying to hit on her. The absolute daily struggle of running a business when every job interview turns into an unwanted speed dating session. Narrowing her eyes as her memory sharpens, she recalls searching tirelessly for someone genuine who would actually focus on work. Clapping her hands together brightly, Hiren reveals that she found a studious first-year underclassman from her old school, and in exchange for his hard labor, she agreed to act as his fake shield girlfriend. Soyeon, Ji-Yu, and their friend freeze with comical, wide-eyed chibi faces, amazed, completely blown away by the sheer absurdity of their transactional fake dating contract. Hiren blinks at their stunned expressions, momentarily confused by why they find such a practical arrangement so utterly shocking. Realizing they lack the full context, Hiren smiles knowingly and points out that they probably do not realize how things actually were back then. Reaching out to playfully pat Junsu's soft brown hair, Hiren cheerfully brags that with his handsome face and genius intellect, he was an absolute magnet for unwanted attention. Junsu slumps forward in sheer mortification, begging her to stop talking, while Soyeon internally connects the dots that this fake relationship was designed to guard his precious study hours from fangirls. Hyro crosses her arms in quiet realization, remembering how notorious upperclassmen like Kim Chaeon were circling him, proving Hiren's protective aura was the only reason no nasty rumors ever spread. Hiren waves her manicured hand casually, bluntly stating that their convenient setup lasted all throughout the previous year, until Junsu ruthlessly dumped her the moment he became an upperclassman. Gently patting the sulking boy's head once more, Hiren laughs it off while Soyeon genuinely begins feeling a pain of sympathy for the poor cafe owner. Imagine getting fired from being someone's fake girlfriend because the guy needed more time for calculus. Hiren checks off her fingers while recounting his stubbornness, sharing how he flat out ignored every cute photo and cash transfer she sent, completely vanishing into another part-time job. Tugging nervously on his earlobe, flustered, Junsu looks away as Hiren explains that he randomly replied one day, instantly tipping her off that a special girl had finally entered his life. Leaning right across the tabletop to lock eyes directly with Soyeon, Hiren point-blank asks if Soyeon is the famous girlfriend in question. A massive bolt of lightning shatters through Soyeon's brain. Panicked, her entire face turning into a blank, shrieking void of utter shock, flailing both hands violently in the air. Soyeon shrieks at maximum volume that she is strictly just an ordinary classmate and nothing more, puffing both cheeks in pure adoration. Hiren squeals at how remarkably precious Soyeon's flustered freakout is, while Ji-Yu deadpans at how easily Soyeon got played. Hiren baited that reaction with masterclass precision. Soyeon took the bait, swallowed the hook, and broke the sound barrier, denying it. Beaming warmly, surrounded by floating hearts, Hiren announces that even if Soyeon remains just a close friend to Junsu, she wholeheartedly supports and welcomes her presence, leaning her cheek back against her palm. Hiren gazes at the younger students with a genuinely fond and tender expression. Meeting Junsu's cautious gaze, Hiren warmly confesses that seeing such genuine, caring people by his side makes her feel like she no longer has to worry about his loneliness. Junsu turns his head sharply with a furrowed brow, asking in a guarded tone what she is actually trying to imply with those sentimental words. Giving him a sly, enigmatic wink, Hiren leaves her deeper thoughts unsaid with a playful, breezy brush-off. Turning her attention towards Soyeon's protective best friend, Hiren notices Ji-Yu stepping forward with a stern, demanding posture. Ji-Yu fixes her with a piercing, protective glare, demanding to know why she posted that chaotic photo on the cafe's social media and caused Soyeon so much unnecessary distress. Hiren blinks blankly for a second, caught off guard by the sharp confrontation as she searches for an honest explanation, suddenly grabbing Junsu's head to show off his face like a prized trophy. Hiren shamelessly yells that when a top-tier handsome part-timer shows up, marketing his face is the only way to keep the cafe from going bankrupt. Zero remorse. Absolute marketing hustle. She basically treated Junsu as an artisanal visual billboard for strawberry lattes. Hiren throws her hands up in exasperation, loudly confessing that fine, maybe she really does not open the cafe as often as a normal business owner should. She quickly defends herself with a playful pout, insisting that no one could have predicted the place suddenly blowing up that day, claiming the mysterious internet algorithm must have blessed her shop while admitting she closed early just to give a struggling Soyeon a break. Junsu pushes his glasses up his nose, bluntly declaring that if everyone is done blabbering, he's out of there because his precious study time is burning away, casually warning Hiren to fix her slipping clothes while Soyeon catches the word photos hanging in the air. A phone screen reveals the official social media post for Cafe Tourmaline, showcasing a candid shot of Junsu hard at work behind the counter with a caption boasting about their handsome part-timer. Soyeon gazes up at the storefront sign of Cafe Tourmaline, suspecting deep down that there's definitely more hidden within that viral post than meets the eye. Flashing a radiant, dazzling grin as she waves goodbye, Hiren warmly invites them all to drop by the shop whenever they feel like it. She goes a step further, bright-eyed and generous, announcing that Soyeon can have whatever she wants completely on the house, leaving the girl bowing in polite, flustered gratitude. As the high school crew steps onto the sidewalk together, someone casually asks if anyone is going to be late for art class, but the answer comes back smooth, that heading out now hits the 7 o'clock mark right on the dot. Walking a few paces behind Junsu's tall frame, Soyeon finds her thoughts constantly drifting back toward those mysterious online photos. Her brow furrows in gentle frustration, internally admitting that those social media snapshots are nagging at her brain and driving her absolutely insane. Honestly, once a romantic mystery enters an overthinker's brain, it takes over like a full-time job. Noticing the heavy silence, Ji-Yu pulls out her smartphone, turning back to ask if something dramatic got posted on social media that everyone keeps whispering about. Ji-Yu tilts her head back with a calm, sweet smile, acting completely nonchalant about the whole social media chatter. Soyeon leans in close with laser focus, learning that if you swipe past the cover image on the cafe page, there are photos that look suspicious, like they were snapped from a girlfriend's point of view. Ji-Yu laughs it off casually, pointing out that since those photos were taken back when Hiren was technically acting as his fake girlfriend, they definitely give off total boyfriend vibes. Soyeon stands completely frozen on the sidewalk, her brain short-circuiting as she blinks blankly, wondering what on earth a boyfriend pic even means. Unable to contain her burning curiosity any longer, Soyeon bursts out that she desperately wants to see those famous photos with her own two eyes right now. Jiwoo's face lights up with enthusiasm, asking Soyeon if she has a social media account so they can instantly add each other as friends. Soyeon yells out an immediate no in pure panic before shyly lowering her voice to ask how even creates an account in the first place. Look at our main character. She can solve calculus equations in her sleep, but social media registration is her ultimate cryptid. The group shakes their heads in comical disbelief as they walk ahead, tired, realizing their academic top student genuinely lives under a rock and knows zero things about the modern world outside textbooks. Later that evening, a pristine profile screen pops up, showing Soyeon's brand new account created with Jiwoo's help, sitting at 0 posts and 3 followers. Soyeon sits on her bed in comfy striped pajamas, amazed, staring wide-eyed at her illuminated phone screen, completely mesmerized by how an online profile acts like a window into someone's social circle. She eagerly searches up Junsu's official handle, only to find a completely blank account with over 700 followers but 0 posted photos. Resting her chin thoughtfully, Soyeon ponders his mysterious personality, wondering how a guy who claims to care about nothing but textbooks somehow ended up with such a gorgeous fake girlfriend. A pop-up recommendation for Cafe Tourmaline suddenly flashes on her screen, instantly grabbing her attention. Her mind flashes back to Jiwoo's teasing words on the street, echoing the reminder that those uploaded photos are practically legendary boyfriend shots. Transforming into a hyper-focused little chibi figure, Soyeon remembers the whole reason she created this account in the first place and eagerly taps onto the cafe page. The first photo loads up in crisp detail, showing Junsu standing behind the counter in a dark apron, looking like a high-fashion model posing for a luxury coffee ad. Soyeon's jaw drops into a complete shock expression, hit by absolute culture shock that a simple cafe could use such an insanely handsome photo for basic business promotion. Talk about illegal levels of marketing. No wonder that cafe had a line out the door. Swiping to the very next slide, her heart skips a beat as she spots Junsu leaning back in a casual brown jacket while Hye-rin snuggles right up beside him. Soyeon's face drains of all color, staring completely blankly at the screen, letting out a confused, stunned breath. An intense close-up zooms directly onto the phone screen, highlighting every single intimate detail of the cozy picture. Analyzing the shot like a forensic investigator, Soyeon notices Hye-rin's leg positioned right next to his, realizing they had to be sitting ridiculously close despite having a whole room of empty chairs available. Her eyes widen further as she zooms in on Hye-rin's hand casually running through Junsu's soft hair, questioning whether a simple business partnership could ever look this cozy. A vivid flashback vision consumes her mind, comparing that photo to the intense, that breathtaking moment when Junsu leaned over her desk during their own private study session. Soyeon snaps back to reality and clutches her flaming red cheeks, violently shaking her head to blow away those embarrassing romantic thoughts before her heart explodes. Look at her completely spiraling. She started out researching an academic rival and ended up experiencing her very first wave of jealous romance. Forcing herself to slam her pen back onto the desk paper, Soyeon violently shakes her head, screaming internally that she needs to completely wipe those cozy photos out of her brain and focus on studying right now. Driven by pure investigative curiosity, she sets up a real-life experiment in the classroom, snapping photos of her classmates on the sofa while asking Jiwoo to shift slightly right to see if that intimate photo angle could be staged. The poor guy sitting next to Jiwoo turns bright red and breaks into a full-blown cold sweat, completely embarrassed, completely overwhelmed by sitting so close to a girl while Jiwoo sits there with her arms crossed looking entirely indifferent. Soyeon hovers over them like a hyper-focused forensic photographer, realizing that getting two people to look that comfortable without genuine romantic affection is basically impossible. Look at that poor guy on the sofa. He looks like he's fighting for his life during her little scientific experiment. Fast-forwarding through a relentless grind week, Soyeon drops her finished report into the submission box with tears of absolute relief, ecstatic that their joint academic project is finally over. Remembering how the broadcasting club teacher showered all the praise onto Junsu while totally ignoring her hard work. Sarcastically, Soyeon grumpily consoles herself by counting it as just another extra activity line on her college application. Shaken off the irritation with sudden renewed power, Soyeon pumps her fists into the air, determined to put 100% of her mental bandwidth directly into crushing the upcoming midterm exams. Suddenly, a firm, warm hand lands gently right on her shoulder, stopping her in her tracks as Junsu turns to ask if she is heading straight back to the classroom. Adjusting his glasses with a smooth, effortless motion, Junsu casually suggests that they walk back down the school hallway together. Soyeon stands completely frozen on the spot, her fingers gently hovering over the exact spot on her sweater where his hand rested, barely managing to squeak out a flustered agreement. Walking side by side down the Braid School corridor, Soyeon silently sneaks glances as Junsu scrolls through his phone while seamlessly keeping pace right beside her. Her thoughts instantly drift back to those legendary cafe pictures hovering in her mind, agonizing over whether she should just build up the courage and ask him directly if he was really acting like a boyfriend. A female classmate waves enthusiastically as she passes them in the hall, and Junsu gives back a polite, minimalist greeting without missing a single step. Watching the girl giggle in excitement just because he said hi back, Soyeon sighs internally, realizing that even asking him about his social media account feels way too personal and awkward. Honestly, watching our main girl battle her own overthinking brain is top-tier entertainment. She can master calculus but panics over a simple hallway conversation. Hesitating in deep thought, Soyeon recalls Jiwoo's strict warning about how prying into someone else's past romance is the ultimate social taboo. Clutching her hair in utter existential dread. She beats herself up for ignoring relationship gossip all her life, thinking that was below her, only to jump out of her shoes when Junsu suddenly calls her name from behind. Junsu calmly points down the corridor, wondering why she reacted like a startled cat when all he did was state his walking path. Bro is just trying to walk through the hall while she is having a whole internal heart attack over basic etiquette. Slumping her shoulders with a defeated groan, Soyeon trudges behind his heels like a wandering ghost, completely baffled by her own spiraling thoughts. Junsu halts in mid-stride with a sudden realization, speaking up over his shoulder before taking another step, turning slightly with a sharp, piercing glance. Junsu directly questions if she already managed to forget their earlier bargain. Soyeon blinks blankly into thin air, curious as her brain buffer loading at 0% as she tries to decipher what he means. Flashing his glowing mobile display, Junsu reminds her of their standing agreement to go play games whenever she feels zero motivation to study. He treats her like an energetic puppy who needs arcade treats to sit still. Marching through the hallway with puffed up cheeks, flustered, embarrassed, Soyeon angrily fumes over his assumption that she hates studying every single day just because of one tiny part-time shift slip-up. Casting a sideways glance across the busy school passage, whispering, she tries her best to shake off the lingering annoyance. Her eyes suddenly lock onto a couple sharing a sweet embrace by the lockers. Noticing that the second romance enters your brain, public displays of affection pop up literally everywhere. A bead of cold sweat rolls down her cheek as Soyeon marvels at how bold and intimate couples act out in the open during school hours. Her eyebrows knit together in deep scientific curiosity, hatching a wild hypothetical scenario in her head. Resting her fingertips against her chin, Soyeon wonders whether Junsu and his ex-partner behaved with that exact same level of clinginess. Suddenly dying to know what really went down in that infamous SNS photo. Haha, the classic denial phase, swearing she does not care while conducting full-scale forensic relationship research. Looking up at the overhead sign for Class 311, Soyeon realizes she has arrived right outside Jiwoo and Suyeon's homeroom. A sly, mischievous smirk crawls across her lips as a totally unhinged plan sparks to life. She finds herself picturing Junsu standing next to Hyran like two opposite forces, wondering what kind of deep, unspoken history could possibly connect two people from completely different worlds. Viewing the two childhood buddies as prospective test subjects, she decides to use them for real-world sociological testing. An explosive light bulb moment goes off in her head, convinced that her field experiment will solve all her burning doubts. Sitting stiffly on the couch while Jiwoo quietly dozes off beside him, Soyeon nervously asks why on earth they've been dragged into this bizarre reenactment. Soyeon snaps photo after photo from every possible angle, ordering ordering them to stay still because when a lifelong single nerd gets curious, absolutely nobody is safe. Look at her directing this couch session like an aggressive Vogue photographer. Her friends deserve a medal for enduring this madness.
Sweat pours down Sooyeon's pale face as the camera shutter clicks relentlessly, regretting that he agreed to this madness just because a recently reunited childhood pal asked nicely.
Swallowing his rising dread, curious, Sooyeon genuinely wonders why Soyeon has suddenly developed such an intense, morbid obsession with romantic intimacy. Soyeon evaluates her phone viewfinder with a nod, casually instructing Soohyun to move in even tighter, triggering an immediate shriek of panic. Sliding over on the sofa cushions until their thighs press firmly against each other, Soohyun completely short-circuits at the total invasion of personal space. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the sheer awkwardness in the room, Jiwoo's head softly droops forward in a heavy post-lunch daze. Her drowsy head drops directly onto Soohyun's rigid shoulder, landing right into a picture-perfect romantic cuddle pose. Sunhyun turns completely sheet white and petrified, holding his breath while Jiwoo mumbles half asleep about the overwhelming afternoon fatigue. Pro is fighting for his life against pure cardiac arrest while Jiwoo is just casually catching up on her afternoon nap. Smiling brightly as she checks her phone gallery, Soyeon happily declares the experiment finished and gives them the all clear to split apart. Soohyun clutches his pounding chest while blushing furiously as Jiwoo lets out a massive stretch and yawn, asking if the photo shoot is finally over. Examining the final cozy snapshot on her screen, Soyeon grimly notes how close they had to sit, concluding that platonic friends would never pose like this in real life. Stretching her arms toward the ceiling with an easygoing grin, Jiwoo explains that making a couple look convincing requires physical touch because a healthy amount of skinship is totally normal. Soyeon shrieks out the word skinship with steam erupting from her face, while Jiwoo deadpans at how the girl who just stage-directed a romantic photo shoot is suddenly panicking like a Victorian nun. The double standard here is unmatched. She literally forced them to cuddle, but hearing the actual word makes her entire brain malfunction. Strolling down the quiet corridor past a bright yellow silence sign, Jiwoo reasons that stiff business-like distance would have blown their cover instantly, saying that a real couple would have shared a room without question, leaving Soyeon to begrudgingly accept the cold reality of dating. Soyeon stares into empty space with wide, hollow eyes, deadpan, as her runaway thoughts plunge straight down a scandalous rabbit hole. A giant pixelated 19+ warning logo flashes behind her head, panicked, as she frantically imagines what level of wild intimacy Junsu engaged in during his fake relationship. The vision of Junsu smiling closely beside his ex-girlfriend floats back into her mind, keeping her curiosity burning at full blast. Soyeon drifts through outer space surrounded by glowing celestial planets, staring up at a gigantic pair of holding hands while trying to decode the cosmic mystery of couples. The artist literally launched her into the Andromeda galaxy just to contemplate hand-holding. The visual melodrama is immaculate. Snap back to reality when the teacher calls on her, Soyeon instantly delivers a flawless answer about data collection, internally scolding herself for wasting precious brain power on pointless romantic thoughts. Sitting around during break as her classmates chatter about spicy rice cakes and yesterday's library gossip, Soyeon rationalizes that whatever Junsu did in the past has absolutely zero bearing on her life. Clutching her heavy study textbooks while listening to friends complain about intense English classes, Soyeon sighs, knowing full well these stray thoughts are sabotaging her concentration. Walking beside Junsu on the sunlit sidewalk after school, Soyeon glances ahead in total frustration, wondering what on earth is wrong with her lately. Turning toward her with his backpack strap securely gripped, Junsu notes that the cafe is too loud and offers to head to the quiet study lounge instead. Staring blankly at the pavement like an unplugged robot, Soyeon repeats the word study cafe with her mental gears completely frozen in place. Without warning, a large hand flashes across her face, cutting right through her forward line of vision. Junsu's palm lands firmly over her forehead and eyes, serious, calling out her full name with urgent authority, halting her just centimeters before she rams face first into a metal pole. Junsu's lightning-fast reflex prevents a total sidewalk disaster. Girl was about to headbutt a steel lamppost in the next Tuesday because her brain was busy replaying his dating lore. Rubbing her forehead with a bright embarrassed blush, Soyeon grumbles that the back of his hand is rock solid, while Junsu stares down at her in disbelief, asking what she was doing. Junsu dryly warns that smashing her head will only make her dumber, sending Soyeon into a furious chibi rage as she insists she was never dumb in the first place. Behind his wire-rimmed glasses, Junsu's gaze narrows with quiet, observant warmth, carefully reading her flustered expression. Looking down into her flushed face under the golden afternoon sky, Junsu gently asks if something happened today, remarking that she has been spaced out since morning. Look at him acting all cool and detached while tracking her mood every single minute of the day. Soyeon stands frozen on the sunlit sidewalk, completely lost in thought as Junsu's past continues to swirl around in her head. Brushing off her runaway thoughts with a quick wave of her hand, Soyeon tries to play it cool, completely oblivious to the unfiltered question she blurted out moments earlier about his dating life. Junsu casually strolls beside her, dryly remarking that she always comes up with the most bizarre inquiries out of nowhere. Soyeon tilts her head in total confusion. Curious, genuinely clueless about what she said to warrant such a dry reaction. Flashing back just 3 seconds earlier, her runaway inner monologue accidentally slipped straight out of her mouth, asking Junsu how far he and his ex actually went. That classic moment when your internal filter completely takes the day off. She basically exposed her entire search history in broad daylight. The shocking realization hits her like a splash of ice water, instantly realizing what a scandalous question just slipped past her lips. Soyeon stands frozen against a pitch-black abyss with a completely vacant expression, breaking the fourth wall to question why the author is still reusing tired speech bubble gags that went out of style years ago. You know a story has gone completely off the rails when the main lead starts criticizing the writer's meme choices directly to the audience. Junsu suddenly halts on the sidewalk and pivots around, narrowing the distance between them with laser-focused intensity. Stepping forward until the tips of their shoes are practically touching, he traps her in place before she can backtrack. Bending down until his eyes are locked directly level with hers, Junsu looms close enough for her to feel the weight of his steady breath. Looking straight into her startled eyes, Junsu directly demands to know why on earth she is so intensely curious about his romantic past. Look at him closing the distance like an interrogation officer. He knows exactly what he's doing to her poor heart. Soyeon's eyes widen like dinner plates, completely paralyzed by the sudden overwhelming closeness. Through his thin wire-rimmed glasses, Junsu maintains an unyielding, observant gaze, waiting for a genuine response without backing away an inch. Towering right over her under the afternoon sun, he cheekily asks whether he has been running through her mind all day. The absolute confidence on this guy. He went from quiet nerd to smooth operator in under 3 seconds flat. Meanwhile, a sweet illustration captures Junsu leaning in close to gently pat Soyeon on the head as she sits curled up with her study gear, looking completely flustered. Honestly, moments like this prove that despite all her wild conspiracy theories and awkward panics, their chemistry is actually super cute. Her entire nervous system catches fire, panicked, stammering out random nonsense words about literature and poetic metaphors just to buy time. Junsu inches slightly closer, serious, refusing to let her dodge the burning inquiry from earlier. Soyeon's mouth quivers with a tiny drop of sweat rolling down her neck as she stammers through her breath, struggling to utter the heavy words directly to him. The sheer weight of her silent thoughts finally catches up to her, leaving her utterly breathless right as she tries to speak her mind. Waving her hands frantically while a nervous sweat pours down her neck, Soyeon fabricates a ridiculous lie about wanting to know if his high school dating life ruined his study habits last year. Junsu stares blankly through his glasses, deadpan, entirely unimpressed by her paper-thin excuse. Turning around with a nonchalant flick of his shoulders, he resumes walking toward their study spot. Clasping her hands together in dramatic victory, Soyeon internally celebrates dodging the bullet, fully assuming she fooled him with her flawless cover story. Junsu keeps walking ahead, casually dropping a lingering remark over his shoulder. Glancing back with an unbothered smirk, Junsu clarifies that even while enjoying romance, his grades never dropped because he is certainly not bad at studying like some people. A subtle flex wrapped in a direct roast, he really made sure her pride took maximum emotional damage. Soyeon's smug expression evaporates into complete emptiness, processing his unexpected flex. Her chibi jaw drops in sheer disbelief, realizing that dating skills and academic prowess have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Cheeks burning bright crimson, Soyeon furiously protests, while Junsu calmly advises her to worry less about other people's private lives and focus on the brutal midterms ahead. Pouting with puffed-up cheeks, Soyeon turns her head sideways, silently fuming over how smoothly he handled the situation. Gripping her skirt tightly into a tiny ball, she grudgingly admits to herself that his harsh reality check is painfully accurate. Flashing back to their teacher's grinning face in the classroom, she remembers the absurdly massive syllabus and tricky test questions designed to separate top ranks from the rest. Junsu alerts her that the pedestrian light turned green, while Soyeon internally panics over the terrifying prospect of letting her grades slip down the charts. Soyeon stares forward with dead, exhausted eyes, feeling the crushing weight of high school expectations crashing down onto her shoulders. Hurrying to match Junsu's steady stride across the crosswalk, Soyeon meekly asks if they can postpone their promised arcade trip until after exam week is finished. Junsu turns his head slightly, questioning if she is genuinely intimidated by that upcoming midterm hurdles. Soyeon instantly yells at the top of her lungs, vehemently denying any trace of academic fear. The quickest way to know someone is genuinely terrified is when they scream, "I am not scared," at full volume on a public street. Clearing her throat and fixing her headband with stiff composure serious, she tries to regain her dignity by laying out logical reasoning first. Walking side by side under the golden canopy of trees, the two friends shift right back into their dependable academic rhythm, coordinating reference books for Korean and English. Inside a brightly lit cafe during lunch break, Jiwoo sits relaxed with a refreshing can of soda, while cherry blossom petals drift outside the window. Outside the glass windows, high school students happily stroll together under the blooming trees, enjoying the famous seasonal beauty of Namyeon High School. Couples and classmates posed cheerfully while snapping phone photos under the pink canopy, soaking in the traditional springtime romance. Soyeon sits buried in heavy revision papers with an energy drink and snacks, aggressively clawing her hair out over the monstrous midterm scope. Jiwoo sips her beverage, jokingly praising Soyeon's hard work, while Soyeon groans about the insane mountain of English reading comprehension passages. Leaning back with a tranquil grin, Jiwoo happily remarks that none of this academic stress affects her in the slightest. Grabbing a pastry bag from the table, Soyeon raises an eyebrow and reminds Jiwoo about her high-stakes deal with the homeroom teacher. A dark memory flashes across Jiwoo's mind, remembering the terrifying warning that scoring under 50 points in English means an immediate phone call home to her parents. Jiwoo's relaxed expression instantly turns completely petrified, realizing she completely erased her own impending doom from memory. Look at her brain short-circuiting in real time. The carefree vibe lasted exactly 2 seconds before reality struck. Slamming her hands down onto the table in full-blown panic, Jiwoo frantically wails Soyeon's name, crying that English is an impossibly confusing language. Chewing thoughtfully on her snack pastry, Soyeon calculates the remaining calendar days, figuring 2 weeks is just enough time to scrape together a passing grade. A sudden spark of inspiration flashes across Soyeon's face, coming up with an immediate solution. Clenching her fists with fiery determination, excited, Soyeon enthusiastically proposes running their very own emergency weekend cram session. Jiwoo's eyes instantly light up with boundless hope, eagerly jumping on board and asking where they should set up their study battlefield. Resting a hand against her collarbone, Soyeon explains that her house is off limits because Suyeon's parents are dropping by for a visit. Tapping through nearby locations on her smartphone, curious, Jiwoo suggests hitting a public cafe, though she worries the busy weekend noise might completely derail their focus. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, a brown-haired girl checks her phone with a startled gasp as an unexpected idea suddenly pops into her head. Turning toward her with a puzzled expression, Suyeon asks if she is seriously planning on bringing someone over to study at his house. As the high-energy girl laughs heartily, giggle, excited, while slinging her sports bag over her shoulder, Suyeon sits at his desk completely bewildered by her sudden decision. Staring blankly into space with a cold sweat dripping down his neck, deadpan Suyeon pauses in place as a terrifying realization dawns on him. Look at his soul leaving his body. He knows his peaceful home life is officially over. In his mind, he remembers that while Soyeon has visited his house countless times since childhood, bringing a completely new girl over is a total first. He glances sideways at her in utter disbelief, curious, wondering why on earth she is making herself so comfortable with his personal schedule. Unbothered by his glare, she casually admires a smooth ballpoint pen, while Suhyun internally freaks out over the idea of Jiwoo barging into his his private sanctuary. Visualizing the terrifying social math in his head, he realizes that putting Soyeon and Jiwoo together at his study desk equals absolute social catastrophe. The arithmetic of awkwardness is real. Guys, one wrong move and his living room turns into a full-blown war zone. Staring down at his notebook with dead, lifeless eyes, Soohyun remains totally speechless at the impending chaos. Sweat pouring down his pale face, he panics in pure horror, convincing himself that this group study session is going to be an unbearable scene of psychological torture. Clutching his head in dramatic agony, groan. Panicked, he groans out a desperate refusal, making Jiwoo tilt her head in confusion as she offers to just go to a cafe instead. Snapping back with an urgent yell, Soohyun screams no, prompting Jiwoo to huff in annoyance and tell him to just pick a location already. He's acting like he's defusing a bomb when all she asked was where to study. Secretly slipping his smartphone under the desk, whispers, Soohyun frantically sends out a desperate SOS text message while playing off Jiwoo's questions. Across the classroom, their stylish classmate wearing wire-rimmed glasses quietly works through his study problems with calm precision. Suddenly, a subtle buzz vibration vibrates, curious, drawing his attention down toward his lap. Looking under his desk, his phone screen lights up with a short, pathetic message from Soohyun begging for immediate help. He blinks in genuine confusion, wondering what kind of sudden emergency could possibly have Soohyun sending distress signals during class. Shortly after, the front door intercom screen buzzes to life, showing Jiwoo outside, cheerfully announcing herself as Soohyun's friend. The front door lock clicks open as the glasses-wearing classmate opens the door, remarking that the landlord requested his presence. Jiwoo enthusiastically waves hello, striding right in while Soyeon stands beside the glasses classmate looking slightly surprised. Look at Jiwoo entering like she owns the place. Her energy is completely unstoppable. The four of them gather at the entryway, setting the stage for an unexpectedly crowded group study session. Setting up iced coffee drinks and study gear on the table, Soyeon takes charge like a strict tutor, warning Jiwoo that she will test her vocabulary words in 30 minutes. Everyone settles around the large living room table, serious, surrounded by open textbooks, notebooks, and pens for an intense prep session. Soyeon and her glasses classmate stare across the table at Jiwoo, deadpan, waiting to see if she will actually follow through on her study promises. Twirling her pen with full theatrical passion, Spark, Jiwoo boasts that she's going to unleash the legendary study lightning strike she's been honing since grade school. Main character syndrome at its finest. She's treating high school algebra like an anime special attack. Soyeon smirks with a bright, supportive smile, hyping her up to do her absolute best on the practice test. 30 minutes later, Jiwoo leans her head back with her mouth wide open, snoring loudly, in a complete state of unconsciousness. Looking down at Jiwoo's passed-out face in utter disbelief, deadpan, the glasses classmate dryly asks why Soyeon brought her along, while Soyeon sweat drops in silence, admitting Jiwoo was the whole reason they met up. She hyped up her ultimate technique just to pass out in under half an hour. Pure comedy gold. Shifting slightly closer together on the floor, Soyeon and her classmate find themselves sitting shoulder to shoulder in the quiet room. Leaning over the study materials together, the atmosphere grows quiet and surprisingly intimate as they focus on the difficult problems. Meanwhile, Jiwoo lies completely dead on the sofa behind them, tired, fast asleep, without a single care in the world. Looking over her notes thoughtfully, Soyeon decides to take advantage of the peaceful silence and dive deep into her social studies research. Turning back towards Soyeon, the glasses classmate casually asks if she isn't planning on waking Jiwoo up, making Soyeon look up in surprise. Soyeon chuckles softly, explaining that she is going to let Jiwoo rest because she pulled a brutal all-nighter trying to finish the massive workbook assignment assigned her earlier. As the glasses classmate nods in quiet understanding, Soohyun steps into the living room, his eyes instantly fixing on Jiwoo's knocked-out form on the couch. Seeing Jiwoo snoring loudly with a tiny trail of drool, Soohyun feels an unexpected wave of respect, realizing she actually stayed up studying instead of slacking off. Turning on his heel, Soohyun announces he's gonna grab a warm blanket for her, leaving the glasses classmate totally surprised by his sudden chivalry. Meanwhile, Soyeon quietly flips through her study binder, searching around for her supplementary social studies workbook. Settling back down side by side at the large living room table, the two of them dive straight back into their intense exam preparation. Soyeon squints down at a tricky ethics question with a completely bewildered expression, feeling her brain instantly freeze up. Look at her loading icon spinning in real time. Academic overconfidence strikes again, folks. From a top-down view of the living room table, the contrast is pure comedy. Jiwoo lies fast asleep on the sofa, while the other two grind away at advanced high school philosophy. Shifting his gaze over to Soyeon, the glasses classmate casually mentions that a certain concept has been bothering him for a long time. He dryly points out that Immanuel Kant keeps appearing in almost every single ethics chapter, serious-looking identical to basic middle school material. Soyeon blinks blankly in absolute silence, completely stunned by his hilariously blunt observation. Leaning forward with sudden passion, Soyeon aggressively argues that skipping Kant completely ruins modern philosophy, making him nod in calm agreement. She continues staring intently into his eyes without breaking focus, her academic pride filling the quiet room. Noticing her unwavering glare, he calmly invites her to speak her mind. Soyeon narrows her eyes in intense concentration, trying to piece together her response. Internally panicking, Soyeon remembers how fun basic integrated science used to be before high school turned every subject into a nightmare. Welcome to advanced STEM coursework, where your middle school confidence goes to die. Turning his textbook toward her with a smooth slide, the glasses classmate asks if she finds Physics 2 entertaining, catching her totally unprepared. She reminisces about her freshman year when teachers praised her science scores and urged her to pursue medical school. Wondering if she lost her touch by choosing liberal arts instead. Her eyes lock in with sudden competitive fire, determined to prove that her intellect hasn't dulled one bit. Sliding her problem set over to him, Soyeon boldly challenges him to swap worksheets and solve the physics problems on the spot without reading the core formulas. Just then, Suyeon wanders back into the room holding a cozy duck blanket, awkwardly laughing as his cat stubbornly clings to the fabric with its claws. Returning to the table, Suyeon hears the glasses classmate deadpan that trying to solve physics cold will take an entire hour, advising them to just stick to independent study. Refusing to be looked down on, Soyeon dramatically leaps up and grabs his denim shirt collar, screaming in absolute shock over how he got every single physics problem completely correct. She went full anime rival over a practice quiz. That shirt collar didn't do anything to deserve. Blushing furiously with smoke practically coming out of her ears, Soyeon passionately praises his hidden genius while he sits entirely unfazed, calmly warning her against making logical fallacies. Standing in the center of the room holding the blanket and cat, Suyeon stares at the complete chaos, internally wailing that he just wants to go home, even though he's already in his own house. Poor Suyeon is officially a hostage in his own living room. His soul has completely left his body. Fast forward to the end of the study session. The group gathers outside the front gate under the chilly evening air, with Jiwoo looking utterly destroyed from the unexpected cram marathon. Hearing someone call out her name, curious, Jiwoo turns her head around. Sunyeon steps forward and kindly informs her that his family driver is ready to give them all a ride back home, especially since Jiwoo lives the furthest away. Jiwoo's eyes instantly burst with pure joy, cheering that having a friend with a personal driver is the greatest blessing on earth. Glasses' classmate turns towards Suyeon with a dry smirk, teasingly asking if he plans on walking back inside alone since the bus stop is right next door. Offering a soft, handsome smile, Suyeon warmly bids them all a safe journey home. Waving enthusiastically with a bright grin, Jiwoo thanks him for letting them borrow his house for their study session. As they walk down the path, the glasses classmate vows to dive right back into physics after college entrance exams, while Suyeon watches them depart from the open doorway. Closing the front door with a firm click, Suyeon lets out a long, exhausted sigh, completely drained from the massive social overload. He turns around into the quiet hallway, finally soaking in the peaceful silence of his home. Spotting a small furry lump on the distant sofa, curious, he wonders why his cat Malong is sleeping out in the open living room. Walking softly toward the couch, he admires the cute feline sleeping soundly on the cushion. Slipping out his smartphone with a light giggle, he switches his phone to silent mode and begins taking stealth photos of the sleeping cat. Nobody on the planet can resist taking secret pictures of a sleeping pet. It's an absolute universal law. The phone camera screen displays a close-up shot of the cat sleeping peacefully, radiating pure heartwarming energy. Suddenly pausing in place with a puzzled look, Soo-yeon senses something strangely familiar about the scene.
Looking slightly past the cat, he notices Jiwoo sleeping right beside it on the couch in the exact same curled-up posture, completely lost in deep slumber. Gasping in realization, Soo-yeon quickly slaps his hand over his mouth, remembering that Jiwoo never actually left with the others. Comparing the photo on his screen to Jiwoo,
He realizes with a blush that her brown hair tone and sleeping pose perfectly matches Kat.
slowly lowering his phone down, he gazes quietly at her peaceful, unconscious face. Gently reaching out his hand, he lovingly pets Mylong's head, keeping the cat calm.
Turning his full attention toward Jiwoo, Soo-yeon carefully unfolds the duck blanket and drapes it gently over her shoulders.
Jiwoo shifts slightly in her sleep with a tiny murmur, causing a few stray strands of brown hair to rest across her lips. Watching her closely, Soo-yeon notices the loose hair tickling her face and worries she might accidentally inhale it while breathing. With delicate tenderness, his fingers slowly reach out, softly brushing the stray strands away from her warm cheek as the quiet room fills with romantic tension. Softly smiling down at Jiwoo's slumbering face, Soo-yeon feels an unexpected warmth bloom in his chest, completely enchanted by how peaceful she looks.
Catching his own creepy expression in his mind's eye, Soo-yeon instantly snaps out of it.
Internally screaming over why he was smiling like a total villain over a sleeping classmate. Bro had a whole internal crisis in 3 seconds flat. Self-awareness hit him like a freight train. Cut to the classroom during exam week, where Soyeon sits rigidly at her desk, serious, staring down at her test paper with total laser focus. Pressing her palms tightly against her temples, Soyeon tries to squeeze out every drop of knowledge left in her exhausted brain. Clenching her hands with sudden determination, excited, she mentally rallies herself, ready to tackle the remaining section of the midterm head-on. The teacher calls out for everyone to pass their answer sheets to the back, signaling the end of another brutal exam period. Moving her computer marker with swift precision, Soyeon darkens the final bubble on her OMR sheet just in time. Outside Namyeon High School, the campus gates stand bathed in bright afternoon sunlight as students prepare to head home. The towering school building glistens quietly, capturing the post-exam exhaustion hanging over the student body. Back inside, Soyeon rests her chin on her hand in total defeat, sighs,
Practically growling at her inquisitive classmates to leave her alone while they panic over World Geography Chapter 18.
Nothing is worse than that one classmate who tries to double-check answers the second the test ends. Pure evil. Nearby, Junsu calmly writes notes in his study workbook, looking as chill and unbothered as humanly possible. Shifting his eyes down to his paper, Soo-yeon sweats nervously upon realizing he misread a tricky question during the test. Meanwhile, Jiwoo balances a pen right under her nose with ultimate bliss. Ha! Living in her own carefree world while everyone else suffers. Hugging her pink backpack to her chest like a shield, Soyeon plans her post-exam routine, admitting she couldn't sleep a wink last night because of severe test anxiety. Zipping up her bag with a heavy sigh, she reassures herself that at least she didn't make any catastrophic errors on her sheets today. Flipping her long dark hair over her shoulder, she prepares to walk out of the classroom with what little energy she has left. Standing tall with both backpack straps secured, Soyeon attempts to project an aura of unshakable academic pride. But in a split second, her color instantly drains away, leaving her looking like a hollow gray ghost. Her soul literally packed its bags and left the building. Academic burnout is no joke. Leaning heavily against Jiwoo's shoulder, tired, Soyeon barely has the strength to stand up, while Jiwoo gapes in shock at her friend's total collapse. Wrapping a supportive arm around her friend, Jiwoo asks if she even sleeps at night, offering her own weird sleep logic as comfort.
Soyeon stares ahead with massive dark circles under her eyes, mentally crying that this brutal study schedule is completely destroying her physical health.
Looking over at Junsu walking beside them with perfect posture, the narrative dryly notes that Junsu looks entirely unfazed by the exam marathon. Staring at Junsu's backpack as he walks away, Soyeon feels a deep sense of academic rivalry bubbling up inside her. Gripping her backpack straps until her knuckles turn white, serious, Soyeon narrows her eyes in intense concentration. Staring daggers into the back of Junsu's head, she vows to keep a hawk-like eye on his grades over the next 6 months to ensure he doesn't surpass her. She's tracking his academic progress like a full-time stalker,
Give this girl a break already. The scene transitions to the chalkboard announcing spring cleaning tomorrow, marking the official conclusion of the midterms. Students chatter excitedly around the empty desks, complaining about the insane statistics exam while planning their post-test hangouts. Soyeon leans her head all the way back over her chair cushion, tired, wondering if her lower anxiety means she actually aced the tests this time around. Stepping out toward the hallway, Soyeon mentally prepares to hurry home for a long nap before resuming her intense study schedule. Suddenly, Jiwoo bursts straight through the classroom door like a hurricane, catching Soyeon completely off guard. Jiwoo bounces up to Soyeon with wide eyes, asking if she killed the exam using the English lesson she taught her. Flash smiling with her signature tiny fang, Jiwoo gleefully invites Soyeon to go out and celebrate now that exams are over. Soyeon blinks in absolute disbelief, stammering that she never planned to go out after tests because she needs to sleep and study more. Jiwoo rests her hand on her hip with a thoughtful gaze, acknowledging that Soyeon really has looked dead tired for the past few days. Waving her hand dismissively, Jiwoo admits she was planning to hit the arcade, but agrees Soyeon's health comes first. Hearing the magic word arcade, Soyeon's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. Forget sleep, mention gaming, and this girl resurrects faster than a video game boss. Tapping her chin in deep strategic analysis, mischievously, Soyeon realizes that with June mock exams coming up next month, today is her only chance to play. Leaping out of her desk with a loud snap, Soyeon suddenly shouts her approval, leaving Jiwoo totally stunned by her sudden 180-degree turn. Turning back with a beaming, radiant smile, Soyeon enthusiastically asks if they're really going. Walking down the corridor holding a smartphone, Junsu glances over in bewilderment at Soyeon's abrupt mood swing. Offering a smooth, subtle nod, Junsu casually tells her to look forward to what's coming next. Grabbed by the arm by an overly hyped Jiwoo, Jiwoo boasts that she has already planned a full course of fun for them today. Giggling with pure joy, Soyeon fully embraces the excitement, ready to throw study stress out the window. Junsu continues walking down the sunlit hallway, observing their chaos from a quiet distance. Looking over his shoulder with a subtle tilt of his head, he silently ponders their energetic plans. Soohyun packs his blue backpack casually as his smartphone suddenly vibrates on the wooden desk table. Picking up the call and placing it against his ear, Soohyun casually confirms he finished packing, asking what the caller needs. Cut to the restaurant. Jiwoo's smartphone screen displays a mouth-watering spread of pizza, pasta, and sizzling skillets, with cute chat avatars confirming they are already digging in. Snapping aesthetic food pics for social media, Jiwoo talks about uploading it, then suddenly looks up at Soyeon in utter disbelief, looking down at the living room-sized table covered in enough food to feed a small army. Jiwoo screams, asking why Soyeon ordered so much freaking food, while Soyeon happily shovels pasta into her mouth. My girl didn't just order lunch, she ordered the entire menu. Post-exam appetite is unmatched. Blinking in complete innocence with her dessert spoon stuck right in her mouth, Soyeon cheerfully insists that having a massive appetite is completely normal for her. Across the table, Jiwoo stares in absolute amazement, internally wondering how someone who eats this much stays so tiny, guessing all those calories must be getting burned directly by her hyperactive brain. Haha, honestly, if overthinking burned calories like that, every student during exam week would be an Olympic athlete. Stabbing her fork into a crisp piece of lettuce, Jiwoo prepares to break down her personal philosophy on post-exam calorie intake. Chewing on her greens with a thoughtful tilt of her head, Jiwoo asks how Soyeon manages her energy levels, while Soyeon happily continues shoveling food down without a single care in the world. Raising her fork like a battle wand with a mischievous glint in her eyes, Jiwoo announces Phase 1 of their ultimate post-exam recovery plan. Next up, a 4-cut photo booth photo strip titled Can't Look Up displays the duo posing in ridiculous animal ears and heart glasses, capturing pure, unfiltered teenage chaos. Holding the freshly printed photo strip in her hands, amazed, Soyeon gazes at it with wide, glittering eyes, admitting she's taken group selfies before, but never anything this hilarious. Jiwoo wraps an arm around her shoulder with a proud grin, warning her that the day is still young. Dragging Soyeon along by the arm like a runaway train, Jiwoo loudly proclaims that they still have miles to go before burning off all their lunch calories, leaving Soyeon completely bewildered. When your hyperactive friend decides it's cardio day, you don't get a choice. You just hold on for dear life. Yanking her down the street while Soyeon desperately tries to preserve her candied fruit stick, Jiwoo eagerly pulls her toward their next surprise destination. Clutching her strawberry tongue hulu like a sacred artifact, Soyeon's sweat drops in total shock, mentally reminding herself never to underestimate a former track and field star's terrifying stamina. The pair finally arrive outside the bustling entrance of Good Arcade, where flashing neon lights and loud game sound sound effects leak into the afternoon air. Throwing both hands high into the air in total victory, Jiwoo celebrates reaching their ultimate gaming sanctuary while Soyeon stands quietly beside her. Revealing that she secretly swapped into a comfortable, oversized hoodie and shorts underneath her uniform, giggles, Jiwoo gleefully boasts that she's been dying to master the rhythm dance pump machine for a month. Striding inside with supreme confidence, proud Jiwoo promises to show her how a true arcade master operates. But the moment Soyeon takes a single step across the threshold, trembling, her feet suddenly wobble under her like soft jelly. Staring straight ahead with a blank, dizzy expression, Soyeon feels a wave of sudden lightheadedness hit her out of nowhere. Unaware of her friend's impending collapse, Jiwoo joyfully bounds up the stairs toward the second floor while Soyeon weakly staggers behind. Look at that dynamic. One girl is powered by pure adrenaline, while the other is running on zero sleep and half a battery. Meanwhile, inside a nearby cafe across the street, Junsu adjusts his glasses with a quiet, unbothered expression. Looking up from his study materials to glance out the glass window, Junsu watches the loud commotion happening over at the arcade entrance. Sitting directly across from him, Suyeon slumps over his seat, groaning about how he expected to actually get some rest after finishing midterms. Resting his forehead on his palm while listening to the heavy arcade bass booming outside, Sunyeon complains that the noise is making concentration impossible, though Junsu dryly counters that true scholars must master studying anywhere, pointing out the arcade layout details on a small diagram. Junsu nonchalantly explains that the second floor right across from them is reserved for high-volume rhythm games. Suyeon just sighs, asking why they didn't just pick a quiet library instead. Glancing back toward the window with a thoughtful tilt of his head, Junsu quietly observes the scene unfolding on the second floor. Through the cafe window, Jiwoo and Soyeon can be clearly seen standing together on the glowing dance pads of the Pump It Up machine. Inside the arcade, Soyeon secures her backpack straps, giggles, offering a sweet, genuine smile as she prepares to try the game. Flashing across the rhythm screen in giant glowing neon text, amazed, a massive SS rank score confirms a flawless song completion. Looking back with an enthusiastic grin, Jiwoo asks if it looks fun, while Soyeon stands frozen in total horror, shivering in borrowed gym shorts because her eyes couldn't even process how fast Jiwoo's feet were moving. Going from zero experience straight to expert level rhythm dance is pure nightmare fuel. Realizing her friend is completely intimidated, Jiwoo kindly offers to walk her through the beginner tutorial step by step. Pointing toward the massive arcade monitor, Jiwoo instructs Soyeon to match the rising arrows by stepping on the corresponding foot pads with exact timing. Staring intently at the screen with laser focus, Soyeon repeats the instructions to herself, trying to process what matching the beat actually means. Sweat dropping slightly as she prepares her stance, flustered and embarrassed, Soyeon nervously asks if she's standing in the right spot. Pressing her loafer down onto the glowing pad, she hits her very first arrow beat right on time. Seeing the game feedback pop up in real time, Soyeon's eyes widen as she wonders if getting a great rating is better than a simple good. Stomping her foot down on the opposite corner arrow, the screen instantly flashes a brilliant reward banner. A bright banner reading perfect bursts across the monitor, amazed, instantly causing Soyeon's eyes to light up like fireworks. Clenching her fists with a beaming, radiant smile, Soyeon happily squeals that it feels just like solving a tricky math equation correctly. Academic dopamine hit achieved. Only a top-tier honor student could compare a dance game to solving calculus problems. Cheering proudly by her side, Jiwoo hypes up her progress, casually omitting that it was on the lowest difficulty before eagerly asking if she wants to try a harder song. Soyeon, clenching her hand with fiery gamer determination, excited, enthusiastically agrees, demanding a real challenge for round 2. Tracking the incoming arrows in her mind like a tactical battle plan, Soyeon mentally maps out the upcoming combination. Left, right, then center. Leaping across the pads with surprisingly rapid footwork, Soyeon successfully lands a complex double arrow combo. Narrowing her eyes as the speed accelerates, she prepares her right foot for the final fast approaching wave. But as her shoe hits the edge of the pad slightly off tempo, her precise rhythm completely breaks. A sudden, dark, dramatic aura sweeps over her entire face, leaving her staring at the screen in utter horror. Flashing across the screen in giant red impact letters, a brutal misrating shatters her perfect streak into tiny pieces, standing frozen like a Greystone statue on the dance stage. Soyeon's soul visibly leaves her body as the harsh reality of defeat sets in. The tragic fall of an academic perfectionist failing her very first rhythm game combo. Stay strong, girl. Slowly melting into a liquid gray puddle right onto the arcade floor, Soyeon Soyeon's legs completely give out, prompting a totally panicked scream from Jiwoo. Narrative text reveals the cruel truth. The severe sleep deprivation accumulated during midterm exam week finally caught up to her all at once. Just as Jiwoo tries to scoop up her melted friend, her smartphone suddenly vibrates inside her pocket. Checking the caller ID on her screen, Jiwoo blinks in surprise upon seeing the incoming call from Lee Soo-yeon. Holding the phone up to her ear while awkwardly supporting a half-collapsed, unconscious Soyeon against her side, Jiwoo greets him, only for Soo-yeon's sharp voice to cut straight through the line, sternly telling her to stop forcing their exhausted classmate to play games. Jiwoo stares blankly at the phone screen, completely baffled as to why Soo-yeon's caller ID is popping up when it's clearly not his voice. Supporting the half-conscious Soyeon against her side, Jiwoo awkwardly demands to know who's actually holding the phone. Meanwhile, Soyeon's eyes roll back as she weakly mutters that the entire world is spinning in circles. Jiwoo gasps as her friend starts sliding straight down toward the hard arcade floor like a melting ice cream cone. But right before Soyeon hits the ground, amazed, a pair of firm hands catches her from behind. Junsu suddenly materializes out of nowhere, holding her steady, leaving Jiwoo standing there with her mouth wide open. As Soyeon dizzily wonders if she's hallucinating an angel, Junsu sternly scolds Jiwoo for bringing someone who hasn't slept in days to a loud, crazy place like this. Chaotic Game Center. Bro literally spawned out of thin air. You cannot convince me he wasn't tracking her every move. Sweat dropping under his intense, judgmental gaze, Jiwoo admits she has no defense since it really was her bad, before dryly asking why on earth he's even at the arcade in the first place. Raising the phone back up, Jiwoo suddenly tilts her head, pointing out that she doesn't even have Soo-yeon's contact info saved. So how did he even call her screen? Glancing past Junsu toward the glass window across the street, Jiwoo catches sight of Soo-yeon sitting inside the quiet cafe holding his phone to his ear with an embarrassed look, panicking completely from inside the cafe. Soo-yeon desperately waves his hands back and forth, protesting that he was dragged into this against his will and is totally innocent. Look at him waving for his life in pure gold comedy style. Bro is doing everything to avoid taking the blame. Back inside the arcade, Junsu secures his hold on the dazed Soyeon, telling Jiwoo that there's no way she can walk in this condition. Jiwoo watches in total disbelief, wondering why this quiet guy chased them all the way up to the second floor. Turning to Jiwoo with a cool, stoic expression, Junsu nonchalantly asks her to hand over Soyeon's heavy backpack so he can take it. As Jiwoo hands over the loaded bag, she gasps at how heavy it feels. Questioning if Soyeon was carrying a pile of bricks all afternoon, Junsu just dryly claims he only happened to spot them while walking past. Jiwoo gives him a sharp side eye, mentally calling out his total lie because nobody just happens to wander into a second-floor rhythm arcade. Meanwhile, Junsu easily lifts Soyeon into his arms while asking for her phone to contact her driver, while Soyeon weakly begs for sweet release. Adjusting her securely in his arms, Junsu gently instructs her to lift her head off his shoulder so she doesn't strain her neck. Looking down at her with an unbothered, steady gaze, Junsu holds her effortlessly, completely ignoring Jiwoo's suspicious glances. Softly resting his hand against the back of her head, a quiet tenderness fills the frame as Jiwoo internally gasps at the sudden romantic tension blooming. Hold on, is this subtle physical contact setting up a full-blown romance arc right in the middle of an arcade rescue? Feeling the warm touch of his palm? Soyeon's eyes snap wide open in total shock as a sudden wave of awareness snaps her sleepy brain back to reality. Down at her waist, Junsu's strong hand pulls her uniform close to make sure she doesn't slip from his grasp. Swooping down without a single word of warning, Junsu effortlessly scoops Soyeon up into his arms bridal style, calmly checking if her sudden dizzy spell is finally settled down. Soyeon's cheeks instantly ignite into an intense, fiery scarlet, while Jiwoo stands frozen in the background with her jaw practically hitting the floor. Look at Jiwoo's soul leaving her body. She just wanted a study buddy, not front row tickets to a full-blown romantic drama. Clinging desperately to his crisp uniform shirt, Soyeon's trembling fingers bunch up the white cloth as her heart violently thumps against her ribs. And sweating nervously while trying to process the overwhelming physical proximity, Soyeon dizzily mumbles that her head is spinning worse than before, prompting Junsu to dryly ask if he should set her back down, gently lowering her feet onto the arcade tiles. Soyeon mutters half asleep that Junsu appearing in her dream feels ridiculously surreal. completely ignoring his blunt reminder that reality is very much awake. Stumbling forward like a groggy zombie toward the exit staircase, she groans to herself about how absurdly vivid the physical sensation felt. Jiwoo bolts forward, waving her arms in pure hysterics, chasing after Soyeon while Junsu sighs heavily behind them, declaring that everyone desperately needs 8 hours of solid sleep. Sitting across from their drained classmates, Junsu strictly lectures the group, demanding to know what wild confidence made them pull an all-nighter right before a grueling mock exam. Soyeon slumps back against her chair with lifeless, drooping eyelids, silently begging the universe for a pillow, whimper, until Junsu sternly calls out her full name. Leaning over his open textbook, Junsu directly questions whether she plans on keeping up this self-destructive habit of cramming through the night when real finals roll around. Fixing his glasses with cold logic, he reminds her that college entrance prep is a marathon, not a sprint where you can gamble your physical health. Staring straight ahead in heavy silence, Soyeon listens as his blunt logic echoes across the wooden table. A subtle pout tugs at her lips, tired, inwardly protesting that she already knows all of this far better than anyone else. Clenching her skirt tightly on her lap, she silently fumes that a naturally gifted genius like him could never understand the sheer panic of falling behind. That classic top student disconnect. To him, studying is breathing, but to everyone else, it's pure survival mode. Glancing sideways at his meticulous notes, Soyeon dryly asks why on earth he is still grinding through practice problems on the very day midterms ended. Staring forward with a serious, thoughtful expression, Jinsu internally reflects that even though a sweet post-exam weekend is waiting tomorrow, he really can't afford to take his eyes off her for a single second. Junsu unbotheredly glances out toward the window, casually mentioning the logistics of campus transport and delivery zones without breaking a sweat. Soyeon squints with half-closed eyes, genuinely wondering how his brain manages to retain unlimited energy around the clock. Staring intently at the side of his head, eerie sensation of intense deja vu suddenly washes over her mind, describing his daily study routine through wireless earbuds. Junsu explains how he breezes through practice sets right before class lectures. Reaching out across the booth, Soyeon's fingertips lightly graze the soft fringe behind Junsu's ear. Across the table, Jiwoo freezes mid-sip while their classmate stares bug-eyed in pure petrified shock. Look at their terrified expressions. They look like they just witnessed an illegal crime in broad daylight. Junsu's eyes widen behind his wireframes, caught completely off guard by her sudden intimate gesture. Soyeon blinks blankly into empty space, deadpan, entirely zoned out as her fingers remain hovering right against his skin. The realization abruptly snaps into her brain like lightning, widening her eyes in sheer horror over what she just did. Sweating profusely as her mind screams in red alert, she internally curses her sleep-deprived body for moving completely on autopilot. Her trembling fingertips remain frozen millimeters away from his piercing, utterly paralyzed by the awkward atmosphere. Her cheeks flushing bright pink, Soyeon awkwardly stammers out an incoherent excuse while trying to back away. Locking his intense gaze directly into hers, Junsu holds her wrist captive inches away from his face, demanding an explanation. The tension in this cafe booth just spiked by 1,000%. You could literally cut the air with a butter knife. Waving her free fingers with an awkward, strained smile, Soyeon stutters that she simply noticed an ear piercing she hadn't seen on him before. Junsu studies her flustered expression with an unreadable, deadpan stare, keeping his steady grip firm around her arm. Resting his palm on the desk, he quietly reiterates that getting pierced is just a personal hobby of his. Turning his head sideways with a faint flush along his jaw, Junsu warns her not to poke at it because the fresh cartilage wound hasn't finished healing yet. Fiddling nervously with her uniform collar bow, Soyeon meekly bows her head and apologizes, blaming her rogue hands on pure exhaustion. Internally screeching into the void with steam blowing out of her ears, Soyeon burns with mortification over humiliating herself in front of everyone. Junsu smoothly clears his throat and turns back to the others, checking if they already scheduled a ride home. Sweating nervously while clutching his tablet, their friend whimpers that midterm pressure is officially driving high school students completely insane. Transitioning into the bright classroom the following morning, the teacher calls out seat numbers to hand back graded midterm exams. Soyeon clutches her chest and exhales a massive sigh of relief, bracing her heart before flipping over her test score sheet. Remembering the brutal difficulty of the tricky final probability problems, her pulse races as her eyes scan down the scoring rubric. Her sharp eyes lock onto the graded total, seeing nothing but flawless red circles across every single page. Tracing her finger across the crisp paper margin, she stares in utter disbelief at a clean row of perfect scores, ranking her first out of 158 students, slapping both hands over her face in pure euphoric triumph. Soyeon internally screams with joy, securing her spot among the top 3 students in the entire school. Look at that sheer relief. All those sleepless nights and energy drinks finally paid off with a flawless sweep. Over across the classroom row, Junsu calmly examines his own test sheet without a single hint of surprise on his face. When a curious classmate leans over asking about his exam score, mischievously, Junsu deadpans that he barely scraped by with a 78 before flashing a sneaky smirk. Soyeon slumps over her desk with a completely soul-drained expression, muttering that somehow, against all physical odds, her exam paper actually got finished. Looking utterly defeated, she stares into space while contemplating her pathetic score of 49 points in English. Desperately hoping her teacher might find a way to pity grade her 1 extra point. Meanwhile, right next to her, a perfectionist classmate sulks despite getting full scores across the board, leaving Soyeon silently fuming at the absurd injustice of top students complaining about perfection. Honestly, isn't it classic top student behavior to throw a fit over a hypothetical mistake after sweeping straight hundreds? Glancing sideways at Jinsu's quiet, focused profile, Soyeon notes how he seems to be grinding harder than usual, assuming without a shadow of a doubt that he aced every single subject, too. She narrows her eyes in pure existential dread, worrying that if this academic gap keeps stretching, her final ranks are going to take an absolute beating. Memories of Junsu's stoic offer echo back into her mind, remembering how he calmly told her to call him whenever she needed motivation to study. She tilts her head in mild confusion, curious, realizing that despite his generous offer, she has literally never exchanged a single direct text message with him before. A sudden mental flowchart pops into her head featuring endless texting cycles, making her hesitate as she considers the endless loop of back and forth replies. Sudden realization hits her brain like a lightning bolt, abruptly calculating that spending precious time replying to texts would completely ruin her study concentration. Look at her brain prioritizing pure study efficiency over having a cute texting routine with the top guy. Her competitive logic is totally wild. Bracing herself, Soyeon pulls out her phone to send a quick text telling him she doesn't want to study, only to receive his deadpan response immediately after. Back at the busy cafe table, the 4 classmates sit gathered together, surrounded by open textbooks and chilled drinks, keeping up a quiet study rhythm. Jinsu adjusts his wireframe glasses with a calm glance towards his screen, totally maintaining his unbothered cool facade. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere is broken by a sudden phone vibration buzzing across the wooden tabletop, curious, catching everyone's attention. Soyeon lifts her screen up to check the new notification. Curious, staring down with an expectant expression. Staring at the short cheer message from Junsu reading, "Fighting?" she blinks in mild disappointment at how ridiculously dry his reply is. She deadpans into empty space with complete disbelief, wondering if that single one-word message was truly the entire extent of his emotional support. Man tried to be supportive, but bro literally typed out the most robotic cheer in human history. Glaring sharply across the table as he immediately dives back into practice problems, sarcastic Soyeon mentally calls out his hypocritical sympathy while he keeps accumulating extra points. She pouts sullenly while gripping her phone tightly, inwardly fuming at how effortlessly he handles everything. Jinsu senses her burning gaze and glares right back with a calm, unblinking posture, holding his phone in hand. Soyeon's heart suddenly skips a beat under his direct stare, caught completely off guard by the sudden eye contact. Junsu stifles a dry chuckle behind his stoic mask, noticing her comical inner conflict. Soyeon quickly flashes a smug smirk while holding her phone up high, playfully calling him out for still clutching his phone while lecturing her. Jiwoo turns her head with an utterly perplexed look, sensing the bizarre silent conversation passing between the two of them. Leaning in uncomfortably close, Jiwoo intensely peers over over So-young's shoulder at her glowing phone screen, while So-young sweats profusely in pure terror. Look at Jiwoo turning into a full-on FBI investigator. She's not letting a single secret escape her radar. Spotting the open chat log, Jiwoo loudly gasps in excitement, demanding to know what top-secret private conversation they were hiding from the rest of the group. Their classmate chimed in to complain about being left out of the fun, while Junsu quietly wonders if their sudden presence is making the table atmosphere awkward. Soyeon sweats buckets while panicking internally, mentally screaming at Junsu to do something to defuse the suspicion immediately. Instead of helping, Junsu blinks calmly and dryly points out that she was actually the one who started texting first, throwing her straight under the bus. Soyeon's eyes narrow into razor-sharp slits of pure competitive rage, locking her gaze onto him with terrifying intensity. Junsu matches her fiery glare with an unflinching, icy stare of his own, refusing to back down even a single millimeter? A full-blown dramatic staring contest in the middle of a study session over a text message? These two are absolute comedy gold. Tilting his head with complete innocence, Junsu bluntly asks why on earth she's staring at him like he just committed a crime. Soyeon stammers out an incoherent protest, completely trapped by her own sudden competitive impulse. Inner sparks ignite behind her eyes as she mentally vows never to break eye contact first, declaring that closing her eyelids now would feel like total academic defeat. Junsu remains completely unbothered, staring back with a deadpan expression, wondering what bizarre game she's playing. Their classmates watch in absolute utter bewilderment as fake tear streaks roll down Soyeon's burning eyes, genuinely wondering why these two crazy geniuses suddenly entered a high-stakes staring battle. Staring at the absurd tension unfold, Jiwoo's eyes light up with mischievous curiosity, thinking that this intense game actually looks insanely fun. Without warning, Jiwoo abruptly challenges the classmate sitting next to her to a random staring match, catching him completely off guard as he recoils in shock. Fire blazes brightly inside Jiwoo's eyes as she takes her competitive stance, ready to completely dominate the table in true chaotic fashion. The artist's transition from study stress to total table chaos here is brilliant. Junsu blinks in utter confusion as the staring match comes to an abrupt halt, realizing with a sweat drop that the game had somehow already begun without him even noticing. Zooming in on Jiwoo's unblinking eyes, she locks onto him with an intense, sparkling brown glare that radiates pure competitive focus. Unable to keep his eyelids open for another second, Junsu comically rolls his eyes back in utter defeat, deadpanning that he lost the battle before it even got serious. Flustered by his instant surrender, Jiwoo leans over and yells in frustration, while Junsu dramatically fake cries that his eyes were simply wide open from shock. Bro lost in literally 2 seconds and immediately started making excuses like a classic sore loser. Wiping away his theatrical tears, Junsu comically laments his lifelong streak of winning snowball fights, hilariously blaming his own physical limitations for the loss. After taking a short break to recover from the intense staring match, Junsu rests an ice pack over his burning eyes while their friend looks on in utter bewilderment. So get this, there's this thing called the Shatter Dome, basically a massive robot fortress built to fight these monsters, but there's a major power struggle happening, and things are about to get wild. Like, no joke. Adjusting his posture at the wooden table, Junsu glances up with a quiet, unbothered look as the high-tension atmosphere finally settles down. Across the table, Jiwoo holds her gaze steady, staring right back at him with her wide, crystal-clear eyes. Captivated by her direct eye contact, Junsu internally admits to himself that he has never seen anyone with eyes quite like hers before. Staring into the bright reflection of her golden brown pupils, he quietly compliments the unusually soft and warm shade of brown in her eyes. The second the words leave his mouth, a sudden wave of heat rushes to Junsu's cheeks as steam literally pours out of his head. Look at him turning into an overcooked teapot over a single simple compliment. His cool facade completely melted away. Right on cue, the cafe staff arrives carrying a mouth-watering plate of fresh fruit waffles topped with whipped cream and strawberries, prompting gasps of delight from the entire table. Everyone immediately gathers around the sweet dessert with glowing excitement, snapping quick photos while Junsu sits silently beside them, looking like he's in some kind of trance or state of disbelief, still blushing down to his collar. Hiding his flushed face behind his laptop screen, Junsu's mind wildly races as he wonders if she noticed how flustered he really was. The girls happily chat over their delicious snacks, completely oblivious to the dramatic romantic tension that just unfolded right beside him. Outside the cafe window, the loudspeaker crackles to life, announcing upcoming school event schedules, directing students to gather back in their classrooms after lunch. Sipping her canned drink near the window, Jiwoo mentions that the annual school sports day is being held earlier than usual due to field renovations next semester. Slamming her hand against the glass pane, Jiwoo suddenly yells out in indignation, demanding to know why third-year students are completely excluded from participating. Junsu lets out a soft, sympathetic chuckle as Jiwoo comically sheds dramatic tears over the unfair lack of freedom for upperclassmen. Jiwoo's dramatic outrage over school events is always top-tier comedy. She acts like she's fighting for human rights. Munching on a bag of crunchy corn chips, Jiwoo sulks that she didn't even want to participate anyway, while the glasses-wearing classmate quietly listens beside her. The intercom crackles again with a clear broadcast announcement, calling all second-year relay participants to report directly to the center field. Topping her chest proudly, Jiwoo perks up instantly, declaring that when it comes to the relay race, she is the undisputed star runner. She smirks mischievously while boasting about her track record, playfully rubbing her victory in everyone else's faces. A vivid vision pops up showing Jiwoo wearing jersey number 31 flashing a victory sign, remembering how she obliterated the entire competition without letting anyone stand a chance. Recalling her terrifying speed on the track, Junsu and his classmate realize why her name sounded so familiar. She was the legendary runner who took first place by a massive landslide. She talks big, but she actually has the athletic feats to back it up. Absolute legend status. Soyeon freezes in place as a sudden jolt of memory strikes her. Taking a quick sharp breath, dark shadowy cloud instantly looms over Soyeon's head, muttering that sports day only brings back horrifyingly embarrassing memories. Staring blankly ahead with deadpan eyes, she whispers that those past events were pure cringe from start to finish. Jiwoo tilts her head in curiosity, asking if she lost terribly in a race. But Soyeon shakes her head and clarifies that it was much worse than that. Crushing her empty snack wrapper in pure irritation, Soyeon explains how her chaotic classmates tied her hair into silly pigtails and forced her to wear a humiliating squirrel onesie as their official class uniform. Hearing her tragic backstory, the glasses classmate imagines her ridiculous mascot outfit and quietly thinks to himself that she must have looked insanely cute. Pro is out here finding her most embarrassing trauma moment absolutely adorable. He's totally hopeless. He turns his head and fixes a steady, thoughtful stare directly on her, serious, observing her intense facial reaction. Feeling his heavy gaze on the side of her face, Soyeon turns her head toward the nearby drink machine. She blinks repeatedly in total confusion. Wonder why he keeps staring at her without saying a single word. Coolly pushing up his round, wire-frame glasses, the boy maintains his quiet, unbothered posture. Soyeon's eyes turn into hollow white circles, deadpan, as she flatly reiterates how cringe her memory was, only for him to dryly reply that he heard it the first time. She drops her chin awkwardly. Feeling completely defeated by his blunt and icy response. Later that afternoon, back in the quiet classroom, Soyeon works diligently through her workbook, while her tired desk mate slumps over, sleeping soundly on her arms. Suddenly, the outdoor speaker blares a new announcement across the campus, calling all second-year students to assemble for the random mission run. Hearing the mission run announcement, the glasses classmate narrows his sharp eyes and mutters out loud that he definitely wants to witness this event firsthand. Down on the sunlit running track, participants line up in their athletic gear while judges organize the starting positions. Holding her favorite carrot-shaped pen against her chin, Soyeon rests her head on her hand, reflecting back on that chaotic day. Flashback reveals Soyeon standing in the bright sunlight wearing the oversized brown squirrel pajama onesie, cheeks flushed red with pigtails sticking out of her hood. Look at her looking like a super grumpy, adorable woodland creature. No wonder she considered this a core traumatic memory. Sitting on the nearby bleachers in a black sports jersey and Nike headband, the glasses classmate quietly flips through his study notes while waiting for the races to start. Positioned right outside the bench area, Sirius the flustered squirrel onesie Soyeon holds a relay baton while the cool glasses boy glances up to lock eyes with her. Shifting back even further into childhood memories, Soyeon remembers her proud parents lifting her up high in the air, gushing over her flawless academic record and trophy sweeps, squishing her cheeks between them in a tight family hug. Her parents beam with absolute absolute joy, proudly declaring that Soyeon is the ultimate pride and joy of their lives. Little Soyeon giggles happily with cherry hair ribbons bouncing in her hair, enjoying every bit of praise and affection, visualizing a flawless report card covered in clean, straight hundreds. The heavy pressure of maintaining top excellence echoed deep within her mind, standing proudly before her admiring classmates with her perfect test scores held high. Young Soyeon internalizes the unbreakable belief that she was destined to stay above everyone else. Her competitive grind set started from elementary school. She was born to dominate the scoreboards. Reflecting back on her early childhood years, Soyeon recalls how everyone used to treat her like a natural-born prodigy, while envious classmates groaned in frustration whenever she casually snatched top marks without breaking a sweat. Moving on to a prestigious private elementary school, she quickly realized that the competition was fierce, staring blankly at her test paper whenever she stumbled on a tough problem and wondered how on earth she slipped up. Getting a warm pat on the head from her proud teacher, young Soyeon quickly learned that as long as she brought home flawless results, everyone around her would shower her with unlimited love and praise. Glancing over a report card completely packed with straight 100% scores, she genuinely loved studying because absorbing complex information felt as effortless as breathing. Honestly, having a report card this clean is every student's ultimate dream. She was practically playing life on easy mode. But as time went on, that illusion of absolute perfection slowly began to show its first tiny cracks. Narration transitioning into Yi-In Girls Middle School. The academic stakes grew higher as the workload expanded exponentially. Staring blankly at her graded assignments, Soyeon found herself tilting her head in confusion as unexpected errors started creeping onto her papers. Sitting alone at her classroom desk, she would beat herself up over missing simple numbers during test prep, coming to the painful realization that she possessed a fatal weakness under pressure. Sweating profusely in class while clutching her aching stomach, her intense test anxiety consumed her thoughts so deeply that she even tossed and turned in bed at night, terrified of forgetting key vocabulary after taking a short nap. Narration. Even though her overall rank held strong at number 1 out of over 300 students, the overwhelming stress constantly triggered silly, careless mistakes during her final calculations. Talk about extreme academic pressure when being number 1 still makes you feel like you're failing. That stress level is totally off the charts. Narration, she reassured herself that minor slips didn't matter as long as her middle school rank stayed at the absolute top, holding on to her pride as an undefeated star pupil. Suddenly, the cruel reality crashed down on her computer screen, displaying a harsh red rejected banner right across her application status. Staring in complete shock at the devastating rejection notice, her elite dream of entering the high-level autonomous private high school instantly shattered into pieces. Wow, after years of being praised as an unstoppable genius, getting hit with a cold rejection status must have felt like a total sledgehammer to her soul. Flashing back to middle school graduation season, a younger Soyeon sits upright in a tense interview room, methodically explaining her literary breakdown of an assigned passage. Articulating every point with practiced precision, she breaks down the narrator's situation, their philosophical realization about nature, and the romantic metaphor directed toward the subject. Across the long examination table, 3 stoic evaluators study her response under sterile fluorescent lighting. When one interviewer suddenly raises an eyebrow to question her interpretation, panically, Soyeon's eyes widen as internal alarms start blaring. Oh, look at that classic student freeze reflex. The second an examiner asks, "Are you sure?" your entire life flash forwards before your eyes. The examiner leans forward with an intimidating shadow looming over the desk, bluntly asking if she completely misunderstood the poetic target of the passage. Paralyzed by the unexpected pressure drill, panicked, Soyeon's mind completely blanks out into static silence, fumbling her words in real time. Back home, the old man is getting absolutely wrecked by the masked dude. He's bleeding from his mouth and looks like he's about to die, so his children are pretty freaked. The masked dude tells him to say his prayers, but their dad is apparently too old to care, basically telling him to cut the chatter and shoot. He just wants to have some steak and pork with that little guy. Her doting parents gently pat her shoulders with warm, encouraging smiles, reassuring her that reaching the final round of such a prestigious academy without private tutoring is already remarkable. Staring blankly at her desk while holding back bitter tears, the agonizing sting of rejection cuts deep into her pride, forcing her to write Namyeon High School as her backup choice. Her parents are out here showering her with unconditional love, but perfectionist brain says absolutely not. Defeat is unacceptable. Sunlight glints off the front gates of Namian High School, a standard liberal arts institution where she plans to stage her academic comeback. Strategically plotting her academic path, Soyeon sets her eyes on securing early admission to Seoul University through the top-ranked regional GPA quota. Bursting through the classroom doorway with her midterm report card crumpled in hand, Soyeon storms into the hallway while her bewildered friend shouts after her. Biting her lower lip in disbelief, she fumes over dropping only 2 questions, yet still failing to take the absolute #1 spot in the entire grade. Losing first place by literally 2 marks when you planned your entire college trajectory around being untouchable? Yeah, she's on absolute demon mode right now. Marching with fiery determination toward Class 1, she demands to see the face of the mysterious prodigy occupying the top rank. Her brisk strides echo across the busy corridor, completely laser-focused on confronting her academic rival. Turning the corner too quickly, her forehead smacks right into a tall student's shoulder. Wincing as she rubs her forehead, Soyeon quickly mumbles a polite apology to the stranger standing in her way. Nothing says great first impression quite like headbutting your destined rival in the school hallway. Groups of upperclassmen chat near the window, gossiping about famous freshmen who drew massive attention during the entrance ceremony. Soyeon glances sideways at the stylish crowd, overhearing whispers about the ridiculously high test scores of the new top students. A booming voice echoes down the hall as the discipline teacher yells about illegal ear piercings and dyed hair, scattering nervous students in all directions. Standing right beside her, a brown-haired boy quietly takes off his wire-frame glasses to adjust them against the morning sunlight. Hold on. Check out this classic manhwa glow-up reveal. The glasses come off and the main character aura instantly hits maximum overdrive. Soyeon freezes on the spot, catching a full glimpse of his strikingly handsome features. Looking down at her with a calm, unbothered expression, Junsu casually wonders if the hallway commotion is somehow about him. Sliding his dark frames back over his nose, he tilts his head with a blank, clueless stare. Soyeon stands utterly paralyzed with wide saucer eyes. Watching the guy everyone whispered about casually wander off, her brain literally just hit the blue screen of death trying to process that the cool slacker is actually the academic powerhouse beating her. Silent question mark hovers over her flabbergasted face, realizing this was her very first encounter with Kim Jinsu. Soyeon gazes thoughtfully into the classroom sunlight, whispers constantly tracking his name on the school-wide bulletin boards. Catching sight of his broad shoulders walking away down the hallway, she quietly vows to outscore him on every single upcoming test. She turned this guy into her personal final boss, and he's just strolling around living rent-free in her mind. Months later, her parents stare at her latest report card with wide open eyes, gasping at her outstanding rank. Wrapping her in an affectionate embrace, both parents cheer enthusiastically over her taking second place across the entire school. Forced to wear a polite smile while burning up inside, Soyeon inwardly screams that second place is simply first among the losers. Clenching the report card tight in her fist, she reminds herself that with all her family's support and privilege, accepting anything below absolute perfection feels unacceptable. Her parents are literally throwing a celebration party, and Soyeon is plotting academic vengeance in silence, pure perfectionist energy. Sweeping the next exam term with top honors, her name finally climbs right back to #1 on the grade roster. Surrounding her desk in pure admiration, her classmates shower her with praise over her impossible test scores. Staring down at the perfect transcript in quiet contemplation, Soyeon wonders why her mind continues using Junsu as the sole benchmark for her own success. Flashing forward to sports day, Soyeon stands awkwardly on the track wearing an oversized chipmunk costume while clutching a red relay baton. Look at her dressed as a giant squirrel. So much for maintaining an intimidating top student aura. Wearing a black basketball jersey and a headband, Junsu reads the mission note handed to him for the scavenger race. Walking up with bright red blushing cheeks inside her oversized animal hood, Soyeon hesitantly calls out his name from behind the tent post. Junsu's teammates burst out laughing, teasing him that the scavenger prompt literally told him to go grab the highest scoring student in the entire school. The sports festival scavenger hunt is basically Cupid in disguise. They knew exactly what they were doing with that prompt. Fidgeting with her costume sleeves, Soyeon shyly asks if he is indeed the #1 ranked student in their school year. Right on cue, the loudspeaker blares across the stadium grounds, announcing that scavenger pairs must hold hands to officially officially validate the race finish. And teammates in the background cackle and gossip mischievously. Turning around to watch the unexpected pairing unfold, Junsu calmly extends an open palm toward her, dryly stating that if they're strictly measuring by science branch standards, he qualifies before asking if she's ready to go. Look at him, using academic technicalities to justify holding her hand. Man has logic for literally every romantic trope. Pouting with narrowed eyes inside her fuzzy hood, So-Yen inwardly grumbles that the mission note never specified science over liberal arts, locking fingers across the open track lane. The pair walks hand in hand as onlookers immediately whisper about whether they're an official couple. Overhearing loud gossip from the bleachers about Junsu having a terrifying secret girlfriend, So-Yen's jaw drops in pure shock, wondering who on earth that could possibly be. Imagining a hilarious alternate reality where she cheerfully took the stage as number one, she sighs over how effortlessly everything could have played out without him stealing the spotlight. Her delusional fantasy versus reality is top-tier comedy. She just wanted bragging rights, but got caught in school romance rumors instead. Walking side by side under the Golden Stadium sunlight, their clasped hands swing gently with every step toward the finish line. Pulling her animal hood low over her steaming red face, So-Yen silently melts into pure romantic mortification. Junsu stands quietly under the bright sunlight of sports day, looking over at So-Yen with his usual calm and unbothered expression. Tilting his head slightly, he silently wonders why this girl in the chipmunk suit is looking at him so intently. Suddenly, as part of the scavenger hunt rules, their fingers intertwine, connecting his bare hand with hers for the very first time. He squeezes her hand tightly to complete the mission, sending a sudden jolt to her entire body. Look at that dynamic shift. 1 second they're academic enemies, and the next, they're forced into an intimate hand-holding mission. Deep inside her oversized plush hood, So-Yen's face instantly ignites into a fiery red blush, completely taken aback by his warm grip. Staring up at his stoic expression, she whispers on how this moment marks the very first time she ever held Kim Junsu's hand. Feeling the surprising warmth radiating from his palm, she comes to the quiet realization that his touch feels unexpectedly soothing. She glances sideways while trying to hide her reddening cheeks, realizing that despite being strangers, he was genuinely concerned about her well-being during their very first meeting. Her inner perfectionist is practically melting right now. He completely shattered her tough rivalry defense with a single handhold, unable to process her overwhelming feelings. So-Yen bites her lip tightly while her cheeks burn bright crimson inside her hood. Standing side by side before the check-in table, the contrast between her ridiculous squirrel outfit and his sleek, athletic look couldn't be more hilarious. A rookie teacher verifies their identity on his laptop while chuckling cheerfully, confirming Junsu's name before approving their scavenger mission pass. But So-Yen's anxious brain instantly spirals into panic, imagining Junsu's supposed scary girlfriend cornering her on the rooftop with a pipe for holding his hand. Her imagination is out here creating full-blown horror movie villains over a simple school sports race. Talk about elite-level overthinking. Panicking over her imaginary rooftop beatdown, So-Yen turns away and mumbles a tiny, trembling apology right into her hood. Junsu blinks behind his wireframe glasses in sheer confusion, having absolutely no idea why she's apologizing out of nowhere, keeping her head hidden in shame. So-Yen blurted out that since he has a girlfriend, she's deeply sorry for grabbing his hand without permission. Junsu quickly tries to clarify that hand-holding was literally the written rule of the game, but So-Yen frantically bows down in complete panic. The poor guy's just following the sports day handbook while she's treating it like a major scandal. Panicking beyond belief, she sprints across the running track at full speed like a wild animal, screaming for him to tell his girlfriend while the teacher yells at her to return to the center field. Junsu stands dead silent in the middle of the track, watching a giant squirrel costume vanish into a cloud of dust. Looking back at their past middle school days, So-Yen recalls how cheerful she used to be beside him before their fierce academic rivalry even began. Present-day So-Yen gazes vacantly across her desk, bitterly thinking that those forgotten memories mean absolutely nothing to him now. She's holding a massive grudge over a forgotten childhood memory while He's probably just wondering what's for lunch. Pouting with red cheeks in the middle of class? Ugh.
She grumpily labels him as the ultimate bad guy in her mind.
Resting her chin against the cold wooden desk, she idly scrolls through her old phone text logs during class. Screen displays their old messages, showing how she used to tease him about texting while sitting directly in front of each other. Staring blankly at the bright display, her expression darkens as she reflects on how drastically their relationship flipped over time. Scrolling further up the chat history, she reads through their old study plans from May 2020, where they used to joke around casually. Her eyes land on her last cold reply, telling him to go to the study cafe alone, somberly questioning how two people like them could ever remain friends. Reading back old text messages when you're mad at someone is the ultimate self-inflicted damage. She is hurting her own feelings. In the present classroom, Junsu shifts in his seat and glints his glasses toward her direction, looking down at his own phone screen. He remembers her short and distant "got it" response from back then. From sitting upright in his chair, Junsu gazes out the window with a quiet, contemplative expression. With a deliberate move, he slides his phone into his pocket and makes his decision. Turning his head around toward the hallway, he spots Soyeon standing near the hallway vending machines. Before he can walk away, Soyeon suddenly reaches out and grabs his wrist firmly, while Junsu turns around, telling her not to go anywhere. Clenching her fingers tight around his hand, Soyeon stares directly into his eyes with unyielding determination. Look at this reversal! From sprinting away in a squirrel suit to pulling a dramatic physical hold in the hallway, she is taking no prisoners now. Junsu holds a cold sports drink can in his free hand, casually looking down at her sudden intense hold. Meanwhile, two upperclassmen sitting on a bench near the hallway machines watch the entire dramatic showdown unfold right in front of them. The girl sipping her Pocari Sweat cocks her head in utter confusion, asking her friend if things between Soyeon and Jusu just turned super weird. Her male friend blinks with wide open eyes, gasping as he realizes the school's top two academic prodigies are holding hands in public. Ignoring the spectators, Junsu reassures her that he isn't going anywhere, while Soyeon, mocking, fiercely commands him to go straight back to studying. Standing firm in the middle of the corridor, Soyeon keeps her tight grip locked onto his hand while Junsu blinks in clueless amazement. Holding his hand hostage just to force him into a study showdown is top-tier academic aggression. She really treats love and grades like a full-blown war. As early summer heat sets in outside the school windows, the mood shifts back to earlier weeks when the burning pressure of high school finals first began taking its relentless toll. Scrolling through past exam archives on a phone screen, curious, the looming nightmare of the upcoming June assessment sat heavily on every senior's mind. Out on the sunlit courtyard stairs, Soyeon's friends gather to discuss her recent bizarre behavior, warning each other not to get dragged into whatever mess she is currently navigating with that strange guy. You know someone's dramatic when even their own squad starts holding emergency stairwell interventions. And her friend sighs while looking over her shoulder, recalling how Soyeon was called away mid-conversation by the homeroom teacher earlier that day. Hilarious flashback visual bubbles pop up showing Soyeon emitting a terrifying dark study aura while frantically mumbling formulas, leaving her friends completely spooked to even approach her. Shaking her head with a serious expression, her friend cautions everyone that bothering Soyeon during her hyper-focused exam phase, gasp, could easily trigger a catastrophic meltdown. Listening intently while resting his chin on his knees, her classmate absorbs the warning while contemplating the true root of her overwhelming academic anxiety. Standard high school drama where a simple mock exam gets treated like a life-or-death anime tournament. Tilting his head as a realization strikes, he openly wonders if her sudden emotional volatility is tied directly to the upcoming June test results. He explains to the group that whenever major evaluation periods roll around, Soyeon's perfectionist side turns her into an absolute nerve-wrack. A glimpse into her backstory reveals her childhood standing between her parents, whispers, both of whom are legendary humanities professors, placing immense unwritten expectations on their only daughter. Back on the concrete steps, her friends piece together why Soyeon drives herself to the absolute breaking point. Realizing her obsession with rank 1 isn't just pride, it's this drastic drive to finally measure up. Crossing her arms with a skeptical scoff, her friend argues that dumping such staggering family legacy expectations onto a teenager is way too harsh. Finally, someone in this school saying what we're all thinking. Her classmate chimes in to defend her parents, pointing out that they are actually exceptionally sweet people who support her without ever making toxic comparisons. Turning her gaze toward the distant courtyard, her friend thoughtfully counters that even unconditional support can become an invisible, inescapable cage. She explains that she feels suffocated by that constant reassurance, as if there's no room to fall apart. It's like being forced to stay upright all the time. Crushing burden when a child feels obligated to be perfect. Standing under the bright campus courtyard, and up next, we've got the stylish class president questioning Junsu about his extreme study dedication. I mean, what's really going on there, right? Junsu stares down at his buzzing smartphone screen, casually asking what better motivation someone could possibly need besides pure academic curiosity. Soyeon grinds her teeth in irritated chibi form, wondering if the smug genius is genuinely giving her a straight answer with a straight face. You can practically see the smoke coming out of her ears. He acts like hitting rank 1 is as casual as breathing. Tucking his thumbs into his pockets, he glances sideways as a fresh notification lights up his screen. Looking down at a text message from Soyeon reading, "Let's go together after we finish." The warm, friendly invitation stands in stark, painful contrast to the terrible fallout happening right now, crowding right over his shoulders. His classmates warn him that skipping study group without permission is practically a death sentence. He pauses in deep thought whispers, letting the frantic warnings roll off his shoulders without the slightest concern. Staring down at his chat log, squints, catches sight of Soyeon's distant figure hurrying along the outdoor pathway. No matter how crowded the schoolyard gets, his eyes instantly lock onto his favorite rival. Meanwhile, back inside the classroom, Soyeon packs her heavy reading binder into her pink backpack while strategizing her afternoon commute, gripping her backpack straps tight. She reminds herself to constantly listen to English vocabulary recordings so she doesn't waste a single precious second of transit time. Narrowing her eyes in cold concentration, she acknowledges that despite throwing all kinds of subtle academic hurdles his way, Kim Junsu remains completely uncontrollable. Recalling Junsu's formidable shadow as he walked out of the exam room, everyone knew that no matter how hard anyone bled over their books, he was always destined to secure total perfection effortlessly. Staring down at her exam papers, she bitterly admits that even when she scores full marks, beating his effortless brilliance feels like hitting an impenetrable wall. When a perfect 100 still feels like losing. You know, academic trauma has taken full control of your life. Remembering the high-stakes track event, the memory of standing shoulder to shoulder on the running lanes flashes across her mind. A familiar hand suddenly reaches in from behind, interrupting her deep internal spiral. Wrapping her arms around Soyeon in an affectionate bear hug, her best friend calls out her name with a bright smile. Leaning in close with sparkling eyes, she playfully asks if Soyeon wants to head downtown to grab dinner together after school. Blushing nervously with an awkward sweat drop, Soyeon stammers that she already has plans with someone else today. Her two closest friends exchange skeptical glances, hovering over her desk with raised eyebrows. Leaning against the wooden desk edge, her friend bluntly asks if the mysterious person happens to be Kim Junsu yet again. Soyeon freezes like a deer caught in headlights, unable to form a coherent excuse. The poker face completely shattered right there. Her friends can read her like an open textbook, crossing her arms with absolute deadpan certainty. Her friend decides it is finally time for some raw honesty. Grabbing Soyeon firmly by both shoulders, she demands to know when the two of them are officially going to start dating. Shaking her back and forth relentlessly, she yells that hanging out alone every single afternoon is basically dating in disguise. Soyeon tilts her head with wide, clueless eyes, naively asking what having a romantic something even means. Her friend immediately gives up on the spot, diagnosing her with chronic single brain syndrome is legendary comedy. Slinging her backpack over one shoulder, the short-haired friend pouts that Junsu is completely abandoned walking home with their usual group. Pointing an accusing finger straight at Soyeon's flustered face, she demands immediate updates the second anything romantic unfolds between them. Tapping her chin with a mischievous grin, the friend notes that Junsu acts far too smooth to be someone who has never been around girls before. A sudden chime vibrates inside Soyeon's palm, showing Junsu's text announcing he is already waiting outside her classroom. Slinging her pink backpack over both shoulders, panicked, Soyeon dashes through the sliding doorway while leaving her suspicious friends behind. Watching her silhouette vanish down the hallway, the two friends trade lingering, knowing smirks. Pushing through the school lobby doors into the warm sunset glow, Soyeon spots him waiting right by the front steps. Looking directly into her eyes under the afternoon light, Junsu casually drops the ultimate bombshell, asking if he can come over to her house to hang out. Bro dropped that line with zero hesitation and maximum casual energy. Absolute riz without even trying. Soyeon's jaw unhinges in pure disbelief, panic, repeating his words in utter shock. Adjusting his glasses without breaking eye contact, he presses on, asking if they can head over as soon as possible. Standing stunned in the middle of the crowded courtyard, she demands to know why on earth he wants to visit her house so out of nowhere. Cut to the backseat of a sedan, where the two rivals sit miles apart with their backpacks clutched like protective shields. Cupping her phone close to her lips in a hushed whisper, Soyeon frantically clarifies to her mother that he is definitely not her boyfriend, resting his chin on his palm while watching the city pass by. Junsu overhears her mention that her father is away on a week-long business trip. Snapping his head around with wide, curious eyes, Junsu catches her completely off guard. Look at how fast his ears perked up the moment he heard that dad was out of town. The scene cuts to the sleek exterior of Soyeon's modern two-story home, where a sudden typhoon has just canceled all domestic flights. Inside the spacious foyer, Soyeon's mother happily explains over the call that she just arrived home from work early. Turning around toward the staircase, then the mom casually asks her husband if it's fine for Soyeon to bring a classmate over. With a delighted, teasing grin spreading across her face, she drops the news that their daughter is bringing home a boy. Soyeon's father freezes mid-step on the staircase, staring forward through cracked glasses in pure protective dad terror. Dad's internal alarm system just triggered at code red. He was not prepared for this guest at all. Pulling smoothly into the driveway, whispers, the chauffeur announces their safe arrival at the front gate. The heavy front door swings open, revealing Soyeon's mother greeting the visitor with a beaming, radiant smile. Standing side by side in the doorway, Soyeon trembles with a pale, stressed expression while towering Junsu looks completely calm. Welcoming them warmly into the modern entryway, the mother happily invites them inside after their long school day. Looking down at the tall guest, the mom confirms if his name is indeed Kim Jinsu, while Soyeon inwardly screams in sheer regret over bringing him home. Gripping her backpack straps as sweat drips down her face, Soyeon rationalizes that letting him study anywhere unsupervised would have given him a massive academic advantage over her. Even when introducing a boy to her parents, her brain is running 100% on competitive exam paranoia. Jinsu bends forward into a flawless textbook 90-degree bow, politely introducing himself for the first time, while Soyeon glares at his suspiciously angelic manners. Junsu steps quietly into the foyer, casting a calm side glance, chuckles nervously, as he prepares to enter Soyeon's house. Peeking around the doorframe cautiously, Soyeon's dad narrows his eyes behind his glasses, taking a careful look at the surprised guest standing in their hallway. Adjusting his frame with an intimidating poise, her father glints his lenses under the room lights before dryly telling Junsu to step inside. Her mother bursts into the doorway with a radiant laugh, teasing her husband for acting timid during their very first meeting, while Soyeon stands frozen on the sides, nervous gulp, sweating bullets, inwardly sensing that total chaos is about to erupt. Look at her face! She knows her parents are about to turn this harmless visit into an absolute circus. Staring right into Junsu's eyes without flinching, her dad drops a bombshell with a deadpan face, asking Junsu to marry his daughter right on the spot. Junsu blinks behind his wireframes in utter stun, completely frozen by the unexpected proposal coming from a guy he just met like 5 seconds ago. Soyeon's mom bursts out laughing at her husband's blunder, pointing out that usually a dad is supposed to say he'll never give his daughter away, leaving Junsu and Soyeon sitting stiffly on the couch in absolute bewilderment. Clearing his throat with a stern cough, her dad quickly corrects himself, stating that the information in his brain got scrambled, so he meant to say he can't give his daughter away. Soyeon leaps off the couch in pure hysterics, screaming at her dad to ask what on earth he was blabbering about, while Junsu quietly thinks to himself that he never even asked for her in the first place. Her dad is out here speed-running the entire in-law arc in under 2 minutes. Talk about an elite comedic failure. Adjusting his posture calmly, her dad defends his script by claiming her mom told him to practice that line at least once whenever a boy visits, so he wouldn't forget it for 20 years. Talk about playing the long game, sending Soyeon into another screeching fit that they aren't even dating. Leaning back against the sofa cushions, her mother cocks her head in genuine intrigue, teasingly asking what other kind of relationship would prompt her to bring a boy home all by himself. Sweating profusely under her mother's intense gaze, Soyeon stammers helplessly, searching her mind for an answer that won't sound completely suspicious. Twiddling her fingers anxiously, Soyeon squeaks out that they are just friends, or at least something roughly along those lines. Her mom beams with a bright smile, excited, confirming with a playful giggle if Junsu is truly Soyeon's friend, to which Junsu gives a quiet, polite nod. You can practically see the mother's brain calculating whole wedding venues while the kids are desperately trying to stay in the friend zone. Resting her cheek against her palm merrily, her mom reveals that Soyeon spent her entire life in girls-only environments, attending a private separated elementary school and an all-girls middle school, making this her first time ever inviting a boy home. Soyeon buries her burning face in frustration, begging her mom to stop spilling unnecessary TMI details, while Junsu simply absorbs the awkward information, standing up from the sofa. Soyeon grumpily decides to drop the awkward chat and properly introduce her parents so she can go change out of her uniform. Talk about a quick pivot. She explains that her mother is a famous novelist while her dad researches English literature and translates her books, adding the secondary detail that both of them work as adjunct professors at Seox University. Looking back at Junsu with a deadpan expression, Soyeon summarizes her household as a perfectly humanities-focused family. The academic flex in this house is unreal. 2 university professors raising a prodigy, and now they're interrogating the science genius. She turns toward her bedroom hallway, warning her parents strictly not to utter another single weird sentence while she steps away to change her clothes. Her parents flash innocent, mischievous grins, promising her cheerfully that they won't say anything strange at all as she leaves the room. The second the bedroom door shuts, a heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the living room as Junsu sits alone across from both parents. Breaking the awkward quiet, her mother leans forward with a polite smile, asking Junsu how exactly he and Soyeon managed to become close. Junsu hesitates for a second, recalling past moments of Soyeon teasing him about being in the same school and asking if he was good at math. Under the watchful eyes of both professors, Junsu carefully responds that they met while studying together. Her mom instantly perches on the edge of her seat, shouting in pure excitement as she asks if Soyeon is the one helping him study. Her mom's motherly pride is operating at maximum capacity right now. She is ready to brag to the whole neighborhood. Recalling how Soyeon used to drag him along for arcade breaks after class, Junsu nods and agrees, prompting her mom to burst into proud praise about how Soyeon was never sent to private academies, yet remains the absolute pride of their family. Leaning in close to Junsu, her mother proudly boasts that she has held the #1 rank in the humanities track for 2 full years straight. Junsu politely replies that he is already aware, as the side note highlights his own status as the rank 1 science student and former overall top student, causing her mom to gasp in sudden realization. Her mother tilts her head innocently, asking if he drinks Hoshi juice and whether they share the same classroom, assuming Soyeon takes super good care of her close bodies, but the fact that she's still friends with people she knew in elementary school? I mean, that's pretty sweet. Junsu maintains a completely stoic face, quietly correcting her that they aren't actually in the same class at all. His deadpan responses are lethal. He delivers raw facts like a human computer, while her mom is just vibing. In his mind's eye, Junsu vividly remembers Soyeon's bright, a genuine laugh echoed down the school hallway back when things were simpler between them. He turns his gaze silently toward her empty seat on the couch, reflecting on the drastic shift from their sweet past to their current tense rivalry. Clasping his hands tightly together over his knees, Junsu sits in quiet contemplation, resolving to understand the lingering feelings that connect them both. Clasping her hands together with an overjoyed expression, Soyeon's mom swoons in utter relief as she boasts about their family's core motto of living to help others, while her husband stands behind her, simply uttering a baffled noise. Turning her cheerful gaze directly toward Junsu, her mother happily asks if he would like to take a look at something special sitting on the table. Displayed across the glass coffee table is a massive haul of shiny trophies, gold medals, official honor certificates, and even a framed childhood photograph of little Soyeon cheering with open arms. Adjusting his glasses with a sharp slide of his hand, her father takes over narrative duty, proudly explaining that starting from the left, she won a national speech contest gold prize in 2nd grade, followed by a prestigious gut grand prize in 4th grade. Look at this dad flexing his daughter's academic awards like a proud military general presenting battlefield medals. Her mother beams radiant pride beside him, reminiscing about how they never even enrolled her in private gifted academies. Yet she constantly brought home top-tier trophies all on her own. Pointing a finger directly at the adorable snapshot of little Soyeon, Junsu looks down attentively and asks when exactly that framed memory was captured. Her mom cheerfully explains that it was snapped the very first time Soyeon secured first place in her whole elementary school, so prompting Junsu to politely ask if he can hold the picture himself.
Swooning over how impossibly cute her daughter was back then.
Yeah, her mom marvels at how fast time flew now that Soyeon is already a high school senior, huh? Completely unaware that Soyeon has just walked down the staircase and caught them red-handed. Look at Soyeon's face on the stairs. She walked out expecting a normal afternoon and immediately got hit with full-blown childhood cringe. Soyeon's face turns bright red with blank white eyes, completely speechless as her soul practically leaves her body in utter embarrassment. Storming into the center of the living room with a furious screech, Soyeon screams at her parents to stop embarrassing her right this instant, while her mom playfully giggles to her dad that they got caught. Stomping her foot in pure frustration, Soyeon yells that showing off her old baby pictures will make her way too embarrassed to ever invite friends over again, while Junsu quietly holds the small photo in his hands. He keeps complaining at the top of her lungs, telling her parents that even if they love her to death, they need to show some mercy and consider how awkward her guest feels sitting right there. Her parents are out here giving Junsu a full museum tour of her childhood while she's fighting for her absolute life. The camera zooms in on the adorable photograph, showing little Soyeon beaming with pure joy and tossing her arms wide into the air. Gazing down at the cute picture in his palm, Junsu wears a subtle, gentle expression on his face as he gazes at her childhood happiness. Later that evening, Junsu sits quietly in the backseat of his family chauffeur's car, looking out the side window as a soft cough draws his attention. Standing right outside the passenger door with her arms crossed stubbornly, Soyeon warns him with a deadpan face that studying inside their family car carries a terrifying jinx that guarantees you won't get a perfect mock exam score. Junsu stares blankly out the window frame at her, completely unbothered by her outrageous claim, as the bottom note points out that her warning is 100% baseless nonsense. She really invented an entire urban legend on the spot just to keep him from reading vocab cards on his ride home. Her brain operates purely on competitive survival tactics. Standing out on the evening sidewalk in her plush slippers, Soyeon holds her ground right next to the sleek white vehicle as the dusk light settles over the quiet neighborhood. Sweat drips down her cheek as she hesitates internally, wondering if Junsu already figured out that her entire jinx story was a blatant lie to stop him from studying. Resting his forearm against the open window frame, Junsu looks straight into her eyes and tells her to come closer because he has something important to tell her. Beckoning her closer with two swift, commanding finger flicks, he dryly urges her to hurry up and step nearer to the door. Soyeon cautiously bends her upper body toward the open frame, grumbling under her breath that he could easily just speak from where he's sitting. Leaning in until their faces are mere inches apart, both of them lock eyes in a sudden, breathless moment of intense audio-visual intimacy through the open window frame, remaining entirely composed while staring into her wide eyes. Junsu quietly murmurs that he thinks it's something worth receiving. Soyeon tilts her head in absolute confusion, repeating his mysterious word back to him as she wonders what on earth he means by praise. The romantic visual atmosphere was building up so high, and then he drops a cryptic study evaluation on her. Classic textbook genius move. Junsu keeps his steady gaze fixed on her bewildered face, leaving her completely clueless as to why he brought up praise so randomly out of nowhere. Turning his face back toward the driver's seat, Junsu casually dismisses the topic by telling her to forget it before bidding her a calm, see you tomorrow. The luxury white sedan accelerates smoothly down the empty road, leaving Soyeon standing on the sidewalk in her slippers, watching the taillights fade into the distance. Cupping her chin in deep confusion, So-yeon stares down the vacant street, unable to stop pondering what he was trying to communicate to her. The car glides smoothly past tall city buildings and glowing street lights, cutting through the twilight's evening skyline as urban traffic moves around them. Fastening his seatbelt snugly across his chest, Junsu politely instructs the driver that dropping him off near Onion Station will be perfectly fine. He turns his face toward the dark side window, lost in quiet reflection as the city lights shimmer across his wire-frame glasses. Resting on his lap is a small spiral English vocabulary ring, displaying advanced academic words like meticulous, ubiquitous, alleviate, conspicuous, and perpetual alongside their Korean definitions. A warm memory flashes across his mind, whispers, picturing So-yeon standing between her glowing. Can you even imagine that? This is a living room absolutely teeming with laughter, cheerful parents, a whole wave of domestic warmth. I mean, talk about picture perfect, right? The image of her happy, loving household overlays his view of the vocabulary flashcards. Tired, stirring a sudden, suffocating wave of heavy emotion inside his chest. You can practically see his brain calculating the emotional gap between her vibrant family dynamic and his own quiet home life. Clenching his lips into a tight line, Junsu stares ahead into the dark car interior, keeping his rising feelings buried deep beneath his stoic expression. A short while later, Junsu steps into the dimly lit hallway of a high-end luxury apartment complex, standing solemnly outside his front entrance, looking down at the tiled entryway floor. Several expensive shoes, including a sharp pair of red designer high heels and heavy men's Sharingan, sit arranged around the mat. Junsu's eyes narrow slightly behind his frames, taking in the sight of the footwear with an unusually dark, reserved expression. The interior of his apartment is vast, spotless, and completely silent, filled with pale white walls and closed doors that emit no warmth whatsoever. Taking a slow breath in the gloomy atmosphere, Junsu steeling himself before stepping fully inside the living space. High above the city street, the massive modern apartment tower stands cold against the dusk sky as Junsu utters a faint, emotionless announce that he has returned home. Slipping off his black sneakers at the doorway, he steps barefooted onto the polished hardwood floor without making a single sound. Junsu stops in his tracks and turns his head toward the shadowy figure, his face completely void of emotion. Gripping his backpack strap tightly against his chest, he readies himself to acknowledge the person standing in the dark room. Bending his upper body into a respectful, formal bow, Junsu greets the adult with textbook polite demeanor. Straightening his posture back up, his face remains entirely unreadable behind his wireframes as he waits for a response. Moving directly into his private bedroom, Junsu slides into his desk chair, casually pulling off his school uniform shirt as he sits down surrounded by stacks of heavy textbooks. Suddenly, a sharp double knock echoes against his wooden bedroom door, causing Junsu to instantly freeze and turn his head toward the entrance. Back in the quiet privacy of his bedroom, Junsu turns his head toward the entrance as a soft knock echoes at his door, giving a calm permission for the visitor to enter. The door glides open with a low creak, revealing his older brother standing in the threshold with tired, gentle eyes. Stepping inside the room, his brother glances over at his tidy study setup and softly asks if he was in the middle of studying, to which Junsu quietly answers that he was just about to begin. His brother lingers near the desk and inquiringly asks how his high school life has been treating him lately, waiting for a genuine response. Turning his profile toward his brother, Junsu takes a subtle beat before whispering that school has actually been fun, letting a rare trace of warmth slip into his voice. A soft smile touches his brother's face as he observes Junsu closely, remarking that for the first time, those words sound completely real rather than a forced line. You know someone's life changed when even their family notices they aren't acting like an emotionless robot anymore. Junsu's wide eyes blink behind his spectacles in quiet surprise, caught completely off guard by his brother's keen observation. Curious, Junsu asks how on earth he could tell the difference, to which his brother gently explains that the entire atmosphere around him feels lighter and brighter nowadays. Faint, thoughtful expression settles over Junsu's face, quietly repeating the word fun to himself as he realizes how much So-yeon's presence has shifted his entire world. His older brother stands in warm silence for a brief moment, taking in the visible change in Junsu's mood. Giving a small, understanding nod, his brother tells him he'll let him get back to his heavy workload, taking a gentle step backward toward the hallway. The door swings back shut with a quiet latch click, leaving Junsu once again surrounded by the serene atmosphere of his personal room. Outside in the hallway, his little sister peeks her small head through the cracked door frame. Curious, looking up at her big brother with wide, innocent eyes. Junsu looks down at her softly and gently questions why she isn't downstairs with their mother, encouraging her to run along back to the family room. Look at how surprisingly soft he is with his little sibling. The contrast with the stoic school persona is staggering. Sitting back down in his study chair as complete quiet returns to the room, Junsu collects his thoughts in total solitude. He reaches over to his desk to pick up his wireless earbud charging case, popping open the small container. Sliding the earbud into his ear with a tiny tap, whispers, he prepares to immerse himself back into his late-night study routine. Under the soft glow of his desk lamp, Junsu bends over his open notebook, pen gliding across the paper as he dives deep into his work. Meanwhile at school, Soyeon rests her palm against her forehead with a heavy groan, practically melting onto her desk from sheer physical and mental fatigue. Struggling through pre-exam preparations, Soyeon stares down at her notepaper as her internal thoughts race, reminding herself that managing her condition for the June mock exam is far more vital than sleep-deprived cramming. Resting her chin against her hand, she tries her absolute best to mentally calm her racing heart. Fighting off the mounting pressure, her gaze strays across the room to peek at Junsu's unbothered posture, wondering how on earth he always remains so completely unshakable. The classic urge to ask your rival for study tips while your pride screams at you not to. Close up on her eyes. A dangerous thought flashes through her mind as she contemplates whether she should swallow her pride and just ask him for help. Cut to her adorable chibi reaction as her brain instantly vetoes the idea, shaking her head side to side with absolute refusal. Gripping her red pen tight against her workbook page full of marked errors, she fiercely vows that she would rather swallow nails than beg her top competitor for study assistance. Suddenly, the printed text on her exam booklet begins swirling into dizzying spirals, her exhausted mind completely glitching out from lack of proper sleep. Clutching her throbbing chest as her heart thumps wildly against her ribs, Soyeon panics over how her overwhelming nerves refuse to settle down. Somebody get this girl a herbal tea and a 12-hour nap immediately. Cut to a bright, cozy local convenience store filled with rows of snacks and chilled beverage fridges. Soyeon stands triumphantly behind Junsu's chair with a smug grin on her face. Watching him intently as he holds a portable Nintendo Switch console she forced him to play for mental relaxation. Leaning over his shoulder, Soyeon schemes internally that if she can just get the class top scholar addicted to video games,
His academic scores might finally drop enough for her to win.
Junsu stares intently at the colorful gaming screen featuring Mario Kart, totally clueless that his fierce rival is using full-blown psychological warfare against him. Squeezing her eyes shut with a bossy pout, Soyeon sternly commands him to clear the next 2 installed titles on the system without skipping a single level. Holding the gaming device with utter bewilderment, Junsu deadpans back asking exactly how long he is expected to game, while Soyeon checks her notes declaring until he beats every single boss. Imagine having to force a genius to play video games as a strategy. Her tactics are unhinged and I love it. Soyeon turns her attention back to her study sheet with a quiet flick of her paper notebook, trying to review formulas while keeping him occupied. From his seat, Junsu steals a subtle sideways glance at her side profile, whispering, silently observing her intense dedication. Zooming in on her eyes, dark, tired shadows are subtly visible beneath her lower lashes, revealing the heavy strain she has been carrying. Sitting side by side in the brightly lit cafe area, the two share a quiet, comfortable moment of peaceful companionship amidst their fierce academic rivalry. Back in the present, a hand glides across a textbook page with a smooth pen scratch. Filling out notes in neat handwriting, Junsu sits under his quiet desk lamp late at night, staring blankly ahead as painful memories continue swirling in his head. He taps his smartphone display with a soft tap, only to be greeted by the harsh black screen reading no new notifications at 3:18 a.m. Glancing toward the soft glow of his study lamp, the suffocating silence of his room weighs heavily upon his chest. He opens his messenger application to scroll back through his old chat log with Soyeon, reading her adorable past texts, inviting him out to study together with a cute angry rabbit sticker. Ugh, looking back at old messages after a fight is literally lethal levels of emotional damage. Slowly setting his phone face down on the desk clutter, Junsu lowers his head in deep, silent regret. Staring into the dimly lit corner of his room, his mind drifts back to an earlier memory of visiting Soyeon's home. Flashback into the past, a younger Junsu walks through a sunlit entryway carrying his school backpack, stepping into a cozy house filled with books. Standing before a tall, beautiful bookshelf alongside a warm-hearted woman, Junsu politely mentions that he is very familiar with the famous mystery book series sitting on her shelf. Looking over at the colorful book spines neatly aligned in a row, Junsu whistles, admires the impressive collection displayed in the living room, reaching out his fingers to pull out a slim white volume titled "There Are No Secrets Between Us?" Junsu softly asks if she happened to write this essay book too. The friendly author laughs with a cheerful chuckle, playfully admitting that her essay volume barely sold any copies compared to her wildly popular mystery novels. Holding the slim book delicately in his hands, Junsu gazes up as she smiles brightly, gently reminding him that creating something heartfelt is a truly wonderful thing regardless of commercial success. What a beautiful sentiment to end on. If only Junsu could remember those warm words before letting his defense walls destroy his relationship with Soyeon. Holding the slim volume in his hand, Junsu quietly echoes her words, contemplating how the true appeal of an essay lies in its raw, unfiltered honesty. Sitting back at his dimly lit study desk, he gazes thoughtfully down at the cover, letting the comforting silence of his room settle around him. Rising from his desk chair with a subtle floor tap, Junsu carries the small essay book across his room toward the bed. Dressed in his oversized black loungewear, he reclines comfortably against his pillows, opening the book to dive deeper into its pages. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he flips to the first chapter, Whispers, lost in the intimate world of the author's personal writings. Close up on the printed page, characters are like dots dancing, as if they have a life all their own. The letters start blurring, swirling together into a terrifying spiral, sucking you down into a dark tunnel towards blinding white light. The introductory lines declare that humans often lie, even in private diaries intended for no one else's eyes. Isn't that the absolute truth? We even gaslight ourselves when writing in our own private journals. Cut to a peaceful exterior shot of the quiet neighborhood late at night, as the narrative reflects on how this book itself serves as a vulnerable personal diary. In her own bedroom across town, Soyeon sits tucked inside her canopy bed, holding her knees tightly against her chest, curious, lost in deep thought, gripping her soft pajamas tightly with both hands. She feels the heavy weight of unspoken feelings pressing down upon her heart. Close up on her hand, clutching her phone case. Internal thoughts promising that between two honest souls, there shouldn't be any room for lingering secrets. On the bedside nightstand, the digital clock display ticks silently to 5:34 a.m., marking another endless night spent without a single moment of sleep. Back in his room, Junsu presses the open essay book flat against his chest, serious, staring up at a ceiling in reflective contemplation. Look at him holding that book like an emotional shield. This boy is going through it. A faint, gentle expression softens his eyes as he begins to truly process the deep emotions hidden within those written words. Beside his bed, his phone screen lights up, showing 5:34 a.m. with no new notifications, reminding him that despite his heavy feelings, a book remains just a book. The morning sun slowly rises over the grand high school building, welcoming a brand new day of academic competition. Inside the empty classroom, the wall clock ticks past 7:05 a.m., long before any other students usually arrive. Junsu sits alone at his desk in full school uniform, completely resting a heavy black textbook over his face to block out the morning light. Tilted back in his wooden chair with complete stillness, he savors a rare moment of absolute solitude before the hectic school day begins. Hearing an unexpected noise near near the doorway. He lowers the heavy book just enough to peek over the top spine, his dark eyes scanning the entrance. The classroom door slides back with a smooth track rattle, revealing a female classmate in track team sports gear peeking inside. Flustered to find him there so early, the girl nervously stammers that she's on the track team and just dropped by for early morning practice. Caught red-handed trying to sneak a peek at the class heartthrob, her cover story is totally blown. Setting his glasses down on his desk surface, Junsu simply nods back with an unbothered expression. Stepping further into the room, she awkwardly asks if he always comes to school at such an absurdly early hour. Outside in the hallway, her track teammates giggle behind the doorframe, frantically whispering for her to ask for his Instagram handle. Junsu stares back at her with an absolute deadpan silence, seeing right through the silly setup. Offering a subtle, polite smirk, he calmly suggests she head back outside and deliver the message to her scheming friends instead. Realizing her side mission has completely failed, the track girl's face turns entirely blank from pure embarrassment. Cold-hearted efficiency at its absolute finest.
He dismantled that whole secret operation in 5 seconds flat.
Squeaking out a quick apology, she hurriedly slams the sliding door shut, leaving Junsu back in total silence. Unfazed by the brief disruption, Junsu flips the heavy textbook back over his face, muttering that people should focus on their actual athletic training. Cut to a dramatic wide shot of the school building exterior, signaling the arrival of official exam hours. At the front chalkboard, the proctor announces that the first period Korean exam will strictly last for 80 minutes. Passing the thick test booklets down each row, the teacher sternly warns the class that anyone caught cheating will automatically receive a 0. Receiving his exam paper, Junsu glides his pen into position with total, unflinching focus. Meanwhile, Soyeon sweats buckets at her desk as panic sets in. I'm internally freaking out after wasting way too much time getting so stuck on question 22. Staring down at her unmarked OMR bubble sheet with trembling hands, suddenly she realizes, with horror, that she hasn't even touched question 30 yet. Ugh, the universal student horror story. Just looking at the clock and realizing you have 2 minutes left for a 10-minute problem. Her soul practically evaporates from her body in chibi despair. Bitterly accepting that her dream of a perfect score on the June mock exam is completely ruined. Desperately guessing on the bubble sheet, she decides to pick number 3 just because her birthday falls on March 3rd. Zooming in close on her wide, desperate eyes, amazed, another sudden realization strikes her panicked mind. A specific digit flashes in her head. Realizing that the remaining number effortlessly reminds her of Junsu. Before she can think any further, the proctor calls out for the last student in each row to collect all test papers. Cut to the sunny pavement outside after school. Footsteps crunching against the walkway. Soyeon walks home alongside her energetic female friend who happily clings to her arm, cheering that it feels like forever since they all walked home together. Joining up with Junsu and another classmate along the sidewalk, the group casually discusses how brutal the mock exams felt. Her bubbly friend holds up 4 fingers with a cheerful grin, proudly declaring that her gut instinct told her to answer option 4 for every blind guess. That is either peak academic strategy or total academic suicide. There is zero middle ground. Forcing a totally fake confident smile, Soyeon boasts out loud that the exam was actually way easier than expected.
Cut to her internal chibi void where her spirit is literally sobbing on the floor.
Admitting to herself she completely ruined her math score after losing all mental focus. Noticing the gloomy dark lines hovering over her head, Junsu steals a subtle sideways glance at her readable face, right as their friend asks how he performed. Junsu pauses for a quiet beat under the warm evening sun, gathering his thoughts before answering. Looking back at the group,
Junsu casually mentions that he found the Korean portion quite challenging,
sending a massive shockwave straight through Soyeon. Soyeon instantly grabs his sleeve and shouts in utter disbelief, demanding to know which specific passage could possibly trip up the top student when Korean is usually her absolute strongest subject. Look at her pride, instantly reviving the moment her rival shows even a tiny sliver of weakness. Junsu adjusts his glasses while reviewing the recent exam paper structure, thoughtfully analyzing how the tricky killer questions felt far more complex than usual. Listening intently alongside him, Soyeon nods in silent agreement, admitting under her breath that the humanities humanities passage gave us slight advantage this time around. Turning his head toward her with a deadpan stare, Junsu casually asks why she drives herself so hard if she claims to hate studying so much. Soyeon freezes for a brief second and gazes upward, trying to find the right words to explain her complex drive. A sudden melancholic flashback shows her sitting isolated in her bedroom, hugging her knees tightly while staring blankly at her silent phone in total solitude, hiding her flushed face beneath a cozy blanket. The weight of her past loneliness presses down on her heart. She recalls staring down at her strict chat history with Junsu tired, remembering the wall she used to build between them when she strictly warned him never to contact her. Talk about a massive character growth arc. She went from cold rejections to practically sharing a desk every single day. Shaking away the gloomy memory, she tightens her grip on her pink backpack straps, determined to show how much she has changed. Brushing off her past insecurities, she flashes a radiant, toothy grin with zero hesitation. She proudly declares that studying has officially become her absolute favorite hobby, leaving Junsu utterly stunned by her instant personality flip. Look at that proud little chibi thing. She completely rewrote her backstory in 2 seconds flat with maximum confidence. Walking proudly alongside him under the warm sun, mischievously, she revels in her flawless comeback while keeping her chin up. Glancing sideways at her bright expression, Junsu quietly reflects that true inner secrets only ever reveal themselves when you know how to read between the lines. Soyeon turns her head in mild surprise, asking why he even doubted that they were going somewhere together in the first place. Out of nowhere, her friend bursts into the scene in adorable chibi form, shouting, wrapping her arms tightly around Soyeon, and hilariously claiming exclusive ownership over her. The rest of the group gathers on the sidewalk, discussing the upcoming final exams, laughingly pointing out that they're holding up pedestrians right in the middle of the busy street. The scene shifts downtown outside this sleek, brightly lit commercial building displaying the vibrant Happiness Study Cafe sign. Settling down across from each other inside a cozy private study lounge, Junso casually asks if they should start self-grading their mock exam papers while waiting for the elective subject cutoffs at 8 o'clock. A romantic study date where they literally grade standardized test papers together? If that isn't peak high school academic romance, I don't know what is. Soyeon stares down at her glowing smartphone screen with a nervous sweat drop, mentally reassuring herself that she isn't desperate about this test, yet knowing she won't be able to study a single sentence until she checks her score. She quietly pulls up the official Korean section answer key on her device, surreptitiously checking her mark choices while Junsu busily writes in his notebook across the wooden table. Tallying up her answers line by line, she lets out a quiet sigh of excitement after confirming full marks on the Korean section despite the tricky phrasing. Pulling out her phone to review the latest test results, Soyeon navigates straight to the educational portal to check the notoriously brutal mathematics section. Her eyes pop wide in disbelief as student forums instantly blow up with everyone crying over the absurd difficulty spike on problem number 30 while calculating a rock-bottom grade cutoff. Scrolling down to the notoriously brutal math answer grid, her thumb hovers anxiously over the legendary question number 30. Looking up from her illuminated screen, her thoughts drift directly back to the mock exam's final answer key, where problem 30 clearly displayed the number 13, sitting quietly beside the sunlit window blind. She holds her device in one hand while processing the impossible problem she managed to mark down. Turning her head slightly toward the opposite side of the table, her attention shifts away from her phone screen. Kim Junsu sits right across from her with his usual calm and unbothered composure. Studying without showing a hint of exam stress? Who does that? Look at him acting like mock exams are just light Sunday puzzles. This guy's poker face should be studied in laboratories. Soyeon stares at him in dead silence, whispers, caught up in the realization of what just unfolded between them. Lifting his gaze directly toward her, Junsu breaks the quiet by casually asking if she ended up doing well on the test. Staring back into his dark eyes, she remembers that the final answer she jotted down carried an unmistakable, intimate significance tied directly to him. A heavy warmth rushes into her cheeks as she averts her eyes, unable to give him an immediate straight answer. The sun shines warmly through the blinds over their shared study table, capturing a peaceful afternoon where the two intense rivals sit across each other in quiet harmony. For two academic gladiators who treat every test like a duel to the death, seeing them share one table peacefully is pure anime. anime magic. Inside the classroom, the chalkboard marks 4 days until finals. Just as a student loudly announces that the official June mock exam report cards have finally arrived. And standing by the podium with a proud stack of documents, the homeroom teacher beams at the class and declares they have something massive to celebrate together. The teacher announces at the top of her lungs, proudly revealing to the entire room that their very own class produced a perfect score. That teacher's about to boast to the entire staff room for the next 6 months. She just secured legendary bragging rights. Taking a closer look at the national percentiles, Soyeon's scores place her cleanly at rank 1 across hundreds of thousands of test takers nationwide. Her eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock, vividly recalling her homeroom teacher stepping up to the podium earlier that day with a huge celebratory announcement. Looking at the official stamp from the Korea Institute of Curriculum and Evaluation, her flawless results stand fully validated in black and white. Soyeon stares down completely stunned while envious murmurs ripple through the rows. Her classmates gasping over how anyone could get a perfect score on a test that felt like academic warfare. Pinching her own cheek in cute chibi disbelief, Soyeon wonders if she is stuck inside an elaborate dream before realizing every single mark is real. Pressing a hand against her chest as her heart races, she admits to herself that while self-grading looked promising, getting 0 errors on the official OMR sheet is a historic first. Flashing back to the tense exam room where her felt marker hovered over the bubbles, she vividly remembers the exact moment she bubbled in the answer for problem 30. Sometimes pure gut instinct and rival energy work better than a whole textbook of formulas. Around the classroom desks, students gossip in shock, noting that this test was so ridiculously hard that even the top genius from class 1 failed to land a perfect score. A swarm of excited classmates surround Soyeon's desk at once, showering her with praise while begging her to teach them how she crushed the infamous quartic function on the final problem. Frozen like a deer in headlights with a tiny sweat drop, Soyeon blinks blankly at the intense sea of eager faces demanding an explanation. And meanwhile, in the neighboring classroom, Kim Junsu stares down at his own report card, letting out a thoughtful hum as classmates chatter around him, slumping over his study desk with his chin propped in his palm. And then there's Junsu, casually writing notes while remaining utterly unfazed by the class chaos. A dramatic memory reveals Junsu's official score report, revealing a mind-blowing perfection record with top national percentile scores across every single humanities discipline. The guy casually dropped a rank 1 national transcript like it was a Target receipt. Soyeon's academic soul just completely left her body, resting his cheek against his knuckles while gazing out the bright window. He calmly processes his exam performance without showing a drop of frustration. Look at how chill he is. Most people would be crying in the hallway over one missed mark, but Junsu is just vibing in his own universe. Later at the cafeteria booth, his buddy asks if he actually made a minor slip-up in the Korean section, and Junsu casually confirms it with a simple shrug. Sitting across from them while sipping canned soda and munching pastries, casual, the friends ask if he still secured a top grade 1 anyway, which he nods to without hesitation. Nibbling quietly on her snack in chubby chibi mode, Soyeon calculates the difficulty in her head, wondering just how brutal that Korean exam had to be for Junsu to actually miss a question. Chewing pensively while reviewing the grade cutoffs, she analyzes that math type A's cutoff plummeted to 84, meaning the science track faced an absolute bloodbath. Staring across the table at Junsu's composed profile, mischievously she smirks internally, reminding herself that even legendary monkeys fall from trees occasionally. Holding her pastry with both hands as a victorious warmth spreads through her chest, she realizes she has secretly anticipated a moment like this for ages. Her villain origin story has finally peaked. She's practically glowing with triumphant sweet revenge. A radiant chibi grin blossoms across her face with sparkling pink bunny backgrounds, proudly thinking that even if luck played a tiny part, she cleanly defeated Kim Junsu on this mock exam. Glowing with sheer satisfaction, she listens as her friend remarks that her parents must be throwing a celebration over such an incredible achievement. Beaming with pure pride, Soyeon happily replies that she already snapped photos and sent them to her family group chat right away. On her phone display, whispers her father's loving message praises their amazing daughter, while her mother adds that her dad is literally sobbing happy tears on the couch. Crossing her arms with a warm, supportive supportive smile, her friend nods in approval that all those sleepless study nights finally paid off in gold. A tiny chibi Jinsu pops into the dialogue bubble above them, bluntly remarking that getting a perfect score is great, but she's currently smiling like a complete idiot. Bro couldn't even let her enjoy her victory for 2 seconds without dropping a top-tier roast. Snapping back with fiery red veins on her temples, Soyeon yells that she is definitely not an idiot, while Junsu calmly notes that flaring up over it only makes her look dumber. Sitting right between the bickering rivals, the brown-haired friend stares into the distance, praying her sanity filter doesn't completely collapse from their endless banter. Catching the subtle, gentle smile playing at the corners of Junsu's lips, Soyeon softens her gaze, quietly acknowledging that even the great Kim Junsu is human after all. Watching Junsu's unusually tender expression from across the booth, the perceptive friend narrows her eyes in deep suspicion. The best friend's romance detector is beeping at maximum volume. She knows something spicy is brewing between these two. Back inside the classroom during study review, the solution broadcast on the wall monitor confirms that the correct answer for problem 30 was indeed 13. The surrounding students clap their hands in absolute awe, exclaiming that the problem made no sense no matter how many times they reviewed it, proving that perfect scorers are built different. Sweat dripping down her neck as she laughs nervously, flustered, embarrassed, Soyeon stammers out that she couldn't solve it during the real test either and only worked it out afterward. Gripping her cute carrot-shaped pen tight against the open workbook, she silently admits that even with extra time, the earlier brutal questions would have kept her from touching it. Smiling softly to calm her overwhelmed classmates, she kindly advises them that this particular killer problem probably won't appear on standard school finals anyway, so they should just use her notes as a reference. Shrinking into an awkward chibi sweat drop, Soyeon inwardly shivers knowing only about 140 students nationwide nailed it, secretly screaming that her flawless victory was fueled by pure romantic luck. When your secret crush on your rival literally saves your national exam rank, you take that win and run with it. Soyeon sits quietly at her desk with a dark shadow over her brow, internally swearing that she will never allow time management issues to cripple her during a real entrance exam ever again. Meanwhile, her classmate casually calls out across the room, asking who happens to be on class duty today. Soyeon perks her head up in mild curiosity as her classmate reminds the room that they need to gather and submit all summer supplementary course permission slips to the homeroom teacher immediately. Looking over the stack of class folders and clipped documents, then the classmate adds that whoever goes must also carry the completed English homework folders. A cute little chibi Soyeon brightens up instantly and takes on the task without complaint. Look at her, acting like a helpful student representative when she's basically running academic errands for the whole class. That's true top student dedication. Carrying the tall stack of class documents down the brightly lit school corridor, Ayana Koji spots Komuro, who seems to be waiting for him. Her loafers click steadily against the polished tile floor as she heads toward the staff office. Navigating through the hallway, Soyeon turns over the June mock results in her mind, recalling forum post roasting the evaluation board over the insane difficulty curve on question 30. She realizes that national test creators aren't afraid to drop absolute nightmare problems to filter out top scores. Keeping her chin up with a determined gaze, she reminds herself that complaining about brutal test questions won't change a thing, making up her mind to train twice as hard so nothing throws her off on exam day. Reaching the teacher lounge sliding glass door, she spots a posted sign warning that students are barred from entering during the official final exam preparation window without explicit staff call. Pausing right outside the entrance with her arms full of folders, whispers she prepares to call out through the door for her teacher to accept the class submissions. Before she can knock, a familiar adult voice echoes through the doorframe, openly discussing the official June mock exam scores inside. Nothing in high school is more terrifying than overhearing faculty lounge secrets. It's like accidentally listening in on top secret military intelligence. Looking from a high angle down the quiet hallway, the staff inside converse freely near the water cooler, loudly praising Yang Soyeon from class 5 for landing a perfect score across the entire test. The secondary teacher leans against the cabinet, acknowledging that Soyeon's insane study habits finally yielded maximum results, though he cynically adds a classic myth that doing too well on mock exams usually leads to flunking the actual college entrance test. Soyeon freezes on the spot outside the doorframe, recognizing Class 1's homeroom teacher's voice as he openly critiques student performance behind closed doors. Her eyes widen slightly as the teacher inside suddenly shifts the conversation topic directly toward Kim Jun-soo's unexpected exam breakdown. Inside the lounge, cold water streams into a tall tumbler while the instructor expresses pure shock, admitting he has never seen Jun-soo make a single academic mistake in his entire career. The water spills over the brim of the cup in sudden flood, matching Soyeon's absolute disbelief as the teacher reveals that Jun-soo somehow failed to bubble in question number 1 on the Korean paper. Watching the tumbler drip over the counter, the instructor chuckles that even failing students bubble in question 1. Noting that Jun-soo was so embarrassed, he begged everyone to keep his 98 score secret. Getting a 98 and acting like it's a tragic family disgrace is the ultimate flex. This guy treats losing 2 points like a criminal felony. Soyeon stands transfixed in total silence as the room fades into deep purple hues, whispering, hearing the faculty praise how lucky it was that Class 5 scored the top spot this time. Her shoes remain planted firmly on the hallway tiles, right? Her mind racing as she dissects the absurdity of what she just overheard. Processing the facts step by step, Soyeon knows that question 1 on the Korean section is a elementary warm-up problem with a 90+% national success rate that anyone can solve with their eyes closed. Her eyes lock forward in intense realization, putting together that Jun-soo aced every single brutal problem on the test and only lost marks on the easiest question imaginable. Flashing back to Jun-soo standing calmly with his backpack strapped over his shoulder, she remembers the teachers admitting that the high-difficulty killer problems on this test were practically impossible. Glancing back at the teacher lounge sign with her mouth slightly agape, and she connects the dots. He swept the hardest math and language problems on the national curriculum, yet somehow messed up question 1? Talk about an intentional flex. The guy basically solved quantum physics and then pretended he forgot how to spell his own name. Soyeon's eyes narrow into tight focus, replaying Jun-soo's words in her head where he claims the test was difficult for him as well. A warm flashback memory flashes across her mind, recalling the moment she leaned against his car window under the evening streetlights to talk to him. She vividly envisions his soft, handsome face smiling back at her under the sunlit tree branches, whispers, realizing with utter shock that his entire mistake might have been a deliberate gesture. Over in Class 1, Kim Jun-soo sits peacefully at his wooden desk, reviewing his study binder while the rest of his classroom chatters away. Suddenly, the classroom sliding door opens with a heavy thud, revealing Soyeon standing in the doorway with her eyes completely shaded in dark, dramatic shadows. Standing like an intimidating anime antagonist in the doorframe, Soyeon drops her voice into a chilling tone and commands Kim Jun-soo to step outside right this second. Look at her pulling up to Class 1 like a rival martial arts master challenging the local champion to a fight. She is not letting this go without an explanation. Jun-soo turns his head from his desk in complete perplexity, blinking blankly through his thin glasses as he wonders why Soyeon just stormed all the way to his room looking like she's about to initiate an academic duel. Soyeon stands firm in the corridor, her deadpan expression radiating intense determination as she orders Jun-soo to step out into the hallway because she has something urgent to say. She isn't leaving until she gets straight answers about what really went down during the June mock exam. Meanwhile, gossiping classmates down the corridor begin whispering excitedly, pointing toward Class 1 and spreading the news that a massive showdown is about to erupt right inside the classroom door. The ponytail classmate perks up with wide eyes, realizing that the ultimate academic clash between the top science genius and the top humanities legend is unfolding right in front of everyone. However, as she watches the two rivals interact, flustered, embarrassed, her dramatic expectation of a ferocious brawl completely crumbles into sheer awkwardness. You know, school gossip is wild when people expect an anime duel, but it's actually just two nerds aggressively debating test scores. Looking down the quiet hallway where Jun-soo stands calmly, and just like that, the classmate realizes that those frantic rumors circulating around school didn't make any sense from the get-go. She tilts her head in total confusion, recalling how everyone claimed the top two academic rivals had a bitter feud, yet Soyeon wasn't even present during the alleged drama. Standing alone in thought, the girl blinks blankly, realizing that the wild rumors flying around the building are completely full of hot air. Meanwhile, standing out in the sunlit corridor, Jun-soo looks at Soyeon with an unbothered expression, casually asking why she suddenly stormed over without even dropping him a text message first. Soyeon stands quietly before him, flustered embarrassment, pressing her lips together in intense frustration while trying to process how to confront him directly, dropping her tone into a low, serious murmur. She finally cuts straight to the chase and brings up the Korean exam scores. The two stand facing each other in the bright, airy hallway, surrounded by total silence as the air fills with unspoken emotional weight. Look at this tension. You'd think they were negotiating a high-stakes peace treaty instead of discussing a single missed test question. Junsu blinks through his thin wireframe glasses, maintaining his cool composure as he waits for her to unleash her full interrogation, shrugging it off with an impossibly smooth face. Junsu plainly lies that he simply made a stupid mistake on question 1 because he was feeling a bit nervous during test time. Soyeon narrows her eyes in utter disbelief, questioning how on earth someone who effortlessly swept the entire national curriculum could somehow forget to mark question number 1 on a basic language section. Turning his profile toward the window casual, Junsu smoothly dodges her suspicion, coolly stating that strange mistakes happen to anyone and urging her to drop it. Zooming in on her intense gaze, Soyeon calls out his lie directly, pointing out that he aced every single killer question on the entire paper, yet still tried to convince her that the test was brutally hard. She caught him red-handed. Trying to play modest when you literally threw a point on purpose is peak romantic sabotage. Junsu gazes back calmly through his specs, smoothly replying that he is fully allowed to consider a test difficult regardless of his final score. Standing at opposite ends of the empty sunlit hallway, Soyeon tightly grips her fingers, confronting Junsu after sensing something deeply unnatural about their recent exam rankings. Keeping her gaze fixed on the tiled floor with trembling eyelashes, she murmurs that his subtle hesitation earlier just confirmed her worst lingering suspicion. Junsu stares back in utter silence under the bright corridor lights, completely masking his thoughts behind his signature unreadable poker face, forcing a wry, bitter smile across her lips. Soyeon asks if he has grown completely sick and tired of constantly sitting undefeated at rank 1. Nothing cuts deeper to a try-hard perfectionist than feeling like their ultimate idol just gave them pity points. Narrowing his eyes behind his thin spectacles, Jinsu directly fires back, demanding to know if letting someone else take first place somehow feeds her ego. He pauses for a beat before letting out a flat, dismissive denial, claiming he has absolutely no clue what wild narrative she is concocting in her head. Soyeon's uniform ribbon quivers against her chest as her anger flares, unable to hold back the suffocating embarrassment boiling inside her gut. Looking him dead in the eye, she openly confesses that she only guessed on problem 30 on the math section and happened to get ridiculously lucky. Turning her head away in bitter humiliation, she admits she didn't even possess enough spare minutes to read through the question stems properly during the exam, gripping the hem of her skirt so tightly her knuckles turned pale. Soyeon asserts that even if he threw the test intentionally, at least he helped Dojin pass. She never truly defeated him because she still couldn't solve a 4-point problem on her own merit. Her academic pride is genuinely bruised here. She wanted a glorious duel, not a rigged victory. Tilting his head slightly with genuine confusion, Junsu questions why on earth she thinks he would ever willingly throw an entire exam question on purpose. Lowering her chin as shadows cast over her eyes, she quietly mutters that she fought hard against believing it, but piece by piece, his strange behavior began making sickening sense. And recalling how radiant and thrilled she felt holding her celebratory pastry at the cafe, she admits for a fleeting moment, she was over the moon, believing she had finally surpassed him. The harsh reality flashes back to her OMR bubble marker before heavy tears begin dripping onto the hallway tiles. Realizing all his prior remarks about craving praise were just parts of an elaborate mockery, Junsu's eyes widen in genuine shock behind his dark frames, catching the venomous weight behind her accusation as she asks if he merely toyed with her for personal amusement. The miscommunication demon has officially entered the chat, and it is feasting on pure teen angst. Tears brim over her red, flushed cheeks, accusing him of tossing first place like scrap meat to someone desperate just to watch them dance around thinking they earned it. Her voice cracks with overwhelming heartbreak, asking how intensely he must have laughed, seeing her proudly celebrate a victory he casually discarded into the trash. Panic instantly washes over Junsu's composed posture, stammering her name aloud as he realizes the sheer magnitude of her emotional breakdown. Raising his hands up into the air in frantic helplessness, he desperately pleads for her to stop crying. Reaching his hand forward to comfort her quivering shoulders, he finds himself utterly paralyzed on how to extinguish the emotional firestorm he provoked. Look at this absolute genius, completely malfunctioning the second human feelings enter the equation. Jerking her posture back while wiping her soaked cheeks, Soyeon snaps that there is no possible way an effortless prodigy like him could ever comprehend her pain. Glaring through her blurred vision, she demands to know if he understands the agony of studying endlessly just to earn someone's approval. She declares she's going to recreate the family clan to become powerful enough to destroy people. Unlike him, who treats studying like a casual hobby. Junsu's throat tightens in total silence, her words striking a deeply buried nerve that freezes him right where he stands. A bittersweet childhood memory flashes into view where a younger, lonely Junsu peeks timidly past a doorway, searching for affection in a cold, demanding household. His father rubs his throbbing temples in suffocating stress, radiating an overwhelming domestic burden that little Junsu had to endure alone. Standing small and isolated before the shut bedroom door, the young boy learns far too early that academic perfection was the only language his family respected. Snapping back to the harsh reality of the school hallway, Junsu's gaze turns disturbingly icy as past trauma collides with the present. Oh no, he's about to go full defense mode and say something he will regret for eternity. Stepping closer with cold, guarded eyes, he coldly asks what she could possibly know about his life. Soyeon blinks in stunned silence, completely caught off guard by the venomous edge suddenly coating his usually calm tone. Looming over her with a bitter, defensive scowl, Junsu sneers that a spoiled girl who grew up pampered and loved by everyone has zero right to preach about struggle. The harsh tension suffocates the entire corridor, leaving Soyeon looking tiny and cornered beneath his towering, callous glare. For a fleeting split second, Junsu holds his arrogant glare, letting his defensive barb hang in the cold air. A sudden spark of horrific realization hits his eyes, realizing instantly that he crossed an unforgivable line out of pure spite. Stepping forward with trembling hands to frantically retract his insult, he stammers that what he just blurted out was an awful mistake. Soyeon swings her arm across with all her shattered pride, landing a vicious, echoing strike right across his cheek. That slap echoed across 3 different manhwa chapters. Bro deserved every single decibel of that impact. Junsu stands frozen with an angry red handprint blooming across his cheekbone, staring blankly ahead without his spectacles. Soyeon's chest heaves with furious, hurt tears, her entire body shaking from both physical shock and emotional betrayal. Junsu tightens his fist until his skin turns white, bitterly murmuring if that cheap, condescending view of him was all she truly thought throughout their time together. Turning on her heel without uttering another single word, Soyeon flees down the corridor, clutching her chest as Junsu watches her silhouette vanish. Oh, my heart is breaking into puzzle pieces watching these two soulmates tear each other apart. Her long dark hair trails behind her as she sprints toward the stairs, desperate to escape the suffocating presence of her former study partner. Curious classmates emerge from adjacent rooms, murmuring in utter disbelief, gossiping wildly about how the top girl just violently slapped the class genius in broad daylight. Junsu's dropped frames lay abandoned by the school lockers as a concerned student rushes over asking if he's seriously all right. Ignoring the surrounding crowd fussing over his bruised cheek and suggesting the nurse's office, Junsu remains hollow, staring blindly into empty space without his glasses. Walking through the hallways, Soyeon's mind replays his freezing glare, unable to shake the haunting image of his sudden cruelty. Her memory clashes violently with the tender, genuine smile he gave her just hours earlier at the study table, tearing her heart into contradictory halves. Standing completely adrift among the chattering sea of high schoolers, Junsu lowers his head in profound, crushing regret, realizing the bond they built has splintered to pieces. Look at how utterly broken he looks. Oh, that prideful defensive wall just cost him his favorite person. Junsu carries a heavy cardboard delivery box at his part-time warehouse job, listening intently to an audio lecture through his wireless earbud as the instructor moves on to analyze question 31. Wiping sweat off his forehead while steadying another parcel, he carefully calculates his remaining work shift and bus schedule while mentally breaking down the subtle nuances of the reading passage. Sweating through his workout shirt, he systematically eliminates the incorrect answer choices one by one, dissecting why options like painful or unconscious completely miss the core meaning. As he mentally disproves the third choice, a vivid flash of So-Yeon's bright, beaming smile suddenly flickers across his thoughts, temporarily catching him off guard. Look at him solving high-level Korean exam questions while literally holding down a manual labor job. This guy's multitasking skills are unreal. A heavy gloved hand suddenly rests on his shoulder, interrupting his inner academic breakdown as a friendly coworker calls out his name, turning around with the cardboard parcel still in his arms. Junsu looks back at his older coworker, who gives him a warm, friendly grin. A friendly coworker chuckles softly, gesturing for Jinsu to take a well-deserved breather after hauling heavy freight all afternoon. Standing in the middle of the busy logistics floor, Junsu takes a quick moment to gather his energy and reset his breath. Reaching up with his gloved finger, he gently adjusts his wireless earbud to pause his ongoing study lecture. Grabbing both ends of his towel, he buries his face into the soft cloth to wipe away the heavy sweat dripping down his neck. Standing tall against the bright warehouse lighting, he glances quietly off to the side while holding his towel in place. Even during a short break, Junsu grips a paper cup between his teeth while rapidly scribbling down notes in his study book with a red pen. Man doesn't even take a break during an actual break. He's literally speed-running college entrance prep. Watching him work non-stop, his coworkers gather around with paper cups, genuinely baffled at how he answers them instantly despite having earbuds stuffed in both ears. With a completely calm expression, Junsu casually explains that his earbuds feature ambient transparency mode, so he can hear his surroundings, allowing him to hear surrounding voices even clearer than normal, leaving the older workers completely stunned by modern tech. As the older men chat nearby, one of them asks what he listens to all day, and the other proudly boasts that Junsu spends every spare second listening to online lectures, curiously leaning in. The coworker asks how anyone can comprehend dense study material just by listening without looking at the text, to which Junsu simply replies that the instructor reads every word aloud anyway, looking at Junsu with genuine admiration. The veteran worker admits he was initially worried when a high schooler started doing heavy warehouse shifts, but now feels his parents must be incredibly proud of such a hardworking kid, pouring praise over him. The older man smiles warmly and mentions how incredible it is that Junsu managed to rank #1 in the entire nation on his recent mock exams. Junsu humbly waves off the massive compliment, claiming his top nationwide ranking was just sheer luck due to standard score distributions, teasing his coworker for bragging about his own daughter instead. Imagine getting #1 in the country and calling it pure luck. The absolute audacity of high achievers. The proud dad beams as he brags about his daughter earning a full scholarship to Yonsei University. Right before the break timer chimes to signal everyone back to the sorting lines, walking down the corridor alongside his coworker, Junsu silently contemplates his future, hoping that maintaining top grades will grant him a full scholarship so he won't burden anyone with student debt. Slapping a friendly arm around his shoulder, the coworker mentions that Junsu hasn't been signing up for as many part-time shifts lately compared to before. Returning home late that night, the lock clicks open with a subtle snap as Junsu steps into his dark, quiet apartment, glancing quietly across the dimly lit room. His eyes fixate on an empty glass resting silently on the kitchen counter. The heavy silence of the vacant apartment hangs thick around him, emphasizing his total isolation in the empty house. Having finished taking a warm shower, they quickly throw on something warm and then head downstairs to grab some tea before heading out. Junsu emerges with a fresh towel draped over his damp hair. Gently drying his bangs with the soft cloth, he stares blankly ahead as dark, buried memories begin to resurface in his mind. A bitter childhood memory flashes back as young Junsu peeks out from behind a doorframe while his mother angrily shouts that she can't bear living in this house any longer. Standing frozen at the threshold, he watches his father confront his mother at the door. "Oh, desperate to know why she's only packing up to take his younger brother. Clutching baby Junette tightly in her arms, his mother argues that the youngest still needs maternal care, leaving his father to desperately ask what will become of young Junsu, heartbreakingly dismissing her eldest son. His mother coldly utters that Junsu is already grown up enough to take care of himself, leaving the poor boy completely heartbroken. How can a mother say that to her own young child? That kind of emotional abandonment leaves permanent scars. Stressing out under immense economic pressure, his father groans in frustration about how he's supposed to single-handedly raise a kid while working double shifts every day. Turning back with a cold, burdened glare, his father bitterly demands that if she's walking out, she should either take both children or leave them both behind. Standing alone in his empty bedroom, young Junsu silently absorbs the painful, harsh reality that neither of his parents truly wanted the burden of keeping him. Staring down at his third-grade dream worksheet that asks what kind of adult he wishes to become, young Jinsu leaves the drawing space completely blank, causing the adults to stare at him in confusion. However, with a bright smile, he explains that everything in the restaurant is so white that he can't possibly capture it all, internalizing the tragic belief that he had to become an adult right then and there. Returning to the present day, the bright sun shines down over the grand high school building as classes resume. Inside the classroom, a massive stack of elementary math workbooks rests on the desk surface, setting the stage for another intriguing day among the students. Flashback reveals young Junsu slumping in his chair, whining under his breath that he really does not want to do his math homework, though he knows his mother will scrutinize every single page. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his lazy daydream. Another classmate leans over his desk, eyeing the massive stack of workbook pages and politely asking if he can solve them himself, promising to return them filled out completely. Young Junsu's face lights up as he accepts the offer instantly, cheering that getting someone else to do his entire assignment for free is an absolute win. The camera focuses on the desk overflowing with elementary workbooks and sharp red pencils, where Junsu's habit of letting others handle his tasks took root early. Fast forward to Yulji Middle School, where a slightly older Junsu begins his middle school journey. Standing inside the bright classroom, middle school Junsu quietly observes his new surroundings without making a sound. Leaning his cheek against his hand with an utterly bored expression, he stares blankly into space, finding the daily classroom routine completely uninspiring. Honestly, bro's resting face has been 100% done with life since middle school. Overhearing a group of girls whispering behind him, and then he catches them complimenting a shiny new ear piercing one girl just got. The girl proudly flips her hair, showing off her ear and claiming that if she's gonna stand out, she might as well go all out. She explains to her admiring friend that getting her ear pierced felt like an instant cure for all her built-up stress and frustration. Listening silently while resting his chin on his palm, Junsu absorbs every word as she rambles on about how cheap it was in the city center. Wait, don't tell me he's about to take stress relief advice from random hallway gossip? Without a single second of hesitation, Junsu stands before his bathroom mirror and pierces his own earlobe with a sharp stud, trembling, sending fresh drops of red blood dripping down his neck. Staring at his bloody reflection with unnerving calmness, whispers, he coldly rationalizes that if pain is what it takes to relieve stress, then achieving a 130 score on his upcoming exams is just a matter of studying harder. Scoffs, right? Blood-soaked tissues clutter the sink basin as Junsu washes up, quietly calculating his modest savings and mentally preparing for the next step. Doing home surgery on your own ear just to cope with academic stress is next level unhinged. This is not medical advice or a diagnosis, so please see a healthcare professional for any related concerns. And back at Yulji Middle School, Junsu sits in the guidance counselor's office as his teacher asks if he's ever considered applying to prestigious science high schools. Reviewing his academic records, the counselor points out how his test scores drastically surged during his second year, making him an ideal candidate for elite STEM programs. With absolute deadpan composure, Junsu instantly shuts down the idea, explaining that private tuition is way too expensive and he'll only apply to nearby public schools. The teacher pauses, looking at him with genuine sympathy and suggesting that a student with his talent should allow himself to be a little more ambitious. Junsu maintains a firm, immovable stance across the desk, shutting down any further debate with a blunt single word. The guidance counselor is trying so hard to build his future, but Junsu is out here speed-running financial efficiency, offering a polite, formal smile smile, he firmly closes the topic, keeping his personal reasons guarded tight inside. Walking down the corridor wearing his new high school uniform, is the subtle black piercings in his ears catch the soft hallway light, checking his phone notification during high school orientation, but then, suddenly, ping! Junsu sees a reply regarding a part-time job application he submitted earlier. Seems like fate is ready to throw him a bone, even if it's a bone with a side of potentially weird boss. As he walks past the stairwell, a group of upperclassmen girls resting along the railing notice the handsome new freshman passing by. One of the older girls named Cheon leans over the railing, playfully calling out to ask why a cute first year is wandering around their floor. She gives him a playful smirk while the school intercom crackles to announce the official oath-taking ceremony. The loud PA system echoes across the grounds, officially concluding the 28th entrance ceremony of Namyan High School. Look at how senior girls instantly target the cute, quiet freshman. Classic romance manhwa trope incoming. Glancing at the bus schedule on his phone, Junsu calculates that catching the immediate bus after school is his only shot at making his shift on time. Suddenly, a shadow steps directly into his path, catching him completely off guard as a girl leans close to his face. Cheon stands right in front of him with an energetic smile, blocking his exit in the hallway. His face a canvas of confusion. Junsu blinks, whispers asking who she is, because this lady is definitely not Haein, to which she proudly introduces herself as I'm Cheon, a third-year senior. She chattily mentions recognizing him from somewhere and asks where he went to middle school, smiling brightly when he reveals he graduated from Yukji Middle. Without any hesitation, Cheon thrusts her phone directly into his hands, boldly asking for his contact number because she wants to get close to him. She didn't even wait 5 minutes after meeting him. The sheer confidence on the senior is insane. Slightly bewildered by her straightforward pushiness, Junsu quietly types his phone number into her contact list. Giggling happily, Cheon waves goodbye, promising to text him soon before skipping back toward her group. Her classmate teases her for hitting on a freshman so blatantly, causing Cheon to playfully snarl back at her friend with a laugh. Junsu stands frozen in the hallway, processing the sudden chaotic encounter before shaking it off. Turning around toward the stairwell, he reminds himself to head upstairs and organize his new semester textbooks. Bro just got aggressively hit on by a senior and his brain immediately defaulted to sorting math books. A sudden jump forward in time shows a text box reading I like you over the interior of a warm, sunlit city bus. Sitting side by side on the bus, Cheyen rests her hands on her lap after dropping a sudden confession, while Junsu sits holding his study notes, completely frozen in shock. Junsu blinks blankly at her, completely failing to process the confession before muttering a polite thank you. Cheon looks stunned by his bizarre response, while a narrator note reveals that Junsu has surprisingly never dated anyone in his entire life. Bro accepted a romantic confession like someone giving him a polite birthday gift. The complete lack of romance experience is showing. Later that afternoon, a text notification pops up on his phone screen as Cheon asks what he's doing today and invites him to hang out after school. Holding his pen over his notebook, Junsu casually texts back that he has to study today so he can't make it, prompting her to ask about the weekend instead. At that exact second, who else but Adam shows up, all casual like he didn't just commit a major crime. Apparently, he had a tracking device on Eve and followed her. He's all like, no one steals my girl, and gets away with it. Then he pulls out his freaking blade and things get intense. A pop-up notification from the convenience store owner slides across his screen, asking if he can cover an urgent shift this weekend. Without missing a beat, Junsu types back a quick agreement to the store owner, whispers, prioritizing work over his new relationship. He calmly resumes scribbling down study notes at his desk, completely buried in his self-imposed grind. Prioritizing a convenience store shift over a date with his girlfriend? Junsu's work ethic is genuinely ruthless. Walking through the school hallway with his heavy backpack draped over his shoulders, Junsu remains aloof as usual. As he passes near the staircase, the sharp chatter of gossip catches his attention, mentioning his name in hush-hush tones. Looking down from the upper floor, whispering students whisper about how Kim Junsu accepted a senior's confession and then completely ghosted her. A classmate listening to the rumor gasps in total shock, wondering why on earth anyone would treat a senior like that, leaving Junsu's reputation thoroughly wrecked. Walking down the corridor with his heavy backpack, Junsu overhears his classmates snickering behind his back, mocking his claims about needing to study and work as a cheap excuse. Deciding to avoid the toxic drama altogether, Junsu starts arriving at school earlier than anyone else. Honest talk, dodging high school rumors by becoming an early bird is peak introvert defense mechanism. Sitting alone in the empty classroom as soft morning light pours in, he quietly opens his notebook and gets straight to work. Staring intently at his study sheets, Junsu remains completely unbothered by what others think, keeping his eyes fixed on his own path. Despite his silence, the rumors continue to circulate through every corner of the classroom as two girls whisper right near the lockers, leaning in close to her friend's ear. Now get this, one classmate spreads the full drama about how Junsu allegedly accepted a senior's feelings and then completely ghosted her. The friend's eyes widen in disbelief as she scoffs, calling Junsu a shameless bastard without knowing an ounce of the real context. She bitterly remarks that just because a guy is handsome and gets good grades doesn't mean he can play with people's hearts. Classic school drama, misunderstandings travel faster than free Wi-Fi. Ignoring the harsh commentary buzzing around him, Junsu focuses his pen back onto complex math equations, reminding himself that he lives by a completely different set of values. He adjusts his glasses with absolute deadpan focus, reflecting on the twin priorities that actually matter in his life, studying hard and earning money. Gazing out the bright classroom window while holding his pen, he takes a quiet moment to process his own thoughts.
Suddenly, a subtle realization hits him mid-thought, causing him to freeze for a split second.
The camera zooms right into his brown eye behind his wireframes, capturing a rare glimpse of deep contemplation. He sighs inwardly, asking himself when studying stopped feeling like a fun challenge and turned into a pure survival chore. Realizing that your passion became a grind hits way too close to home. Lowering his gaze toward his lap, serious, he feels his phone vibrating in his pocket. Unlocking the screen, he finds a series of confrontational text messages from Chaeyeon, the third-year senior. The screen lights up with her furious texts, asking if he finally realizes what he did wrong, demanding to know why he accepted her confession only to push her away. Staring at the wall of angry text messages with deadpan eyes, Junsu holds his phone upright without typing a single character back. He recalls his past reactions and brushes a hand through his hair, flustered, realizing how chaotic romantic relationships can get when communication breaks down. Flash forward to a crisp winter afternoon where Junsu stands bundled up in his heavy winter coat outside a shopping district. He stops in front of a vacant retail shop with a bold "For Lease" sign taped against the glass. Standing motionless with his heavy backpack on, he stares blankly at the empty clothing store. He reflects to himself that after missing work for a month due to final exams, the quiet boutique he worked at went completely out of business. Looking at the deserted interior, he mentally notes that even though customer foot traffic was low, he genuinely enjoyed working there because it was quiet and sold nice clothes. Bro lost his peaceful part-time job because the shop literally dissolved while he was grinding calculus. Pulling out his phone amidst falling snowflakes, Junsu admits to himself that he doesn't feel like studying today and decides to browse job boards for a quick cover shift. He glances back at the empty lease paper, wondering if this specific storefront location is just cursed with terrible foot traffic. Suddenly, a short-haired girl wearing a high school uniform walks past him while casually sucking on a yellow lollipop. She pauses beside him and takes the lollipop out, casually announcing that she's planning to open a super cute cafe and asking for his opinion on the spot. Junsu turns his head in total bewilderment, asking if he misheard her. With hilarious, unfiltered honesty, serious Junsu bluntly warns her that this exact spot is literally the worst possible location she could ever pick. He points toward the empty glass display, whispers, explaining that the entire space feels financially cursed in every conceivable way. Instead of being discouraged, her face instantly lights up with excitement as she declares that she's definitely going to open her cafe right here. She flips her hair with absolute confidence, giggles, thriving off the thrill of taking on a ridiculous business challenge. Telling someone a location is cursed and having them buy it on the spot is chaotic energy at its finest. Noticing the job app open on Junsu's smartphone screen, she casually asks if he's currently on the hunt for a part-time gig. Junsu blinks in surprise, giving a quiet, hesitated nod, whispers as he confirms he's looking for work. With a playful smirk while holding her lollipop, she offers him a spot working at her brand new cafe right on the spot. Junsu stands completely stunned under the gentle snowfall, trying to process how a random conversation just secured him employment. Flashback context reveals her arguing passionately about how she submitted an actual business plan to the school board and plans to run her own venture. Junsu remembers his relentless routine, studying like crazy until his eyes burnt out. Fast forward to the brand new cafe, where Junsu wears a sleek black apron and handles counter orders with total professionalism. Back at school during sports day, Junsu sits on the sidelines in a basketball jersey and headband, studying flashcards when someone calls out his name. He turns his head slowly, holding his study notes while looking completely out of place among the athletic hype. Standing right near the netting is a student wearing a full brown raccoon mascot suit, holding a red baton. You can't make this up. A mascot suit wild appearance out of nowhere. Back at the cafe shift, Junsu diligently wipes down a wooden table with a wet rag. Hearing the front door chime open, the camera zooms in on his sharp gaze behind his glasses as a familiar voice greets him by name. Standing at the doorway in a beige winter puffer coat is Chaeyeon, sitting in a wheelchair with some bandages on her leg, wearing a polite yet subtle smile. Stepping closer to the counter, she teases him for calling her boring before, yet finding him working happily here, she asks for the real reason of his coming. She knows he's not just there to do a part-time job, and she reminds him that they are not strangers, but she doesn't want to force it from him. Still, he holds on tight, causing her to joke that he must be preparing some huge scheme against her. To which Junsu deadpans that he's literally on the clock. Her smile turns into a confrontational frown as she demands to know why he let her on when the whole school is spreading wild rumors about them. The confrontation is finally here, and Junsu has nowhere to run. Junsu tries to diffuse the rising tension by suggesting they step outside to talk, wanting to avoid making a public scene. The short-haired cafe owner steps up right beside Junsu in her matching apron, staring down the unexpected guest with an unbothered smirk. Suddenly, the owner's eyes light up as she recognizes Chaeyeon, throwing her arms up in excitement. She gushes about how it's been ages and asks how she found her cafe, while Chaeyeon mentally seethes in utter annoyance. Nothing ruins a dramatic confrontation faster than meeting your chaotic former acquaintance. Chaeyeon's face hardens into a cold glare, mocking tone, bluntly interrupting that she didn't come for a reunion. She's strictly here to deal with the part-timer. Pointing an accused finger right at Junsu, the cafe owner blinks in mild surprise, questioning if Kim Jin-soo is really at the center of all this noise. She strokes her chin thoughtfully, putting the pieces together out loud and concluding that this messy situation has all the classic hallmarks of a high school love triangle. Flashback to a private moment behind the counter where Junsu was washing dishes, serious, and the boss casually asked if he had a secret girlfriend hiding somewhere. Junsu plainly replied he didn't. Junsu added with total deadpan conviction that he never had a spare second for romance before, and he certainly has no plans to start now. Calling his blunt answer while glancing at him, the boss notes to herself that Junsu definitely wasn't bluffing back then. Standing tall in his black apron, Junsu remains completely indifferent to the chaos unfolding in front of him. My man is literally calculating his hourly wage while two girls battle across the counter. A sudden mischievous glint enters the boss's eyes as she unexpectedly reaches out and grabs Junsu's wrist. Right in front of Chaeyeon's face, she triumphantly holds Junsu's hand high with a beaming smile, putting on an absolute show of intimacy. Chaeyeon's jaw drops in utter bewilderment, stumbling over her words as she asks since when on earth they became a thing. Junsu tries to yank his arm back while telling her to knock it off, flustered, but the boss holds tight as Chaeyeon stammers in total disbelief. With a playful giggle, the boss casually claims they've been dating for about a week, before casually dropping that she heard rumors about Chaeyeon bullying a helpless freshman. She really threw fuel on the fire with zero hesitation. She boldly asks if that bullied freshman was Junsu, causing Chaeyeon to stammer that she wasn't bullying anyone and that he led her on. The boss instantly claps her hands together, laughing that she was just baiting her, and Chaeyeon actually confessed to it. Leaning right into Chaeyeon's personal space, the boss presses harder, asking if she simply misread the entire dynamic from the start. As Chaeyeon stammers in confusion, the boss delivers a brutal reality check, pointing out that since they never actually dated, Chaeyeon literally fabricated the whole romance in her own head. She continues roasting her without mercy, calling out Chaeyeon for mistaking basic politeness for romantic interest, and bringing back up friends who are currently lurking outside the glass door because she lacked the spine to show up alone. She drops the final hammer, mocking Chaeyeon for having zero track team achievements while playing the tough senior to intimidate underclassmen. Behind her, Junsu stands in total stunned silence with sweat drops, unable to even process the verbal annihilation. She didn't just roast her, she reduced her entire high school reputation to ashes. Closing the distance with a fake polite grin, the boss gently reminds Chaeyeon that they are literally graduating next week anyway, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Cut to later, inside the quiet cafe counter, where Junsu gives a clear recap of his exact history with Chaeyeon, confirming there is absolutely nothing more between them. Resting her head on her hand, the boss squints in sheer disbelief, asking if that anticlimactic story was really the full truth. Junsu nods deadpan, whispering confirming that when Chaeyeon confessed, he simply said he appreciated it and thanked her, which she somehow misconstrued as accepting her proposal. Boss sighs, leaning back in her seat, realizing that her earlier wild guesses were actually spot on. She pities Chaeyeon for getting dumped without even realizing it, wondering how on earth she's gonna survive her final week of school. She stares at Junsu with a sly, calculating expression, letting a long silence stretch between them. Look at that face! She's definitely cooking up another chaotic scheme. Out of nowhere, she leans across the table and nonchalantly asks if Junsu wants to start fake dating her for real. Junsu blinks behind his glasses in total shock, completely caught off guard by the out-of-the-blue proposal. She smoothly lays out the logical benefits, whispers, explaining that having her as a fake girlfriend will instantly scare off pushy girls like Chaeyeon and block unwanted flirting, all while neither of them has to invest actual romantic effort. Adjusting his wireframes, Junsu listens closely and finds himself mentally agreeing that it's surprisingly a practical, high-efficiency deal. Seeing him take the bait, the boss flashes a triumphant, satisfied smile, thrilled that her fake romance proposal worked like a charm. Flashback to the intense high school sports day. The student squeezed inside the sweaty brown raccoon costume trembles in embarrassment, whining that she's going to report everything to her senior. Standing beside her in his athletic jersey, Jinsu gazes down at the tiny mascot suit, calmly asking why she isn't heading back to her team spot. Sweat dripping down her face inside the heavy mascot hood. The raccoon girl mutters in terror about how terrifying Junsu's alleged girlfriend is and how screwed anyone who gets caught would be. She turns her back to him nervously, whispers, clearly overwhelmed by the intense high school gossip surrounding him. Junsu watches her closely, reflecting on how hearing the wild rumors floating around the track field made him realize just how out of control his reputation had gotten. Bowing her oversized mascot head, crying, the raccoon girl squeaks out a tiny, tearful apology for causing trouble. Junsu steps forward to explain the race rules. The mascot girl completely loses her mind. She screams at him to talk to his girlfriend properly and takes off sprinting down the track field like a wild animal, while the track official yells at her to return to the center. My girl panicked so hard she broke track field protocol in full mascot gear. Junsu stands glued to the spot in utter confusion, serious watching the brown raccoon suit sprint into the distance. Shortly after, his basketball teammates stroll over, curious, asking what brought him over to the track sidelines. The guys inform him that the person inside the mascot suit was Yang Soyeon from Class 5, the top academic student in liberal arts. They tease that her costume was adorable and speculate if she secretly stopped by because she has a crush on Junsu too. Fast forward to the school hallway later that week, where Junsu in his Stussy hoodie spots a familiar face walking down the corridor. Walking down the hallway with her headband and uniform is Yang Soyeon herself, chatting brightly with her friends. As she glances up and locks eyes with Jinsu, her face instantly flushes red with embarrassment. Junsu calmly raises a hand to give a subtle, friendly wave, seriously expecting a simple greeting in return. The second she sees his hand, Soyeon gasps in panic, forcing an awkward grin while intentionally ducking her head away. She speeds past him at lightning pace, leaving Junsu standing there with his hand frozen midair, completely ghosted in front of everyone. Getting left hanging in the middle of a busy hallway is a different level of emotional damage. A classmate walking beside him taps his shoulder, curious, asking if he's coming along, while Junsu lowers his hand in deadpan defeat. Over the following days, the exact same scenario repeats over and over. Every single time Soyeon sees Junsu, she pretends to be completely blind and dashes away with her friends. Junsu reflects rationally that it makes total sense since they were never close enough to exchange casual greetings anyway, having only interacted once on sports day. Squeezing inside her oversized animal costume hood, Soyeon stammers out an apology, sheepishly explaining she heard rumors about him having a girlfriend and regrets grabbing his hand so carelessly. Junsu blinks behind his wireframe glasses, letting out a quiet realization as the whole misunderstanding suddenly clicks into place. He turns his back calmly, reflecting on the bizarre series of events that led up to this moment. Cut to the sunny storefront of the neighborhood cafe, where Junsu continues looking back on his previous workplace discussions. Standing by the counter in his black apron, Junsu bluntly asks the boss if it isn't time for them to officially end their fake dating arrangement. My man treats a fake relationship like canceling a gym subscription. Whisking ingredients over the stove. The boss asks why he's bringing this up right while she's testing a new menu, while Junsu takes a spoonful and deadpans that it tastes terrible and needs way more sugar. Pausing her cooking, the boss squints closely at Junsu, asking if he secretly caught feelings for a real girl. Junsu answers instantly without a single second of hesitation that he hasn't. She chuckles playfully, warning him that he better introduce any future girlfriend to her first, while Junsu casually suggests dumping the ruined food batch and starting fresh. Adjusting his apron straps, Junsu drops another piece of news, informing her that he won't be able to cover as many cafe shifts going forward. Surprised by his sudden announcement, the boss asks for the reason, to which Junsu explains he landed a logistics gig at a snack warehouse, a job that lets him work mindlessly, scoffs without social hassle. He really chose lifting boxes over dealing with high school drama? Respect. Flashback to the bustling school hallway, excited where Soyeon walks with her friends, giggling brightly with her signature headband. Leaning against the classroom window frame, Junsu gazes outside, reminding himself that he technically doesn't even have a fake girlfriend anymore. He muses rationally, coming to the cold realization that the fake relationship status was never the main issue. Soyeon simply wasn't interested in him from the start. Right at that moment, Soyeon presses her hands against the window glass from outside, exuding an intensely creepy dark aura, while Junsu wonders why she keeps acting weird if she won't even say hi. Look at her dark aura through the window! She looks like a friendly ghost haunting him. Shift to a past memory of them walking home after school, where Soyeon insists loudly that they are super close friends, while Junsu plainly replies she must have mistaken him for someone else. Walking side by side down the sidewalk, Soyeon grins cheerfully with rosy cheeks, while Junsu maintains his ultimate poker face. Their footsteps sink together on the tiled pavement, creating a comfortable, steady rhythm between them. Turning toward him with sparkling eyes, Soyeon asks which cafe he plans on heading to, catching Junsu off guard by her sudden friendliness. A sudden transition prompt flashes serious, setting up her surprisingly outrageous request. Restively resting her face in her hands, giggles, Soyeon puts on a super dramatic pout, whining that she's hopeless at math and begging him to tutor her. Junsu stares at her deadpan before agreeing, well aware of the rumor echoing through the entire grade that she scored a nearly perfect 98 on the latest state math exam. She really faked being bad at math just to hang out with him. That is high-level strategic romance. Setting up their study materials at a private desk, Junsu suggests starting from the core fundamentals to make sure she understands. Asked a basic warm-up question, Soyeon's face instantly turns beet red flustered, squeaking out a completely random guess of 4. Junsu squints in genuine utter bewilderment, asking what kind of absurd logic she used to land on 4 for such a simple problem. Squeezing her hands together nervously, whispers, Soyeon stammers out that she honestly has no idea, dying of pure embarrassment inside. Glancing back at her flushed face, Junsu silently observes her flustered reaction without saying a word. Scattered notebooks and highlighters cover the wooden study desk as Junsu recalls how genuinely fun that tutoring session ended up being. Looking upward thoughtfully, he remembers how everything subtly began shifting after that exact day. Crouched down nervously on the floor, Soyeon looks up at him with wide eyes. Bashful eyes. The chemistry between these two academic nerds is actually adorable. She makes a series of comical blushing faces, panicked, trying her absolute best to act casual around him. Pulling his hoodie over his head, Junsu checks his phone reflection, noting his plan to finish 7 full lectures of Chemistry 1 before calling it a night. Tutoring her across the table, Junsu points out a clever mathematical shortcut, causing Soyeon to gasp in total amazement, while he reflects that hanging out with her, ironically, cuts down his own study time. Staring at his organized desk late at night, Junsu calculates that studying until 5 in the morning will leave him just enough time to grab a quick nap at school. Resting his chin on his palm in class, he sits quietly at his desk with heavy, sleep-deprived eyes. A sweet memory panel appears, capturing the adorable image of Soyeon blushing inside her raccoon costume hood as he acknowledges how she randomly burst into his routine. Images of her bright laughter and flustered blushing expressions merge, completely disrupting his days and weeks. Writing diligently in his workbook, Junsu tries to maintain his hyper-focused academic rhythm. Soyeon's glowing, joyful smile lingers in his mind, lighting up the otherwise dull school atmosphere. Sitting in his seat with dark circles under his eyes, Junsu feels the heavy physical toll of his exhausting schedule catching up to him. Staring blankly at the blackboard, he wonders to himself just how many days it's been since he last got a proper night's rest. Flash back to them sitting back to back at the study table, quietly sharing space as their study sessions became a regular habit. Looking off to the side with a heavy exhale, Junsu rationalizes that once summer break starts, he might finally get a chance to catch up on sleep. Scrolling through his phone calendar, serious now, he sees his packed July schedule, noting that between his part-time shifts and skipping summer classes, he won't get to see Soyeon for a long time. Holding his mechanical pencil over his exam sheet, Junsu continues grinding through class assignments. The bright memory of Soyeon smiling softly appears in his thoughts, showing how deeply her presence affected his daily life. Glancing down at his textbook with a dull gaze, Junsu feels a sudden wave of lightheadedness washing over him. Suddenly, heavy crimson drops splat onto the white paper, staining his notes in a dramatic splash. Fresh blood trickles steadily from his nose down his neck, flustered, leaving Junsu staring at his paper in total shock. Oh no, my man literally studied himself into a physical breakdown. The classmate sitting beside him gasps in utter panic, pointing out the massive nosebleed and frantically urging him to take action. Pinching the bridge of his nose to stop the bleeding, Junsu listens as his classmate urgently insists he goes straight to the infirmary before passing out. Heading straight down the hallway towards the school infirmary, Junsu arrives outside the medical office to get his sudden nosebleed checked out. Sitting on the checkup stool, tired, Junsu listens quietly as the school nurse warmly scolds him, reminding him that while keeping up top grades is great, taking care of his physical body is way more important. Coughing weakly into his hand, Junsu takes a seat on the soft infirmary sofa while the nurse kindly suggests he lie down on the bed for a short rest. Adjusting his wire-framed glasses, Junsu reflects in silence that the last time he ever got a nosebleed from overstudying was back in middle school, reassuring the nurse aloud that he feels completely fine. Sitting upright on the couch, Junsu hears a quiet female voice speaking from behind the privacy curtain, casually mentioning that the nurse said he was just extremely sleep-deprived. The camera pulls back to reveal the full room setup, separated only by a thin fabric divider. Soyeon is standing upright on the hospital bed holding her phone, while Junsu rests on the couch on the left side. Lowering her phone in total shock, Soyeon blinks blankly through the open gap in the curtain, instantly recognizing his voice and asking why on earth Kim Junsu is sitting right there. Clutching her phone tightly against her knees, Soyeon teasingly calls him a complete delinquent the moment Junsu casually claims he's skipping class to take a nap. Look at her calling him a delinquent when he literally worked himself to a nosebleed. The irony is unreal. Turning his head toward her side of the room, curious, Junsu plainly turns the question back around, asking why she's currently lying in the infirmary bed herself, to which she sheepishly mutters that she isn't feeling too happy. Staring down at her open study workbook, whispers, Soyeon feels a sudden pang of regret washing over her, silently thinking to herself that she really should have realized the truth back then. Glancing sideways at the drawn divider fabric, Junsu listens as Soyeon urgently warns him not to open the curtain because it's way too embarrassing, telling him to just talk from where he is. Sitting quietly with his hands folded, Junsu listens attentively as Soyeon softly brings up the fact that the big June mock exam is rapidly approaching. Blushing intensely with a heavy pout, Soyeon admits that since this specific mock test comes directly from the official evaluation institute, her parents have sky-high expectations for her score. Lowering her gaze in quiet anxiety, Soyeon stammers out that despite everyone else's confidence in her, she's actually the one person who doesn't trust her own abilities. Junsu sits in complete, motionless silence, letting her words sink in while she lets out an awkward, self-deprecating laugh to break the heavy tension. Panicking over her sudden emotional vulnerability, Soyeon rapidly backtracks. squeaking out that she gave way too much unnecessary TMI, and frantically begging him to pretend she never said a word. Classic teenage overthinking at its finest.
She spilled her soul and immediately panicked.
Sunlight streams through the large window frame, illuminating Soyeon sitting alone on the white hospital bed as she sinks deep into her internal thoughts.
Hugging her arms tightly against her chest, Soyeon wonders to herself whether the expression Junsu had on his face was one filled with genuine worry, or a look she had simply never seen on him before. A glowing memory panel flashes in her mind, remembering how his face lit up whenever she shared her academic achievements and sweet study moments with him. Cut to a back-angle view of Junsu, serious, standing near the infirmary exit as he prepares to head back out into the school grounds. Stopping dead in his tracks, Junsu lets out a soft, breathy gasp as the full truth behind her bizarre behavior suddenly clicks inside his head. A sudden memory fragment strikes him, crying, showing Soyeon bursting into tears with red cheeks and crying sob, holding her bruised fist to her chest right after hitting him. Touched by the realization, Junsu gently touches his own cheek, feeling the lingering warmth of the spot where she unexpectedly struck him. Transition to the evening street scene where the city bus pulls up to the curb, opening its doors as Junsu prepares to head home. Stepping up onto the bus stairs, Junsu taps his phone against the digital transit reader to pay his fare. Gripping the overhead leather hand strap, Junsu stands quietly inside the gently swaying aisle of the crowded bus. Hearing a passenger ask if this bus goes to Junggangdong, Junsu listens as the driver says it doesn't, causing Junsu to check his phone screen and wonder why he's even bothering to track a route. The heavy bus tires roll over the pavement street, carrying passengers toward their respective residential stops. And standing next to a female student holding the bus handrail, whispers, Junsu deadpans to himself that he basically got hit by a passing stray cat today. Calling her a stray cat after getting punched is top-tier tsundere behavior. A dramatic text prompt flashes across the school facade, serious, flashing back to exactly 4 hours earlier before the infirmary incident took place. Standing together in the brightly lit school hallway, Soyeon's friends in blue PE uniforms wonder aloud where Soyeon went, noting she promised to join them for gym class. Suddenly, a distant figure comes sprinting down the long corridor, panicked, running at terrifying speeds toward them. The two friends gasp in utter horror, watching in pure disbelief as Soyeon charges straight at them with tears flying off her red face, screaming in total panic. Squeezing her fists together in pure agony, Soyeon internally screams why she did such an insane thing, panicking over the fact that it was literally her first time ever hitting someone in her 19 years of life. Panting heavily in front of her shocked friend, Soyeon stands with a bright red, embarrassing mark on her cheek, totally confused by what just happened. Tear-streaked face while her friend stares at her in complete bewilderment. Shift to the echoey indoor gym rafters, setting up the dramatic gossip session about to unfold on the wooden basketball court floor. Sitting on the gym floor tearfully, Soyeon frantically asks her friends if they think Kim Junsu intentionally got a question wrong on the exam just to boost her rank, while her friends look completely lost. Translator and character commentary bubbles pop up, with her friend dryly pointing out that punching someone over an exam question is completely over the top, joking that she doesn't want to visit her best friend in a police station. Huddling together in a tight circle on the shiny wooden court, curious, the three girls lean in closer as her friend asks if Soyeon actually has any concrete proof that he threw the test on purpose. Soyeon leans forward intensely, asking if they believe that Junsu somehow got question number 1 wrong on the Korean exams? To which her friend admits that even an average 5th grader gets question 1 right. And nodding furiously in agreement, Soyeon stammers that she even overheard the teachers whispering about his unbelievably bizarre test error in the faculty lounge. Her short-haired friend squints suspiciously, questioning why on earth Junsu would deliberately ruin his own test score when mock exams don't even count toward official GPA grades anyway. Soyeon's face instantly goes blank with embarrassment, letting out a weak, trail-off murmur as her airtight theory begins to fall apart. Both friends throw up their hands in total exasperation, exclaiming that they don't understand his logic at all, while Soyeon sits between them sweating bullets. Her friends are acting like criminal investigators trying to solve a high school romance case. Clenching her fists tightly with an annoyed growl, Soyeon yells out that she's super irritated and frustrated by his confusing behavior too. Imagining Junsu in lab goggles grading a happy lab rat, serious, Soyeon grabs her own hair in total despair, screaming if she was just some kind of science experiment to him and complaining that he even showed up at her house. Both of her friends freeze in place, staring at her with wide, unblinking eyes as complete silence falls over the gym. Leaning in with explosive curiosity, her friends gasp in total shock, asking when they even got close enough for home visits, and teasing if he already met her parents, while Soyeon frantically waves her hands, denying everything. Blushing furiously with a nervous sweat drop, Soyeon stammeringly explains that he literally just dropped by briefly to drop off study stuff and started blabbering weird nonsense about wanting praise. Nodding thoughtfully in agreement, her ponytail friend notes that since Soyeon's parents are super doting, his behavior kind of makes sense, but still asks why he went out of his way to walk all the way to her private house in the first place. Soyeon's wild imagination continues in full swing as she pictures Jun-soo wearing scientific lab goggles while examining study results with tweezers. She frantically wonders if she and her doting parents were just test subjects in some elaborate psychological study experiment to him. Her short-haired friend stares at her completely deadpan, utterly unnerved by Soyeon's insane conspiracy theory while muttering how scary that sounds. Suddenly, the third friend wearing a headband snaps her fingers, letting out a breathy gasp as a forgotten memory abruptly comes rushing back. Both Soyeon and her friend turn toward her in total surprise, asking how on earth she managed to figure out what's going on behind his bizarre behavior. The headband friend plainly clarifies that she actually attended the exact same elementary school as Kim Jin-soo back in the day. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the gym floor as all three girls freeze in place trying to digest this sudden plot twist. Losing her patience, the ponytail friend grabs her shirt sleeve, snapping that nobody cares about her personal backstory right now and asking if she can read the room. Unbothered by the dramatic reaction, curious, the headband friend points out how Soyeon mentioned Jun-soo wanting praise, recalling that they were actually third-grade classmates. A flashback panel reveals young Jun-soo sitting alone at a wooden desk with plain black hair. So then, the friend notes that he wasn't particularly good at studying back then, which is why she barely remembered him. During open house parent visitation day, other mothers stand in the back with folded arms, while Jun-soo's desk area remains completely empty because his parents never showed up. Without anyone to watch him, young Jun-soo sat in utter silence all day, keeping his head lowered while everyone else showed off to their families. Suddenly, the heavy classroom door swings open as polished dress shoes step onto the tile floor. Jun-soo's father steps inside the doorway with a slightly unbuttoned shirt and tired eyes, softly apologizing for arriving late. The visiting mothers immediately turn their heads in shock, whispering among themselves about how ridiculously handsome he is. Talk about an instant school hallway drama moment. His dad literally stole the entire room's attention. Hearing his voice, young Jun-soo turns around instantly, his eyes wide with quiet astonishment as his dad adjusts his jacket. His dad raises his hand, offering a warm, reassuring wave and a gentle smile across the busy classroom. Young Jun-soo's pale cheeks flush bright pink with pure joy, giggles, feeling an overwhelming wave of excitement wash over him. The moment his dad arrived, young Jun-soo immediately leaped out of his chair, eagerly raising his workbook to present in front of the class. That was when the friend realized he was desperately seeking praise. Back in the gym, the short-haired friend strokes her chin, dryly commenting that evaluating a third grader's psychological need for praise is pretty harsh psychological analysis for an elementary school kid. Leaning forward, the headband friend explains that Jun-soo was likely projecting those exact same childhood emotions onto Soyeon. She continues that although she doesn't know every single detail, whispers, he heard his parents got divorced when he was young, meaning he lives alone with his father. She emphasizes that the fact he personally walked to Soyeon's house and asked for praise proves he views her through that same vulnerable lens. The ponytail friend squints suspiciously, asking if she's writing a romantic novel here, while the headband friend defends her logic as pure scientific deduction. Leave it to high school girls to turn elementary memories into a full psychological essay. Soyeon sits completely still, her mind swirling as she quietly contemplates whether Kim Jun-soo truly hides such a deep, vulnerable side. A quiet close-up reveals Jun-soo wearing his black-framed glasses, his calm gaze masking the complex emotions buried beneath his stoic exterior. Soyeon stares down at her lap with wide, reflective eyes, processing every piece of information her friends just laid out. Memories of Jun-soo flash through her mind, sitting in a car or walking in the glowing sunlight. She softly notes that behind every single one of his expressions, there was always a subtle trace of bitterness. Full body vision shows Junsu and Soyeon standing face to face in their school uniforms, wondering if his confusing actions were just his awkward attempt at experiencing youth. Clenching her PE uniform jersey tightly against her chest, Soyeon silently wonders what kind of person she actually represented in his eyes. Breaking the intense mood, the ponytail friend smirks playfully, giggles, teasing that the genius who scored top marks on the June mock exam is surprisingly oblivious when it comes to love. Transition to the present time inside the bus. The track team girl standing next to Junsu asks why he threw the exam and turned into a passing stray cat, to which Junsu deadpans why she even wants to know. The track girl notes that he keeps defending Soyeon like a protective guard, curious. But Junsu simply tells her not to worry about it. Junsu turns his back toward her, gripping the yellow bus handrail while staring blankly out the window as the city glides past. The track girl leans over with an intense glare, confronting him directly and asking if he threw the exam score intentionally just for her. Junsu remains completely silent, his faint cheek blush betraying the unspoken truth he refuses to voice aloud. The track girl reminds him that he has always held the undisputed #1 spot in the entire school. She clenches her fist with an annoyed grumble, cursing her track team competitive instincts for making her care so much. An imaginary track field panel appears panicked, illustrating a top runner tripping right before the finish line just to let someone else cross first into second place. She imagines the runner giving a peace sign while telling the winner they fell on purpose, asking how anyone would possibly feel receiving a cheap victory like that. Looking back at Junsu, curious, the track girl asks if he honestly considered throwing the test a big victory for Soyeon. She forcefully explains that anyone would feel utterly terrible because it implies you don't even view him as a legitimate rival worth competing against. Junsu turns his head slightly, softly admitting that's precisely why he didn't say a single word to her about it. As the bus sways gently over the pavement, Junsu thinks to himself that if covering it with a lie had worked, he would have intentionally missed a different question instead. He glances at her with a helpless expression, admitting that he honestly didn't know which question was safe enough to throw. Using her track analogy, Junsu asks if a runner letting someone win calculates the exact angle and distance of their fall beforehand. He adds that the pure act of losing is all that matters, not the pain of getting set back or having to start over, because that will only make the person stronger. So nobody overthinks the specific execution. The track girl admits his logic actually makes a lot of sense. Leave it to Junsu to debate the physics of falling in a track race to justify failing a test. However, the track girl quickly shakes her head, warning him that logical sound bites don't mean his entire mindset is right. A sweet vision of Soyeon holding snacks with a bright, radiant smile appears. The girl reminds him that Soyeon earned her top score through her own hard work and would have been genuinely happy without his grand gesture. Looking Junsu straight in the eye, she bluntly tells him that assuming he needed to throw the test for her sake was pure arrogance, pressing the stop button on the bus wall. She warns him that disrespecting an opponent's effort is wrong, urging him to clear up the misunderstanding with Soyeon before it's too late. Whew! Junsu stands on the bus in complete silence, processing the track girl's harsh reminder that misunderstandings only breed unnecessary pain. In his mind, a vision of Soyeon crying with bright red cheeks flashes by, completely overwhelmed by the confusing web of mixed signals he created. Stepping off the bus, the track girl glances back, urging him to swallow his pride and properly make up with Soyeon before things fracture beyond repair. She adds with a gentle sigh, admitting that everyone prefers seeing Soyeon bright and smiling, rather than weighed down by doubts. As the heavy door slams shut, Junsu stands near the bus window watching her walk away into the crowd. He turns back toward the front, inwardly admitting that all he ever truly wanted was to see Soyeon smile too. Cast in a warm memory, he remembers how Soyeon's genuine, radiant smile always brightened up the dreary school hallways. Her joyful expression was something pure, completely untouched by the calculated coldness of high school rivalries. Standing in the middle of the crowded bus, Junsu realizes that throwing the test wasn't chivalry, it was just his own awkward flaw. The automated bus speaker chimes loudly, broadcasting the next stop at Yulji Overpass as Junsu snaps out of his deep trance. He rapidly checks his surroundings, panicked, realizing he almost missed his stop all lost in his own head. He reflects on how both he and Soyeon are navigating through miscalculated choices, getting completely wrong answers in the test of real-life emotions. Meanwhile, dawn breaks over the quiet school school building, setting the stage for a long overdue confrontation. Inside the empty classroom, Junsu rests his head beneath a heavy textbook. Tired, trying to escape his restless thoughts. He slowly lowers the workbook, curious, revealing his tired eyes and the bandage across his nose from yesterday's chaos. Hearing footsteps near the door, he glances back, surprised, recognizing that the person entering shouldn't be in Class 5 at all. Standing at the threshold, Soyeon steps inside calmly, acknowledging that she knows full well this isn't her assigned classroom. Looking straight into his eyes, she plainly states that she specifically came early in the morning just to see him. Flashing back to the previous night, Soyeon squeezed her throbbing hand while questioning why on earth she had slapped him in a fit of emotion. Sitting at her desk in the quiet of her room, she couldn't stop analyzing every single word her friends had shared about Junsu's past. She pondered whether Junsu's unexpected visit to her home was really because he saw a reflection of his own unresolved childhood lingering in her. Seeing how warmly her parents doted on her, she realized how overwhelmingly bright her home life must have looked to someone who grew up isolated. She recalled his distant gaze, understanding now why he believed nobody could ever truly comprehend the depth of his isolation. A heavy wave of guilt washed over her, wondering if slapping him and ignoring his effort was just her own stubborn arrogance taking over. Suddenly, her phone screen lights up on the desk, displaying 4 unread notifications at 3 in the morning. She picks up her phone, reading group chat messages from Yunseo, revealing that Junsu always arrives at school extraordinarily early. Soyeon blinks in absolute disbelief, wondering why on earth her classmates are even online gossiping at 4 in the morning. Seriously, high school group chats never sleep. Staring at her lock screen showing 3:52 a.m., she realized that if she wanted to catch him alone without any crowd, this was her only window. She examines the faint red mark on her hand, determined to fix the misunderstanding before another day slipped away. In the present, Junsu stares at her in quiet astonishment, utterly taken aback by her sudden early arrival. Remembering how she leaped out of bed and rushed to school, panting, she knew that overthinking at home would never solve a single problem. Standing firm in front of his desk, she resolves that direct, honest communication is the only way forward. She had checked the earliest bus routes before sunrise, sprinting out the door at 4 a.m. just to meet him in the empty classroom. Talk about absolute dedication. Outside, the faint golden sunlight begins to filter through the morning mist, wrapping the quiet campus in silence. Junsu tilts his head in utter disbelief, asking what on earth could have prompted her to arrive at school at such an absurdly early hour. Soyeon gives him a completely deadpan glare, countering that him routinely showing up at 4 in the morning is far stranger than her visiting. She steps across the wooden floorboards, pulling up a chair directly opposite his desk. Junsu turns his head, whispers, silently tracking her movements as she settles down right in front of him. Sitting face to face in the vacant classroom, the heavy tension between them fills the room. Before he can even utter a word, Soyeon bows her head slightly, whispers, offering a genuine apology for letting her anger flare up yesterday. Junsu lowers his eyes, softly insisting that while he accepts her feelings, his actions weren't born from the motive she imagines. Placing her pink backpack onto the adjacent chair, Soyeon gets comfortable, ready to listen to whatever he has to say. She looks at him reassuringly, whispers, encouraging him to be completely honest about his thoughts for once in his life. Her steady gaze never wavers, giving him the safe space he needs to finally drop his guarded demeanor. She asks the ultimate question point blank, curious, wanting to know why he went out of his way to intentionally score lower on the exam. Junsu blinks in quiet shock, realizing that she saw right through his cover story from the very beginning. He hesitates, faltering as he searches for the right words to articulate the mess of feelings inside him. Clasping his fingers tightly in his lap, Junsu confesses that he lives alone with his father now, barely holding on to memories of his mother. He turns toward the light, explaining how he constantly felt like an unwelcome burden to his dad, driving him to juggle part-time jobs while grinding over textbooks. Looking across at Soyeon whispers, he softly remarks how enviable it was to see her surround herself with the warmth of loving parents. Turning his head slightly toward the morning light, Junsu softly admits he was genuinely curious to see how precious her family environment must be for her to act so fiercely protective. Soyeon gazes back at him with a quiet, contemplative expression, gently asking if her home life really appeared that special and precious through his eyes. Sitting directly opposite each other in the quiet room, the heavy space between them slowly relaxes as two lonely souls finally drop their defenses. Junsu looks up with a tender expression, softly admitting that Seeing her happy family was precisely why he wanted to protect her radiant smile. Talk about a total heart-melting moment. Junsu really carries the whole romantic budget on his shoulders. So-yeon blinks in sheer confusion, tilting her head as she asks if he means he was doing all of this just for her parents. Fixing his eyes directly onto hers with unshakable clarity, Junsu plainly corrects her, clarifying that every single action was strictly for her sake alone. Silence falls across the sunlit classroom as the weight of his direct confession settles between them. Seriously, the lighting quality in this scene deserves an absolute award. So-yeon stays rooted to her chair in complete awe, her mind completely overwhelmed, trying to process his shockingly honest admission. Suddenly switching into adorable chibi art, So-yeon stammers out whether that was truly his reason all along, while Chibi Junsu nonchalantly insists it's totally different. High school communication turns silly in a second. Regaining her composure, So-yeon leans forward and asks the burning question on her mind. And if he assumed she would score higher, why did he specifically throw a single 2-point question? Was it to make his score look artificially low, or was there a more sinister reason? This subtle detail might be the key to understanding the whole plot. Junsu looks her straight in the eyes without a single hint of hesitation, stating plainly that he never doubted for a second that she would land a perfect score. And he adds softly, reminding her that he watched firsthand just how untiringly hard she pushed herself every single day to study. Looking at his earnest face, So-yeon inwardly realizes that Junsu wasn't trying to look down on her. He was actually the one person who trusted her abilities more than anyone else. Turning her shoulders slightly away as a faint blush creeps onto her neck, So-yeon prepares to confess her own hidden insecurities. Lowering her eyes, she exhales a soft sigh, admitting that there was something heavy she needed to share as well. Sitting in the quiet warmth of the empty classroom, the conversation shifts into a moment of mutual vulnerability. Is it just me, or is watching two stubborn teens communicate this healthily super refreshing? So-yeon looks down with a shadowed expression, confessing that since Junsu never seemed to make mistakes, he kind of wanted to be like him. But it's not just his skill in battles. Turns out Junsu's a total sweetheart. We get a flashback where he's helping Minsu out, encouraging him and being super nice, which makes Minsu feel a bit guilty for having those weird competitive thoughts. I mean, how can you hate on a guy like that, right? She always viewed him as a wall of pure genius she could never cross. In a quick memory of his cool, solitary presence wearing glasses, she reflects on how distant and untouchable he used to feel to her. She recalls him walking away alone after school, realizing how easily she misread his quiet burden as unapproachable perfection. Remembering her own room late last night, So-yeon acknowledges that holding back the truth in front of their classmates was actually his way of sparing both of them unnecessary public drama. Bowing her head in genuine remorse, So-yeon admits that she was the truly arrogant one, offering a sincere apology for making assumptions and hurting him without understanding his side. Junsu watches her intently in complete silence as So-yeon softly apologizes for slapping his cheek and leaving that red mark across his face. She pauses briefly, gathering the courage to establish a fresh start between them moving forward. Looking up with clear determination, So-yeon promises that whenever things feel overwhelming or frustrating, she will talk to him directly instead of bottling it up, asking for the same honesty from him. The morning sunlight bathes the room in a warm glow as the tension between the two completely evaporates. Junsu stares at her in stunned reverence, utterly captivated by her mature and open-hearted resolve. Man, seeing character growth like this hit in real time is pure gold. Junsu tilts his head in curiosity, asking when she supposedly interfered in his life, while the chibi panel below shows him asking if she really didn't notice. Chibi So-yeon turns bright red like a ripe tomato, frantically squeaking out that she just thought they were having fun hanging out together. So-yeon abruptly shoots up from her seat, panicked, her entire face completely flushed red as her heart races out of control. Junsu blinks in absolute astonishment, startled by her sudden explosive reaction as he asks what on earth she's doing, squeezing her fists tightly with a bright red blush covering her face. So-yeon stammers out that she's officially trying to reconcile, since neither of them was being honest from the start. Reaching her hand straight toward him in an overly dramatic peace-offering stance, she demands they bury the hatchet right here and now. Honestly, her awkward attempt at formal reconciliation is the cutest thing ever. Her hand hangs open in the air between them. Whispers, waiting for him to accept her peace offering. Leaning closer over his desk, surprised, she notices how heavy and tired Junsu's eyes look up close. Stepping right into his personal space, she gazes down at him while he stays seated in place. Noticing his drooping eyelids, Soyeon gently asks if he stayed up all night without getting a single wink of sleep. Exhausted beyond measure, Junsu leans forward and gently rests his forehead right against her waist. Whew, letting out a deep exhale, Soyeon freezes in place with wide eyes, stammering out if he routinely uses people as rest pillows, while Junsu faintly murmurs a tired confirmation. Hugging his arm slightly closer as he rests against her, Junsu softly confesses that he simply can't find peace or sleep well at home anymore. Hold on, my heart just exploded. This level of sudden physical intimacy is wild. Looking down at his messy brown hair with a tender, gentle gaze, Soyeon understands the deep, unspoken loneliness resting on his shoulders. Flashing back to a chilly winter memory from their past, young Junsu and Soyeon walk side by side, bundled up in thick coats. Looking at young Soyeon with wide, curious eyes, young Junsu reflected on how impossible it felt to ever fully grasp what another person was feeling inside. Young Soyeon turned back toward him, realizing early on that assuming you know everything about someone else is pure arrogance. A sweet, innocent smile lit up young Soyeon's face, showing the natural warmth she always possessed, even back then. Look at how seamlessly the artist links their childhood dynamic to the present moment. Absolute top-tier storytelling. Young Soyeon reached her small hand out toward him in the past memory, whispers, offering him warmth when he needed it most. In the present day, Soyeon slowly raises her hand above his head, whispers, mirroring her childhood gesture of comfort. Her fingers hover gently over his brown hair, preparing to offer him the comfort he's been starved of. Soyeon gently places her palm onto Junsu's head, softly stroking his hair to soothe his restless soul. Feeling her warm, gentle fingers moving through his hair, Junsu rests his head softly against her, completely melting into her touch. Closing his eyes as her chest rests near his ear, Junsu feels her rapid, thumping heartbeat, softly thinking to himself that her racing pulse reveals every hidden truth her words left behind. Soyeon gently strokes Junsu's soft hair, asking if his glasses suffered any damage from their sudden clash, while softly promising to buy him a new pair if needed. In a dramatic top-down view, the scene reveals Junsu holding her tightly against him on the floor, surrounded by scattered study sheets. Honestly, the artist's choice of overhead perspective here captures the breathtaking romance of this moment so beautifully. Soyeon's entire face turns bright red as she clings to her textbook, her heart pounding wildly as she realizes just how ridiculously close their bodies are. Flashing back 30 minutes prior. Then the next scene, bam, we're in the brightly lit school convenience store, loaded with cold drinks and snacks. Soyeon gasps in absolute horror upon finding the bakery shelf completely empty, loudly protesting why the cream bread had to be sold out today of all days. Junsu casually suggests she could use this chance to quit sugary treats, but Soyeon frantically insists that sugar is the essential fuel keeping her brain alive during study season. Sitting nearby, sipping her Pocari Sweat, their friend inwardly chuckles at how insanely fast these two resolve their earth-shattering fight. Seriously, give a dramatic teenager some snacks and a good heart-to-heart, and all apocalyptic angst vanishes into thin air. However, her gaze shifts slightly curious, noticing another classmate nearby looking surprisingly tense. She squints over at their black-haired friend, wondering why on earth he looks pale enough to pass for a Victorian ghost. The poor guy stammers in utter confusion, totally bewildered by the sudden peaceful atmosphere between the two former rivals. He hesitantly asks if something horrible went down, staring intently at Junsu and Soyeon peacefully sharing snacks together. You gotta love background characters who are completely lost while the main leads resolve their epic romance arc. Standing completely frozen in place, he lets out a quiet sigh as he realizes he was worrying over absolutely nothing. Switching into adorable chibi art, he tearfully explains that the main library will remain closed until next week's exams, which practically means they're expelled, meaning overdue books will give him demerits. But Chibi Soyeon gleefully pulls out a shiny key to save the day. Soyeon proudly brags about her library club connections. mischievously, fondly remembering how easily she charmed the supervisor into granting her special access just this once. Twirling the door key on her finger, Soyeon cheerfully admits that visiting the library more often might actually have its perks. Glancing over her shoulder with a raised eyebrow, Soyeon notices Junsu quietly following right behind her and demands to know why he's tagging along, though he just casually shrugs it off. Reaching the high glass entrance of the library, Soyeon stretches up on her tiptoes trying to reach the tall lock latch at the top of the doorframe. Grunting in frustration with a bright pink blush on her cheeks, she complains under her breath that locking the top door latch was never her responsibility when she was in the library club. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as a tall arm glides smoothly right above her head. Ah yes, the classic tall guy reaching over the short girl trope strikes again with maximum heart-fluttering power. Standing ridiculously close behind her, Junsu takes the key directly from her hand and effortlessly unlocks the high latch with zero effort. Looking down at her flustered face, Junsu softly remarks that it was definitely a good idea for him to follow her after all, while Soyeon fumes in silent irritation. And stepping into the quiet library, Junsu carefully locks the heavy glass door behind them to ensure complete privacy. Soyeon smiles warmly as the familiar scent of paper fills her nose, noting how cozy and peaceful the empty library feels after being away for so long. Heading straight over to the front desk, Soyeon operates the computer terminal to handle her book return with a sharp electronic beep. The scanner registers the barcode on Even So the Cat, successfully processing the return on the system display. Checking the online catalog search, Soyeon locates the exact shelf coordinate for the philosophy reference manual she needs. Walking deeper into the maze of high wooden bookshelves, she searches through the dense rows for her targeted study guide. Looking up at the highest shelf with a sweat drop on her cheek, Soyeon mutters in annoyance, questioning why every useful textbook always has to sit at the absolute top. Is it just me, or do Webtoon library shelves exist purely to force short leads into dramatic physical encounters? Glancing through the gaps between the books, curious, she catches sight of Junsu browsing another section nearby. Her stubborn pride immediately flares up, refusing to rely on his help again after that embarrassing door key incident. Peeking stealthily around the tall shelf corner, she spots a wheeled office stool parked nearby and formulates an independent solution. With sparkling, determined eyes, Soyeon inwardly cheers that she found the ultimate tool to grab her book without asking anyone. Standing dangerously on top of the rolling chair, panicked Soyeon stretches upward while Junsu suddenly appears out of nowhere, tightly gripping the chair base to prevent her from wiping out. Flustered by his instant protective reflex, Soyeon stammers that holding her chair is a bit excessive, but Junsu bluntly retorts that it's far better than her going to the hospital right before final exams. Look at him acting like a total bodyguard in the middle of a library. Switching back to silly chibi panels, Chibi Junsu scolds her reckless chair balancing act, while Chibi Soyeon pouts back that she had no choice without a proper step stool. Junsu looks up at her with a calm expression, curious asking which specific book she's trying to grab, while Soyeon proudly announces her grand plan to write a review on Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Reaching her hand upward, she admits the dense philosophy is pretty brutal to read, but feels confident she can handle it with the supplementary guide. Whew, high schoolers reading Kant for fun. Yeah, these kids are operating on a completely different intellectual tier. Finger hovering near the red spine, Soyeon mentions that she attempted to read this exact volume last year but failed miserably, giggle, forcing her to put it back. Junsu gazes up at her in quiet contemplation as the mention of last year triggers a specific memory in his mind. Fixing his eyes onto hers, Junsu softly asks why she completely ignored his greeting after last year's sports festival. Junsu admits that it's been on his mind ever since. Soyeon turns back toward him in complete bewilderment, asking when on earth she ever ignored him. Looking up at her with his bruised cheek showing, Junsu specifically points out the moment right after last year's sports day ended. Hold on. This guy held on to a micro-grudge over an unreturned greeting for a whole calendar year? Talk about holding a grudge. Soyeon blinks blankly as her mind works overtime, trying to recall what happened during last year's sports event. A flashback memory pops up, showing young Junsu wearing an athletic headband while young Soyeon cowered under a hilarious bear hoodie with a bright red face. Soyeon exhales a deep, embarrassed sigh, flustered embarrassed. groaning that that specific day was her absolute ultimate dark history. Junsu tilts his head in genuine confusion, asking why, while So-yeon flusteredly snaps back that she already explained how completely mortifying that hoodie moment was for her. Keeping his hands firmly anchored around her chair legs, Junsu stubbornly refuses to let the subject drop, demanding to know why she considered that sports festival so embarrassing. So-yeon stands frozen on top of the chair, completely speechless as she gazes down into his persistent, curious eyes. Turning her head away with a faint blush creeping across her face, she softly mutters that he probably didn't even remember the encounter anyway, despite how desperately she wanted to see him back then. Reaching up to finally slide Kant's textbook off the top shelf, So-yeon softly denies his assumption, leaving her true feelings hanging gently in the quiet library air. Man, he's really going for it, but wait. Just like that, boom, an arrow hits him point blank. So now he's stuck like a statue, helpless in the water. And that's when this giant snail creature pops up, ready to feast. But hold on, the scene changes. We're back where the whole story began, at the guild. It turns out this whole epic journey, this fight with the Goblin King, with just one big flashback. Talk about a plot twist. Seeing her drop subtle emotional hints like this is setting up the ultimate romantic confession. Hey guys, welcome back. Today, we've got a wild recap with some seriously epic fights, surprising power reveals, and a whole lot of drama. Let's dive right in. Carrying right over from her vulnerable moment, So-yeon softly confesses that she desperately wanted to see him again all along. The second the words leave her mouth, boof, the ground shatters. She's flying through the air in a vortex of magic. She's stammers, flying? Since when? Her eyes widen in total shock as the realization of her sudden confession hits her full force. Her
Flustered beyond belief.
Her face burns bright crimson as she stammers and tells him to let go of her stool already. But karma strikes instantly as the stool's wheels suddenly slip out from beneath her feet. So-yeon gasps in sheer terror, losing her balance completely as she tumbles straight off the stool. Before she can slam onto the hard tile, Junsu reacts on pure instinct, sweeping his arms around her waist to pull her tight against his chest. They both go crashing down onto the floor together with a resounding thump. Is it just me, or are Webtoon library floors remarkably soft considering how often main leads fall on them? Loose study papers and philosophy textbooks scatter everywhere across the floor tiles. Down on the floor, Junsu locks his hands around her waist, holding her pinned safely against his chest. So-yeon lies motionless on top of him, flustered, embarrassed, her face turning bright scarlet as she hugs her textbook while staring directly into his eyes. Snapping out of her daze, she squirmingly yells at him to let go. But Junsu deadpans back, asking where she thinks she's going after literally using him as a landing pad. So-yeon, embarrassed, mutters under her breath that she must be heavy, whispers, feeling totally mortified by her own weight. Instead of pushing her off, Junsu wraps both arms even tighter around her back, pulling her completely snug against him. Resting his chin lazily near her shoulder, Junsu nonchalantly murmurs that holding her actually feels pretty comfortable, leaving So-yeon's brain completely short-circuiting. Talk about taking full advantage of a sudden accident. So-yeon lets out a deep, defeated sigh, groaning that there's no point arguing with him when she already lost so much sleep worrying over everything. Junsu brings up past misunderstandings, recalling how he greeted her multiple times back then without receiving a single reply. Looking at her gently, Junsu admits he honestly assumed she had zero interest in him back then. So-yeon turns her head toward him in quiet shock, hearing the unexpected raw honesty in his voice. She softly clarifies that it was actually the opposite, admitting she was deeply hurt because it seemed like he didn't even care to remember her existence when the semester started. Junsu gazes down at her, amazed, his eyes widening slightly as the full truth finally connects in his mind. Lying together on the floor, the quiet silence between them fills with newfound clarity as all their old miscommunications evaporate. Junsu holds her delicately against his chest, whispers, taking in her warmth in the serene library atmosphere. He softly calls out her full name, Yang So-yeon, making her heart leap right into her throat. Overcome by maximum embarrassment, So-yeon wildly points into thin air, stammering that there's a huge bug crawling on the floor. Junsu tilts his head with the teasing glance, casually questioning if there really is a bug, while So-yeon frantically nods her head off. Tightening his grip playfully, Junsu deadpans that it seems like there's a live bug right here on top of him, making So-yeon shriek in utter outrage. Man, his teasing skills are absolutely deadly. Yielding completely to defeat, Soyeon buries her burning face directly into his shoulder, refusing to look up ever again. Looking down at her soft hair, Junsu's usual cold posture completely melts into gentle tenderness. He buries his nose into her hair with a quiet, cozy chuckle, letting out a soft sigh of absolute contentment. Honestly, this library scene deserves a gold medal for peak romance payoff. Shifting scenes over to the music room, a pen smoothly writes down bridge chords onto sheet music paper. A student hums a cheerful tune to himself while finalizing the musical arrangement. Classmate pokes his head through the door, excited, shouting that it's time to head out for the festival. Turning around with a bright smile, the young musician packs up his music stand. Ready to join the excitement? A colorful poster plastered on the wall advertises the upcoming 18th Namyeon Festival. Equipment stands and heavy sound speakers line the clubroom corner, getting tuned up for stage performances. The promotional flyer proudly lists all the event details, featuring live band performances, food trucks, and interactive booths at the school playground on Monday, July 9th. Looking forward to the event. The brown-haired student grins as he leaves the music room. Down at the busy festival grounds, energetic students wearing cute headband ears shout at the top of their lungs, inviting everyone to visit their delicious snack stall. Looking out from a second-floor classroom window, tired, a student mutters under her breath about how noisy the outdoor crowd is. Gazing over at her friend Jiwoo, who looks practically dead inside, she asks if she's feeling all right, only for Jiwoo to groan out a miserable no. Jiwoo bitterly complains about the school rules banning senior students from joining festival activities or sports day. A side note confirms that Namyeon High strictly forbids seniors from participating in fun events to force them to study. Total academic prison vibes. Her friend gently pats her shoulder, reminding her that at least their brutal final exams pass by quickly. Jiwoo flashes a sarcastic peace sign, grumbling that the top students probably aced their tests, unlike her. Meanwhile, our boy, oblivious to all this, walks in on a massive crowd waiting for his turn to register. A cute background caption jokes about whether she finally managed to score above 50 points this semester. Leaning back against the open window frame, curious, the girl gazes down at all the mouth-watering festival food stalls operating outside. Her stomach instantly speaks for her, staring blankly as she admits the delicious food truck smells are way too tempting to resist. Turning around with a sudden sparkle in her eye, she looks at her friend with a devious idea forming. A sly, mischievous smirk spreads across her face as she prepares to hatch a sneaky plan. Imagining her plan in her head, mischievously she inwardly whispers that nobody will ever catch them if they sneak out quietly. She teasingly taunts her friend Lee Soo-yeon, claiming Soo-yeon is far too scared to break the rules with her. Staring back with a completely blank expression, Lee Soo-yeon stands wearing her athletic track jacket, totally unfazed by the sudden dare. Stepping into the vibrant festival grounds, Soyeon's full disguised outfit is on display, almost giving her complete sports day deja vu. Her hilarious disguise setup includes mercilessly trimmed eyebrows, Jiwoo's massively oversized Namyeon track jacket, and a suspiciously short borrowed skirt. Seeing how far she went just to sneak past the rules is comedy gold. Joining the lively crowd outside, Soo-yeon marvels at how completely packed the school festival grounds are this year, while the poor brown-haired student behind them sweats buckets, trying to fix his outfit in the chaotic mob. And swept up in the dense tide of walking students, they quickly reach down to interlock their fingers tight, promising not to let go no matter how crowded it gets. Gazing around at all the newly added event booths, Soyeon notes how much bigger the festival feels compared to last year, recalling rumors about special live band performances taking place on the main stage later. Gazing past the bustling food trucks, Soyeon admits to herself that this year's lineup is definitely on a whole different level. But as a huge rush of students pushes through the narrow corridor, their grip suddenly slips, leaving Soyeon's hand dangling helplessly in thin air. You just knew a crowd separation moment was inevitable. Standing completely alone amidst the swirling ocean of strangers, Soyeon blinks blankly as her friends completely vanish into the sea of uniform jackets. Defeated by the massive crowd, Soyeon decides to treat herself to a tasty skewer stick, munching away while nonchalantly deciding that hunting for Jiwoo and Junsu in this chaotic swarm is officially an impossible mission. Pausing beside a row of colorful slushy machines, she nibbles her stick snack while reflecting on her past school years, remembering how she spent her first and second years stuck working staff booths and studying instead of having fun. Dipping her wooden toothpick into the snack cup, she softly thinks about her upcoming senior graduation frustration, wondering if she should have tried enjoying these school events just a little bit more. Out of nowhere, a tall guy wearing a student council armband steps up right beside her, staring down at the empty counter with a quiet murmur that he really wanted to eat this specific snack. Turning his side profile toward the counter, the handsome guy with that delicate chain earring lets out a low, disappointed sigh, muttering that the entire food batch is already completely sold out. Soyeon freezes in total surprise, slowly backing away while holding her toothpick as she frantically wonders who on earth this random attractive guy standing next to her even is. Honestly, getting cornered by a handsome stranger at a food booth is peak romance webtoon energy. So the guy who just straight up stole thousands of dollars of gear from those kids in the snow gets his comeuppance with all the flair of a grand finale. Oh man, that looks painful. And you love to see it. Plus, we check in with Sora, where a literal supercomputer gets bailed out by a guy whose brain is made out of muscle mass. How could a robot know so little? All this and more as we dig into the top manhwa chapters going on right now. Staring directly at the large red sold out sign on the counter, Soyeon's brain experiences a total meltdown as she realizes she literally bought and ate the very last portion all by herself. Meanwhile, the narrator caption brutally confirms that yes, she ate the whole stock. Sweating bullets from immense guilt, Soyeon frantically apologizes for eating everything, panically offering to buy him any other snack on the menu to make up for it. Gazing down at her with deadpan red eyes, the quiet student council guy casually blinks and asks if she could buy him a slushie instead. Without a second thought, he steps up to the counter and lightly drops his payment coins onto the tray, taking charge of the order. As Soyeon politely asks the booth volunteer for one slushie, the guy smoothly cuts in, requesting 2 drinks instead while sliding his money forward. Holding his yellow student ID tag up near her chest, he suddenly tilts his head, asking if she happens to be a senior student. Soyeon's mind completely short-circuits in sheer terror, staring blankly as her illegal senior intrusion status gets put on maximum blast. Holding up his yellow ID tag labeled Choi Jiwoo, he nonchalantly explains that his older sister is also a senior with the exact same tag color. But he distinctly remembers her complaining about seniors being strictly banned from entering the festival. As he continues listing his sister's complaints, the background turns into a dramatic pink panic zone while Soyeon turns into a sweating comic ghost, stammering out a hilarious fake, really? Her reaction faces are absolutely carrying this entire chapter. Forcing a hyper-nervous smile while holding out cash, Soyeon stammers that all grade levels share the exact same tag colors, inwardly screaming for Jiwoo, while remembering Jiwoo's hidden footnote advice to keep student tags buried deep inside pockets. But the guy calmly exposes her lie, pointing out that he literally just saw students wearing completely different red and blue grade tags everywhere, leaving her totally speechless. Yielding completely to utter panic, Soyeon clasps her hands together in desperate prayer, with comic tears streaming down her face, pleading with him not to report her since she usually lives as an upright student and just wanted to sneak in this one time. Quietly observing her dramatic pleading pose, the student council guy maintains an unreadable silence. Before she can melt into a puddle of shame, he suddenly breaks into a warm, gorgeous laugh, chuckling bright, wholehearted joy as he assures her that's not what he meant at all. Soyeon slowly raises her head in utter confusion, surprised, stunned by his sudden shift in attitude. Smoothly pulling out his smartphone with a charming smirk, he holds out his open screen, casually asking if she'd be willing to give him her Instagram handle instead. Talk about a smooth pickup line maneuver. Chibi Soyeon blinks with question marks floating all around her head, wondering why this complete stranger is suddenly asking for her social media contacts. A quick flashback memory pops up showing Jiwoo setting up a new account on her phone while explaining how SNS profiles work back in episode 14. Flashback, Soyeon asks why everyone constantly exchanges Instagram handles, to which Jiwoo explains that social media profiles quickly reveal a person's interests and lifestyle habits. Jiwoo further explains that sharing handles makes it super easy to break the ice and drop hints like, "Let me get closer to you." Returning to the present moment, Chibi Soyeon's light bulb finally switches on, realizing that asking for Instagram means this guy wants to become close friends with her. Recalling her past self-imposed rules where she strictly separated guy friends and boyfriends, Soyeon reflects on how Kim Junsu changed her perspective, deciding to open her mind as she slowly types her info onto his phone. The guy gapes in shock, admitting he totally expected her to turn him down. Handing his phone back, he notices continuous Kakao Talk notifications lighting up her lock screen with urgent messages from Yoon Ji-hoon asking where she is. Soyeon casually waves it off, insisting it's totally fine. But right on cue, his phone vibrates violently with a full incoming call screen from band club member Yoon Ji-han. Sweat dropping, the guy quickly admits it's definitely not fine and he has to run immediately. Turning around with a bright, cheerful wave, excited, he bids her goodbye, while Soyeon tries pointing out that fresh kimbap just became available if he wants to take some to go. Looking back over his shoulder with a soft, gentle smile, he nonchalantly reveals that he actually dislikes kimbap. Soyeon stands rooted to the ground in complete, silent shock, her brain entirely failing to process his response. Watching his figure walk away, curious, Soyeon mutters to herself about what a bizarre guy he is, wondering why he was standing in the food line for so long if he didn't even like kimbap. Man, his motives are completely mysterious. Suddenly, a blaring voice echoes through the stage loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tournament of Brains, the event where smarts collide, trivia crushes, and only the sharpest rise to glory. Are you ready for Quiz Mania? Hearing the announcer praise the next upcoming contestant as unbelievably handsome, Soyeon tilts her head in mild curiosity toward the main stage. Meanwhile, backstage, the brown-haired chain-earring guy stares at his phone screen while an angry organizer yells off-screen, demanding to know where on earth he was idling around. Walking beneath the stage tent, an organizer snaps at his back, warning him that his performance turn is up next. A sweeping shot reveals the colossal crowd packed tightly around the outdoor festival stage. Squeezing her way through the dense crowd, Soyeon tries to get a better look at who's standing under the bright stage lights. Loud chatter and excited whispers ripple across the audience, with students gushing over how unbelievably handsome the performer on stage is. Spotlight flares brightly onto the center stage as the band performer grabs the microphone stand. Soyeon's eyes widen in sheer unadulterated astonishment as she finally recognizes the stunning face of the guy standing under the stage lights. What a legendary reveal to end this festival sequence on. Squeezing through the buzzing festival crowd near the camera gear, Soyeon feels completely squished as students gather around the main stage perimeter, glancing sideways with a giant sweat drop rolling down her cheek. She tries to figure out what's causing such a massive commotion up ahead. Suddenly, the quiz show host projects his loud voice through the loudspeakers, directly interrogating the contestant on stage about what grade level he belongs to. Soyeon's stomach immediately drops in total dread. Up on the stage platform, the handsome brown-haired contestant stands in stone-cold silence, completely failing to offer a single response. Hearing surrounding students whisper about how much he resembles that famous high-achieving senior, Soyeon panics inside, wondering if her friend Junsu is about to get busted right in front of everyone. The host chuckles, chuckles into his mic, teasingly calling out that he can hear anxious whispers filtering up from the audience below. Pivoting the conversation, the announcer upbeatly asks what motivated him to register for the quiz contest in the first place, to which the guy deadpans that his friend basically forced him into it. Man, talk about absolute reluctance. Soyeon tilts her head in utter confusion, mentally repeating the word friend while wondering who on earth dragged him into this mess. Meanwhile, the bubbly second contestant next to him raises his arms excitedly, shouting that his sole dream is winning a brand new pair of unbalanced sneakers. Right on cue, a familiar voice pops up beside Soyeon as Jiwoo casually admits those new shoes are actually super pretty. Soyeon jumps out of her skin, gasping in shock at when Jiwoo even snuck up next to her. With zero delay, the energetic host yells into his microphone, grandly kicking off the festival trivia match, crossing her arms with an unimpressed scoff. Jiwoo accurately predicts it's going to be a basic Pokemon quiz based on the host's cheesy opening line. As the host presents the very first clue, Jiwoo practically yells out, ranting that literally anyone with half a brain cell could tell this is a Pokemon question. Without missing a single beat, the sneaker-obsessed contestant raises his hand high in the air, blurting out the word ball. The host cheerfully waves his hands, greeting the viewers before setting the stage for an epic showdown. Get ready, because the 101st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Regretfully informing both contestants that their wild guesses are completely off the mark. Elaborating further, the announcer proudly declares this specific question carries a brutal success rate of under 3%. Honestly, why make a festival quiz harder than the national SATs? Back on stage, Junsu maintains his cool, stoic composure, calmly digesting the host's absurd difficulty claims. Suddenly, the host erupts into loud applause, shouting in sheer disbelief at how Junsu nailed the exact right answer so fast. Staring in total awe, the host stammers, baffled that a non-senior contestant could effortlessly solve a high-level senior question. Soyeon's sweat drops hard, questioning what kind of weirdly intense quiz show this even is. But after all that dramatic hype, the official participation prize turns out to be a single pocket pack of wet wipes. Talk about a massive anticlimax. Adjusting her black cap with an unbothered sigh, Jiwoo casually excuses herself by claiming a dumb student like her would get disqualified right at the entrance anyway. Slinging a heavy arm over her shoulder, she pulls her in closer, and now the girl is basically getting squished against her chest, which is definitely more effective than a direct logic argument. Junsu sarcastically agrees with her self-deprecating entrance cut excuse. Out of nowhere, a friendly brown-haired woman tightly hugs Jiwoo from behind, revealed by the caption tag to be Jiwoo's very own homeroom teacher. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, the teacher asks if Jiwoo has a secret death wish, order demanding that both Soyeon and Junsu tag along to the faculty room right now. Soyeon's soul practically leaves her body as a massive wave of regret hits her hard. You just knew their illegal festival breach was going to catch up to them. Cut to the punishment room, where all three of them sit around a large conference table. Miserably writing formal reflection letters? Sighing, tapping her chin thoughtfully with her pen, Soyeon reflects back on all the crazy events that transpired throughout her day. She visualizes a quick memory of standing near the food booth earlier while eating her tasty skewer snack next to that mysterious student council guy, staring blankly at her blank paper. She ponders how strange it was to randomly encounter someone like that in the middle of a festival crowd. Breaking the silent atmosphere, Soyeon offhandedly mentions to her friends that a random guy actually asked for her Instagram handle earlier. Both Jiwoo and Junsu freeze in place, sharply asking who. When Soyeon nonchalantly replies it was just some total stranger, Junsu instantly fumes with rage, aggressively barking out, "What bastard!" Talk about zero chill from Mr. Overprotective. Staring in absolute disbelief, Jiwoo turns to her with wide eyes. Desperately praying Soyeon didn't actually hand over her social media info, Soyeon innocently blinks, explaining that since Jiwoo previously said people share handles to get closer, she figured giving it to him was the right move. Inner thought bubbles highlight Soyeon's sweet logic, reasoning that since Jiwoo went through the trouble of creating her account, making a new friend didn't sound like a bad idea. Jiwoo sits frozen in utter deadpan shock, completely speechless at how literally her advice was taken. Shaking her head, Chibi Jiwoo tries explaining that handle sharing only applies to normal social situations, warning that the guy today definitely had ulterior motives. But Junsu suddenly interrupts, telling Jiwoo to back off and stop scolding her. Looking up with a calm expression, whispers, Junsu gently defends Soyeon, stating she's a senior now and mature enough to handle her own personal choices. Not backing down, Jiwoo sharply retorts that Junsu is the primary mastermind who persuaded them to sneak into a banned festival zone in the first place. Admitting defeat with a soft sigh, Junsu quietly surrenders, promising to drop the argument as they all return to writing their punishment notes. Biting her pen cap anxiously, Soyeon wonders what specific apology phrases one is even supposed to write inside a formal school reflection letter. Suddenly, a breathtaking memory flashes through her mind, recalling Jinsu performing brilliantly on the live band stage while strumming his bass guitar. Remembering how gorgeous he looked under the spotlight, she silently reflects that everyone naturally possesses eyes to appreciate true beauty. Beneath the wooden table, Junsu subtly extends his black sneaker, gently tapping the tip of his shoe against Soyeon's brown loafer. Soyeon gasps softly in surprise, looking across the table as Junsu silently stares down at his paper with a quiet, hidden smirk. Wow, that under-the-table shoe tap is low-key standard romance webtoon gold. Listening to the faint music echoing from the outdoor festival stage, Jiwoo slumps over the desk with a dramatic groan, complaining that she can still hear the party going on without them. Later that evening, Soyeon finally arrives back home tired, dragging her exhausted feet past her bedroom door after enduring an endless lecture from teachers. Dropping her heavy backpack onto the carpet floor, she sighs that she'll just stream her online social studies class before heading to bed until her phone suddenly rings with an unexpected text chime. Talk about the ultimate cliffhanger set up for the next chapter. Soyeon stares directly down at her phone screen with a bewildered expression, wondering who could possibly be messaging her at this hour. Glancing down at the notification banner on her cute bear wallpaper, she sees a brand new direct message sitting right there there in her social media inbox, typing back with a puzzled frown, she repeats the nickname Kimbop in her head before suddenly connecting the dots to the cool bass player she met at the festival. Opening the chat, Kimbop asks if she got in trouble for sneaking around, only for Soyeon to admit she was forced to write a formal reflection note. Naturally, the guy just bursts out laughing. Tilting her head while scrolling, Soyeon ponders what kind of guy he actually is in real life as she taps onto his main profile page. Wow, look at that! His profile reveals his name is Han Yoon, featuring a massive following and a gallery packed with moody bass guitar aesthetic photos. Honestly, this guy's entire feed looks like a professional music idol's portfolio. Wow, what? Staring in awe, Soyeon marvels at his musical background, internally admitting her own musical talent peaked back in elementary school piano class. Inspecting his school bio, she notes that since he attends Seonam High, he must have traveled all the way to her school purely for the festival band performance. Meanwhile, back at school the following morning, a sleek student with long dark hair and wireless earbuds glides past the classroom doorway. Sitting at her desk, Irma looks super somber as she pulls out a note that Ameri left in her locker. It's like an old message in a bottle, but with some emotions mixed in. And as she reads, tears just start flowing down her face. She just breaks down crying, thinking about how much Ameri must have been feeling when she wrote it. A small caption box hilariously points out that Soyeon's shaved eyebrows are slowly growing back, though it'll take a full month to recover. Flashback bubbles recall his unexpected text from yesterday, explicitly asking if Nuna has any free time to hang out after school today. Glancing off into space, she reassures herself that despite Jiwoo's paranoid warnings, she's pretty sure she can handle anything. He didn't seem like a shady creep at all. Turning toward her romantic-obsessed classmate Unso, Soyeon immediately rules out asking her advice, knowing NCO assumes making eye contact for 3 seconds means you're practically engaged. Clenching her fists with quiet resolve, Soyeon decides she'll just meet up with him once after class and evaluate his personality firsthand. Walking outside the front gates, he's greeted by a waiting carriage and and there's already a dude inside waiting for him. Master Zenya starts stroking his chin, asking how long he's been waiting, and apparently this whole thing is just another day at the office for these guys. Panic starts creeping in as she realizes this is her first time hanging out with a guy alone besides Junsu. Suddenly, Han Yoon pops right in front of her face shouting, "Nuna!" causing Soyeon to jump back and scream in total fright. No. He's seeing all these memories, right? She's in his head, but then, bam! Big revelation. Her own brother killed her? Because she knew too much about some plan to overthrow the empire? How awful. He can totally feel her terror, and honestly, it's messing her up too. Blinking innocently with a tilted head, the brown-haired boy chuckles softly, asking why on earth she's reacting so intensely to a simple greeting. Panting to catch her breath, Soyeon sighs that she didn't expect him to wait outside her gate. But Yoon casually smiles, insisting he should be the one commuting since he initiated the meetup. Transitioning to a cozy neighborhood cafe, Yoon rests his chin on his hand, playfully commenting that Soyeon has a remarkably unique vibe. Sitting stiffly across from him with wide eyes, flustered, embarrassed, Soyeon struggles to keep her composure in this unfamiliar social setting. Noticing her textbook spread open on the table, Yoon lightheartedly teases her for studying at a hangout date, wonder-joking if she's secretly bored out of her mind. Blushing hard, Soyeon apologizes profusely, mentally blaming Junsu for drilling study habits so deep into her brain that it's second nature. Awkwardly changing the subject to break the tension? Wait a minute. She recalls his previous comment and asks about his sister attending her high school. Naming a few mutual acquaintances, she nods along while trying her absolute best to keep the conversation flowing naturally. But despite their efforts, a massive cloud of unbearable silence settles over the table as both of them exchange forced shock, horror, disbelief. Talk about peak first date awkwardness right here. Internally screaming in panic, Soyeon realizes she needs an emergency icebreaker before this meetup completely dies in painful awkwardness. Glancing over at his large black case, she hastily points her finger, asking if that gig bag sitting beside him holds a regular guitar. His excitement radiating outward, Rimuru's smile stretches wide. The potential for new power has his energy bursting at the seams. Yoon explains he he brought it along because he has practice at his music academy right after their cafe hangout. Seeing her curious eyes light up, Yoon generously offers to unfasten the case and let her take an up-close look at the instrument. Leaning forward over the wooden table, Soyeon eagerly watches as he pulls open the heavy protective sleeve, revealing the gorgeous wooden sunburst body with metallic sparkles. Yoon presents his prized bass guitar like a true professional showman. Whoa. Soyeon's eyes widen in sheer delight, finding the sleek wood finish and metallic hardware surprisingly fascinating up close. Pointing at the neck in total confusion, she notes that it only has 4 strings instead of 6, prompting Yoon to explain that this defining feature makes it a bass. Admitting her complete lack of music theory, she bashfully apologizes for asking dumb questions, though Yoon warm-heartedly reassures her that it's completely fine. Smiling gently, Yoon admits most non-musicians confuse the two, jokingly adding that some people even call it an oversized ukulele. Generously lifting the heavy instrument, Yoon hands the neck directly into her hands, wrapping her fingers exactly where they need to be, asking if she wants to try plucking a few notes herself. Leaning in closer, Yoon step-by-step instructs her where to position her left hand on the neck and how to anchor her right arm. Resting her thumb against the front pickup casing, he directs her to use her index finger to firmly pluck the thickest bass string. Hesitantly tugging the metal string, a deep booming resonance vibrates through the entire table. Wow, that low tone hit super hard. Watching her reaction with a satisfied smile, Yoon looks delighted by how quickly she picked up the proper hand positioning. Holding the heavy wood frame against her chest, Soyeon beams with pride over producing her very first real bass note. Fast forward to later that evening, the golden hour sunset paints the surrounding city buildings in warm orange hues. Walking along the sidewalk, Soyeon gushes about how awesome holding a bass felt, prompting Yoon to excitedly hope for another opportunity to give her proper music lessons. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today, we've got another incredible recap for you. But before we jump in, make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell for notifications so you never miss a story. All right, let's dive into the action. Smiling softly to herself, Soyeon thinks that having him teach her music would actually be a wonderful experience. Yoon turns his head toward her, noticing a small detail on her face while tilting his head in silent contemplation, and a visual flashback reminding us of his intense festival stage performance where a shiny metal ear accessory dangled from his right ear, pointing toward his earlobe with a curious tilt. Soyeon asks why the piercing he wore during the festival performance is gone today. Smiling brightly, Yoon clarifies that it was actually just a clip-on ear cuff, explaining he only wears flashy jewelry when performing live on stage. Tilting her head in confusion, Soyeon asks how that differs from a normal piercing, to which Yoon cheerfully demonstrates how it clips on without pain, offering to let her try one of his stylish cuffs. Yoon's invitation leaves Soyeon gasping in excitement as they wrap up their delightful afternoon walk together. What a surprisingly sweet vibe between these two. Stepping inside a charming accessory boutique, Yoon points out various display cards, marking out their individual choices with a gentle, playful humor. Explaining the difference between magnetic clips and traditional ear cuffs, Soyeon's eyes shine as she admires the stylish designs lining the board. Inspecting a small cuff, Soyeon ponders to herself that since these don't require actual ear piercings, they might be perfect for Junsu too. Flashback bubbles recall Junsu's painful experience with a real ear piercing, remembering how raw and inflamed his earlobe looked back then. Holding up the accessory card, Soyeon cheerfully announces she wants to buy it. Mentally deciding to show it off to Jinsu, Yoon grins warm-heartedly, asking if she truly loves that specific design. Handing the item toward the counter, he casually asks what the price is, and the clerk confirms it's 5 gold coins. However, having reached his limit, our guy hilariously states all he has is 4, leaving the merchant completely flabbergasted. They look at each other for a silent moment until the merchant finally gives up, telling him to take it for 4, since he hasn't made a sale all day. Yoon playfully insists on buying it for her as a sweet apology for teasing her earlier. Talk about smooth charm moves right here. Flustered by his generosity, Soyeon protests that he already paid for their drinks at the cafe. But Yoon casually heads toward the register while boasting about his allowance. Beaming with pure excitement, Soyeon holds up her newly gifted accessory card with a happy smile. Admitting her total inexperience, Soyeon bashfully asks how to properly attach catch it, prompting Yoon to step closer and offer his personal assistance. Meanwhile, outside on the sidewalk, two pairs of sneakers walk side by side. Walking beside Soo-hyun, Jiwoo casually brings up the school gossip, wondering if their classmate Lancelot got expelled. Mentioning she heard Soyeon was asked for her social media handle during the music festival, Soo-hyun looks over in complete shock. Unbothered by her harsh words, Jiwoo pouts that Soyeon dressed up way too nicely, grumbling that she hates other guys staring at her best friend. Seriously? Jiwoo's protective friend instinct is reaching full possessive territory. Explaining her detective work, Jiwoo admits she noticed a new follower on Soyeon's tiny social media account and immediately scouted out the guy's profile. Giving her unfiltered assessment, Jiwoo labels Yoon as a flashy playboy who probably dates around just based on his aesthetic profile grid. Sweat dropping nervously, Soo-hyun gently chastises her for judging someone so harshly without even meeting him in person. Shrugging off his warning, Jiwoo casually agrees that she'd need to observe him live to make a final verdict on his character. Pausing outside a storefront window, Jiwoo expresses her curiosity to see his face in person today, when suddenly something catches her eye inside. Browsing the outdoor accessory display, Jiwoo spots a cute bag charm and asks Soo-hyun if she should buy it, to which he warmly agrees it looks adorable. Turning toward the main entrance, Jiwoo suggests buying a matching set, but Soo-hyun suddenly freezes in total shock after glancing through the glass door. Spotting Soyeon standing right beside a guy carrying a massive guitar case, Soo-hyun's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Talk about terrible timing for a secret meetup reveal. Watching through the window, Soo-hyun realizes this musician guy must be the direct message contact from earlier, just as Yoon reaches out to touch Soyeon's ear. Gently sliding the black metal cuff on her earlobe, Yoon's fingers softly brush against Soyeon's hair, sweat pouring down his face in extreme panic. Soo-hyun internally screams as Jiwoo excitedly suggests heading inside to look at more merchandise. Screaming out a frantic refusal, Soo-hyun realizes that if Jiwoo sees this romantic scene right now, Yoon might actually lose his life. Quick-thinking Soo-hyun abruptly blocks Jiwoo's vision, frantically pulling her attention away from the shop display. Later on, Soo-hyun opens up his phone screen, noticing 18 unread notifications sitting on his social media app. Transitioning back to the high school campus on a bright morning. Sitting on Soo-hyun's classroom desk, two matching plush animal keychains rest side by side as a heavy sigh echoes out. Burying his face in his hands, tired, Soo-hyun despairs over the agonizing burden of the secret he witnessed yesterday. Flashbacks swirl in his head, reliving the shocking sight of Yoon tenderly adjusting the cuff on Soyeon's ear. Remembering how he dragged Jiwoo directly away to the checkout counter, Soo-hyun groans over how he bought matching keychains just to cover up the truth, recalling his journey toward his art academy later that afternoon. Flashback shows Soo-hyun stepping into the building elevator only for Yoon to step right beside him carrying his heavy bass case. Glancing sideways in silence, Soo-hyun stared at the handsome musician standing right beside him in the small space. Noticing the floor directory sign listing the Practical Music Academy on the 3rd floor, Soo-hyun connected the dots instantly. Covering his face in realization, Sunyeon confirms that this guy really is the musician from Soyeon's Instagram feed.
Honestly, what are the odds of attending classes in the exact same building?
Agonizing over his dilemma, Soo-hyun worries that if Jiwoo ever discovers this secret date, Yoon's safety is seriously at risk. Suddenly interrupted from his inner turmoil, a female classmate calls out his name. Leaning against his wooden desk, the female student notices the cute dog plush keychains resting right in front of him. Teasingly mentioning that she saw Jiwoo carrying the exact same keyring on her bag today, mimicking, she asks if they're secretly dating, pointing out how inseparable they've been lately. The classmate giggles at Soo-hyun's stunned expression. Waving his hands frantically in absolute denial, flustered and embarrassed, Soo-hyun loudly insists that there is zero romantic relationship between them. Right as he stammers that they could never be a couple, she gasping, snaps, asking if he's rejecting her. Jiwoo suddenly walks into the classroom, staring directly at them. Talk about another catastrophic timing moment. Transitioning to the school snack bar later that day, Jiwoo approaches Soyeon and Junsu while grabbing a snack bar. Looking genuinely confused, Jiwoo asks Soyeon if she noticed Soo-hyun's strange absence from class today. Recalling many memory bubbles of Soo-hyun making endless excuses to avoid her all day, Jiwoo flatly suspects he's intentionally dodging her. Nibbling on her ice cream bar, Soyeon asks if
something happened between them to cause such distance.
Sighing heavily, Jiwoo theorizes that people constantly asking if they're dating made Soo-hyun uncomfortable, leading him to avoid her. Placing a comforting hand on Jiwoo's shoulder, Soyeon gently reassures her that since they aren't dating, she can just set the record straight. Holding her ice cream bar, Jiwoo softly grumbles that it's not like Soo-hyun actually has feelings for her anyway. Turning her head with a mischievous smirk, Soyeon points directly at Junsu beside her, casually asking if they don't get constantly misunderstood as a couple too. Hold on. Soyeon dropping that self-aware truth bomb on Junsu is the ultimate setup for the next drama drop. Flashbacks pop up showing how Junsu and Soyeon sat next to each other at the start of the term and ended up arguing heatedly right in the middle of the hallway. Blushing slightly, Soyeon admits that classmates used to tease them constantly about looking like a bickering married couple, quietly acknowledging that Jiwoo herself was the biggest instigator. With a bright smile while holding her snack, Soyeon cheerfully dismisses the rumors, declaring that since she and Junsu are strictly friends, those harmless jokes don't bother her at all. Sensing his sudden silence, Soyeon turns her head toward Junsu, staring curiously at his blank expression. Man, Junsu's straight face could rival a stone wall right now. Noticing his stiff posture, Soyeon softly asks if Jiwoo's teasing is making him uncomfortable and offers to tell her to back off. But Junsu bluntly shuts her down with a firm refusal. Meanwhile, Jiwoo quietly observes the two of them from across the counter, swooning over their cuteness. He tells Hoijin to give herself a break if she's tired and says that he'll cover the shift for her. Her sharp eyes taking in every subtle shift in Junsu's behavior. Jiwoo ponders to herself why Junsu casually tolerates romantic misunderstandings with Soyeon, knowing full well his usual prickly personality hates ungrounded rumors. Looking over at Junsu, Soyeon candidly explains that false rumors only feel uncomfortable when they involve someone you actually harbor real feelings for. Talk about dropping major philosophical romantic logic out of nowhere. Upon hearing Soyeon's innocent explanation, Jiwoo's eyes widen as the realization strikes her like a lightning bolt. The scene transitions as bright afternoon sunlight streams through the quiet school hallway windows. Walking side by side down the corridor, you can feel the tension building. Then, bam! This giant monstrous creature bursts through the wall, smoke and debris everywhere, and just as you think it can't get any worse, they start roasting each other about who's gonna die first. Soyeon mentions she missed attending her usual study session yesterday. Junsu casually lectures her that finishing final exams isn't an excuse to slack off, prompting Soyeon to pout furiously in self-defense. Come on, Junsu, give the girl a single day off! As Soyeon grumbles about how forming new friendships has nothing to do with slacking off, Junsu remains dead silent, staring straight ahead, glancing sideways in deep thought. Junsu silently processes her words with a solemn look on his face. He continues walking forward, his back turned as an unreadable atmosphere settles between them. Sensing his unusual mood, Soyeon blinks in confusion and asks what's bothering him. Seriously, reading this guy's emotional radar is a full-time job. Staring blankly at his cold shoulder, she tilts her head, completely bewildered by his sudden distance. Sweat dropping slightly, Junsu tries to maintain his unbothered composure despite the internal awkwardness gnawing at him. Later that afternoon, the pair sit side by side at a quiet cafe counter, buried in their books. Rummaging through her tote bag, Soyeon realizes her laptop battery is running low and frantically searches for a charger. While Soyeon continues digging through her backpack, Junsu diligently writes down notes without breaking his concentration. As the tip of his pencil scratches against the paper, Junsu keeps his gaze focused firmly on his textbook. Suddenly remembering something, Soyeon turns to Junsu and blurts out that someone bought a special accessory for her yesterday. Brightening up, he announces he'll make a potion to fix it, blasting himself with magic to enhance his mana. Oh, real smooth. The first potion blows up, because of course it does, but he tries again, tweaking his mana. After a few fails, bam! He whips up a potion that turns the blue drink green. He downs it, and sure enough, total mana rejuvenation. He tries again on his buddy, but albeit results are way weaker. Figures. He learns each person can only use this stuff a couple of times, and he needs more mana to level up. She explains that it's a stylish ear cuff you can wear without piercing, recalling how painful his real ear piercing experience was in the past. Look at her, remembering tiny details about him. My heart is melting. Junsu's eyes widen slightly as he repeats her words. Surprised? That she was keeping his past pain in mind? Stammering under his direct gaze, Soyeon fidgets nervously when Jinsu presses her on why another person would buy it for her in the first place. Desperately trying to clear the air, Soyeon stammers that she fully intended to pay for it herself, scoffs, until Yoon insisted as an apology. Turning her red face away, Soyeon awkwardly shifts in her seat, hoping to change the uncomfortable topic immediately. Reaching into her pouch, she places the tiny packaged ear cuff onto the desk surface. Junsu stares down at the accessory card, repeating her sweet confession that she picked it out specifically with him in mind. Soyeon nervously bites her lip, internally hoping he won't mind that she briefly tested it out on her own ear yesterday. Leaning in close, Soyeon gently reaches up both hands and touches Junsu's left earlobe to help him try it on. Hold up! The proximity level just jumped straight to maximum overload. With delicate care, her soft fingers pinch the edge of his ear rim to slide the sleek black cuff into place. And furrowing her brows in intense focus, Soyeon concentrates every ounce of her attention on getting the attachment just right, biting her lip in frustration. She hums softly to herself when the cuff doesn't slide on as smoothly as expected. As her hands struggle to grip the small metal piece, Junsu dryly asks if she actually knows what she's doing, making her squeal in embarrassed defense. Standing so close that their breath touches, Soyeon softly admits that seeing the accessory brought his face to her mind. Remembering his raw, inflamed earlobe from before, Soyeon's gentle voice echoes how avoiding unnecessary pain is always the best choice. Staring into her eyes from inches away, Junsu asks in a low voice if she truly spent her outing thinking about him the whole time. The romance authors really cooked with this scene. Blushing furiously under his intense gaze, Soyeon timidly asks if thinking about him was weird, to which Junsu softly reassures her that it isn't. Fidgeting awkwardly as her fingers fumble, Soyeon groans over why the clip refuses to snap into position. Junsu remains perfectly still, allowing her hands to rest against his cheek without making a single move to pull away. Suddenly, Junsu reaches up his warm hand and gently wraps his fingers around hers. The entire world seems to stop as the two lock eyes in breathtaking intimacy. Wow, talk about an electric romantic tension freeze. Guiding her delicate hand with his own, Junsu softly whispers instructions right into her ear. He gently demonstrates how to align the small opening of the cuff with the thin ridge of his ear cartilage. With steady composure, Junsu explains how creating proper clearance lets the accessory slide on effortlessly. Soyeon blinks in awe as the piece slides right on, marveling at how simple his technique was all along. Yet, despite solving the trick, Soyeon feels a strange racing sensation in her chest that she can't quite explain. Staring down at the empty display card on the desk, she realizes this tiny cuff just changed everything between them.
Soyeon internally panics as she realizes that instead of her fixing it, Junsu took total control of her hands to put the ear cuff on himself.
Sitting face to face across their chairs, the distance between them vanishes completely, while Junsu holds her hands up to his ear. Look at this incredible proximity! My heart is literally skipping a beat. Her face turns beet red in an instant as heat surges straight to her cheeks. In a low voice, Junsu murmurs that now that he's aligned it properly, she should be able to handle snapping the rest into place. They lock eyes in intense silence, the lingering warmth of his touch sending shivers right through her. With a soft click, the sleek black cuff secures onto his upper ear cartilage perfectly. As Soyeon sits frozen in shock, Junsu slowly lets go of her wrist, maintaining a calm yet intensely serious gaze. Trying to regain her composure, Soyeon stammers out why he felt the need to make such a dramatic scene over a tiny ear cuff. Junsu coolly responds that whenever someone randomly gives you an unexpected gift out of nowhere, you should always remain cautious and guard yourself. He casually adds that he isn't even particularly into wearing ear cuffs anyway, prompting Soyeon to blink in surprise and ask if he's actually tried wearing one before.
Exasperated, Soyeon huffs that if he knew how to wear it all along, he should have just put it on himself from the very start instead of teasing her. Honestly, Junsu definitely did that just to see her flustered. Junsu nonchalantly claims that it's just better etiquette if the person who brought the gift helps put it on, leaving Soyeon completely speechless at his absurd romantic logic.
Changing the topic, Junsu randomly brings up the topic of glasses, making Soyeon tilt her head in total confusion. Staring down at his notes, Junsu smoothly asks if she's free to meet up this coming Saturday. Remembering how his previous frame snapped back at the library, Soyeon realizes he needs a new pair. Junsu casually suggests they go shopping for glasses together together on the weekend and squeeze in a study session afterward. Junsu dryly quips that he needs to keep a close eye on her so she doesn't slack off, causing Soyeon to shout back in furious self-defense. Come on, Junsu, calling her a slacker when she's studying non-stop is downright harsh. Listening to his pen scratch against the notebook, Soyeon softly mumbles under her breath that she supposes she should look forward to Saturday. Squeaking in embarrassment, she quickly backtracks and tells him not to get his hopes up or look forward to it too much. Fast forward to later that night, Soyeon stretches her weary shoulders as she leaves the cafe, stunned that they stayed all the way until closing time. While the cafe staff was sweeping the floor in awe of their study endurance, Junsu had ended up giving her an entire surprise calculus tutoring session that, chuckles, surprisingly helped her a lot. Dragging her feet through her front door, she sighs that despite her exhaustion, she still needs to review 10 Korean lectures before finally collapsing into bed. Suddenly, her phone screen lights up with a bright notification chime. Staring at the screen, she remembers that Han Yoon had asked to meet up earlier today, but she had turned him down because of her study plans. Junsu's stern warning instantly echoes in her mind, reminding her that she doesn't even truly know what kind of person Yoon really is. Talk about Junsu living rent-free in her head. She halts in her tracks, staring blankly at the floor as doubt begins to cloud her thoughts. She ponders Yoon's motives and why he's been trying so hard to hang out with her lately. Even though Yoon is just a second-year student from a completely different high school, she couldn't help but acknowledge his friendly demeanor. Recalling his bright smile and polite attitude during their previous encounter, Soyeon felt he seemed like a genuine and decent guy. Yet looking back at their cafe hangout, Yoon clearly wasn't the type of person who met up strictly to crack open textbooks and study like Junsu does. She pauses, wondering to herself if hanging out casually without studying is actually what normal teenagers do. Realizing the comfort of her bond with Junsu, she realizes they've stayed close friends precisely because studying was always their default setting, preventing any awkward boundaries. Checking Yoon's latest text messages asking to meet up tomorrow, Soyeon hesitates, the thought of seeing him face to face making her heart skip a nervous beat. Questioning if she should back away from non-study hangouts during such a crucial school term. Reminding herself that she's a high school senior with massive academic pressures, she decides she can't afford any distractions. Walking up the dimly lit staircase, she resolves to set boundaries clearly. She resolves to meet Yoon one last time tomorrow solely to explain politely that she needs to focus entirely on her studies for the foreseeable future. The scene cuts to the following afternoon as Yoon waits eagerly, looking like the ultimate webtoon male lead with his guitar case by his side. Looking across the table at Soyeon, Yoon tilts his head with a concerned expression and asks if she's feeling all right. Soyeon sits frozen with a piece of rice cake pinched between her chopsticks, looking completely spaced out. Snapping back to reality, Soyeon stammers nervously, internally panicking over how on earth she's supposed to break the news to him. Chewing her food awkwardly, she screams inside her head, trying to figure out a polite way to tell a sweet younger guy to stop asking her out. In her mental draft 1 scenario, a blunt rejection comes off way too cold and awkward, like breaking up with someone she's not even dating. In draft 2, telling him studying is her top priority risks him firing back that he never even asked about her priorities in the first place. The internal cringe is real. Sweating profusely, her brain completely short-circuits as she realizes every single line she prepped sounds catastrophic. Unaware of her intense internal crisis, Yoon simply watches her with patient, fond eyes. Breaking the heavy silence, Yoon cheerfully suggests that after finishing their meal, but then, boom, change of plans. Turns out they're not going to some restaurant with the chairman. They head somewhere Soyeon personally enjoys for a change. He thoughtfully points out that every outing so far was based on his choices, warmly so he wants to make sure she gets to enjoy her favorite spots today. Soyeon's eyes light up as a light bulb goes off. If they go somewhere she feels totally in her element, it'll be a million times easier to deliver her speech smoothly. Cut to a few minutes later. Where else would our hardcore student choose but the local Kyobo bookstore? Talk about the ultimate study nerd response. Stepping inside the massive sanctuary of books, Yoon lets out an amazed whistle at the sheer scale of the store. With her eyes sparkling on her home turf, Soyeon proudly beams that whenever she has spare time, she loves coming here to inspect new test workbooks. Man, if checking workbooks is her favorite hobby, Junsu really is her soulmate. Yoon chats casually while browsing the bookshelves, mentioning that these days it's usually way easier to just grab study workbooks online. Soyeon agrees, noting that while some exclusive practice exams are only sold digitally, she still prefers flipping through actual physical copies in person before buying. Yoon tilts his head, asking if she isn't very active online, and Soyeon admits that besides watching required online lectures or occasionally looking up exam info, she barely touches the internet. Yoon smoothly presses further, asking if she even uses Instagram, leaving Soyeon blinking as she tries to recall her screen time habits. Soyeon casually reveals that a classmate created an account for her once, but she's honestly never even logged into it, making Yoon nod in amusement. Yoon turns around to look at her directly, and man, this guy is really using every casual question to study her routine like a final exam. Soyeon shakes her head timidly, confirming that social media isn't really her thing at all. Asking why he's suddenly so interested in her online habits, Yoon just gives her a breezy smile and claims he's simply curious. The two stand side by side between the quiet bookstore aisles, surrounded by rows of colorful study materials. Soyeon tilts her head in total confusion as Yoon pauses, looking like he's carefully wording something heavy. With a soft, heartwarming grin, Yoon suddenly blurts out that when they first bumped into each other, she looked completely different compared to now, but she's drop-dead gorgeous both ways. Soyeon's brain completely short-circuits as she suddenly remembers how messy and unkempt she looked during their chaotic first meeting. Yoon chuckles lightly at her flustered expression, casually stating that he's just dropping straight facts. Talk about an effortless, smooth operator line right in the middle of the workbook section? Slinging a book off the shelf, Yoon admits that when he first saw her, he assumed she was the type who went out and partied all the time. Looking straight into her eyes, Yoon confesses without missing a beat that he fell head over heels for her at first sight that very day. Soyeon freezes on the spot, clutching her Korean mock test workbook so tight, her knuckles turn white. A massive question mark literally floats above her frozen head as her mind completely blanks out under the weight of his sudden confession. They stand locked in an intense, breathtaking silence in the middle of the quiet aisle. Rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, Yoon nervously chuckles that maybe confessing his feelings in a crowded bookstore section wasn't his brightest idea. Flashback images flicker of Yoon standing outside holding his guitar case, remembering the moment he first laid eyes on her. He explains that it was his absolute first time in his entire life experiencing love at first sight with anyone. He adds that even though she acted completely different when they met the next day, she kept popping into his thoughts non-stop no matter what he did. Staring down at her with genuine sincerity, Yoon softly confesses that he finally realized what his heart was trying to tell him. Look at this incredible webtoon confession scene. Yoon is literally putting all his cards on the table while Soyeon is still holding a high school test prep book. Soyeon stammers out in total panic that they haven't even known each other that long, internally screaming that she was supposed to be the one setting boundaries today. Yoon gently reassures her with a warm smile, clarifying that he isn't asking her to jump into a relationship right this second. He explains that because he approached her with romantic feelings from the start, he wanted to be completely honest about his intentions so she wouldn't feel like he was playing games. Clutching the heavy Korean workbook against her chest, Soyeon listens intently as Yoon speaks with total respect for her boundaries. Yoon gazes down with serious, unwavering eyes, determined to let her know where he stands. In a voice full of quiet passion, Yoon tells her that more than anything, he simply wants to become a natural part of her everyday life. Soyeon gasps in total shock, her cheeks burning bright crimson as imaginary cute flowers flutter around Yoon's dazzling smile. The bookstore drops into total silence around them as they stand face to face, while subtle whispering sounds rustle from a nearby shelf. Behind a bright pink book held up high, someone whispers if they can hear what Yoon is actually saying. Junsu and Jiwoo are packing up their backpacks at their desks after class ended. Jiwoo casually asks Junsu if he wants to hit up the local karaoke room with their classmates after school. Junsu glares back with a neutral, calm expression, taking a brief pause before responding. With a polite, friendly smile, another classmate turns around and invites Jiwoo to tag along with their group. Jiwoo stares back with total deadpan indifference, uttering a dry, unenthusiastic gasp. Man, Jiwoo's absolute unbothered energy is relatable on a spiritual level. She looks like she'd rather eat glass than go to a noisy karaoke session. The scene cuts to the interior of a city bus, where hand straps sway gently from the ceiling bars. Junsu and Jiwoo sit side by side on the bus, holding on to their heavy school bags in awkward silence. Junsu breaks the quiet, asking Jiwoo if the constant rumors around school made her feel uncomfortable, and he apologizes if they ever did, apologizing for any trouble it caused her. Jiwoo turns her head with a confused expression, raising an eyebrow at his sudden apology. Pulling out her phone, Jiwoo bluntly states that anyone would hate rumors and misunderstandings, promising to text everyone to knock it off right away. Jiwoo adds with deadpan firmness that he better not avoid her anymore, leaving Chibi Junsu sweating in complete shock. Reaching out in total desperation, Junsu hastily grabs her hand to stop her from sending the text message. Junsu stammers out in realization, asking if she kept her distance on purpose all this time simply because people were misunderstanding their friendship. And Junsu's mind completely explodes as he realizes Jiwoo wasn't avoiding him out of personal dislike, but purely because of annoying school gossip. Talk about a massive internal facepalm moment. Realizing he completely misread Jiwoo's motives, Junsu's mind races as he remembers trying to hide what he witnessed that day, which accidentally made it look like he was avoiding her all along. Sitting awkwardly close on the bus, the sheer weight of his massive misunderstanding leaves him completely speechless and embarrassed. Glancing away with a guilty sweat drop, Junsu silently begs for Soyeon's forgiveness in his head, desperately praying Jiwoo won't cause even more drama with her texts. Cut right back to the Kyobo bookstore, where a bunch of regular civilians are suddenly frozen in fear, where Jiwoo peeks over her bright pink book and questions why Junsu dragged her here based on random school gossip. Man, watching these two attempt stealth surveillance in a quiet bookstore is top-tier comedic chaos. Jiwoo turns her head with absolute skepticism, pointing out that who knows what a sly guy like Yoon might pull, especially since Junsu claimed he touched Soyeon's ears earlier. Noticing Yoon and Soyeon shifting positions down the aisle, Jiwoo suddenly gets super invested and urges Junsu to hurry up so they can follow them. Junsu gives her a deadpan glare, bluntly asking why on earth he would do that while claiming he couldn't care less about other people's private business. The two stand side by side in full espionage mode, trying to maintain their cool despite looking insanely suspicious among the test prep shelves. Suddenly, Junsu blinks in sheer confusion as something catches his ear from down the aisle. Seeing Yoon and Soyeon turn toward their row, Jiwoo's eyes widen as someone's hand suddenly clamps on her shoulder. Grabbing Jiwoo's shoulder to pull her down out of sight, Junsu urgently asks what she just said. On the other side of the high bookshelves, Soyeon pauses and turns her head, sensing eyes on her back. A massive question mark floats over Soyeon's head as she looks down the quiet aisle. Sarcastic whisper, wondering if she just heard something weird? Sunlight streams through the peaceful bookstore aisles, where row upon row of study guides sit completely undisturbed. Yorn turns around with a calm smile, asking if there's a specific book over there she wanted to buy, but Soyeon quickly shakes her head. Meanwhile, behind the low display desk, Junsu forcefully shoves Jiwoo's head down behind the counter. Junsu's panic reflex is so aggressive, he literally tackled her down like a bodyguard. Locked down low against the bookshelf, Junsu whispers intensely that he just heard an insanely familiar voice. Jiwoo glares at him with utter disbelief, whispering furiously if he's lost his mind since they're supposed to be tailing them discreetly. Running a hand through his hair in total frustration, Junsu retorts back, asking who forced him to raise his voice in the first place, and what evidence she even has. Jiwoo gives him a dry look, sarcastically pointing out that his entire existence right now is literally the walking definition of evidence. Jiwoo hits him with a brutal truth bomb, asking why the top student in the entire school would intentionally throw answers on mock test OMR sheets just so a friend wouldn't feel bad. Jinsu turns his face away, looking solemn as he quietly admits the real truth. He just loves seeing Yang Soyeon smile. Jiwoo stares back with the most legendary deadpan side-eye in webtoon history, completely speechless at his ultimate simp confession. Jiwoo dramatically points her fingers between her eyes and his, asking if he's being for real, leaving a flustered Junsu snapping back in embarrassment to just drop it already. Peeking over the stack of books once more, Jiwoo checks on the target pair. But to her surprise, the aisle is completely empty, with Yoon and Soyeon already gone. Jiwoo pops up angrily, demanding to know how their cover blowing is somehow her fault. Throwing her hands up in defeat, Jiwoo suggests they just go to karaoke instead. But Junsu bluntly rejects her, claiming he'd rather just play background music while she studies. Cut to the bustling city street outside where various study study cafes and academy buildings line the avenue under the warm afternoon sun. Yoon smiles gently at Soyeon, thoughtfully telling her she can give him her answer whenever she feels totally ready and comfortable. Waving goodbye with a dazzling smile, Yoon casually asks if it's fine for him to wait outside her school again next time, leaving a stunned Soyeon stammering out a timid agreement. Man, this guy's relentless with his charm offensive. Cut to later that evening inside her family's car, where Soyeon sits completely frozen holding a memo pad while her mom casually asks how school went today. Back home at the kitchen table, Soyeon eats her meal in a total zombie trance while her mom rambles in the background about work reports.
Even at her study desk, her brain is entirely fried.
Unable to process a single formula as Yoon's confession echoes on loop. Late at night, Soyeon lies awake under her cozy duvet, staring blankly up at the ceiling with wide, unblinking eyes, suddenly grabbing her blanket in total shock. Her mind finally registers the reality of what happened. Did she seriously just receive a full-blown romantic confession? Overwhelmed by confusion, she rolls around in bed. She's like internally screaming over what she's supposed to say when he clarified he just likes her without rushing into dating. Sweating profusely with floating question marks. Sojin short circuits trying to comprehend how a confession can be both completely romantic, yet totally low pressure. Staring up at the dark ceiling, her face looks like a total hollow shell after pulling an all-nighter of overthinking. Realization suddenly hits her like a truck. Today's the exact day she promised to go shopping for glasses with Kim Jin-soo. Talk about zero rest for her brain. Cut across town where someone else is waking up in total disarray. Flashback to Jiwoo belting out 10 centimeters song Stalker at the top of her lungs in the karaoke room while Junsu sat in the corner desperately trying to study practice workbooks, holding his aching head in total exhaustion. Junsu sits on the edge of his bed. Turned out he couldn't sleep a single wink either. A little while later, Junsu stands waiting outside the bright optical shop when suddenly Dongsu steps out. And Junsu's eyes widen. It's Dongsu with his iconic glasses on, which totally changes his look. He looks like a total brainiac, and Junsu can't help but crack up, looking down at his phone as a loud voice suddenly calls his name. Soyeon comes running up out of breath, shouting that his sudden Kakao Talk text message nearly gave her a heart attack. Soyeon laughs nervously, asking why on earth he arrived 2 whole hours before their scheduled meeting time, while Junsu just deadpans that he simply had nothing better to do. Stepping into the clean optical store together, Soyeon asks if he comes here often. But Junsu admits he usually just buys cheap frames off street vendors. Browsing through the sleek glass display cases, Soyeon's eyes sparkle as she points out how incredibly cute all the glasses frames look. A friendly shop employee greets them with a warm smile, asking if the two of them came together to purchase a pair of glasses today. The optician cheerfully asks if both of them will be buying a pair, making Soyeon gasp in total panic and hastily clarify that it's just for one person. Talk about immediate couple misunderstandings right at the front counter. Smiling warmly, the optician gestures toward a promotional stand, cheerfully announcing that they're currently running a huge discount event specifically for couples buying matching pairs. Jinsu turns towards Soyeon in confusion, noting that her eyesight isn't even bad to begin with, though he silently admits in his head that the advertised savings are actually pretty huge. Junsu thoughtfully suggests that even if her vision is fine, getting blue light blocking glasses would be super helpful for long study sessions, since she spends hours watching online lectures anyway. Soyeon's eyes light up with enthusiasm as she considers the idea, deciding that since they're already inside the store, she might as well get herself a pair too. Welcoming them further into the boutique, the sales clerk invites the two of them over to the seating lounge so they can begin their official eye consultation. Man, the timing on this couple promotion is top-tier comedic timing. A vibrant promotional display poster advertises a massive 30% discount off all frame purchases, provided customers can verify they're a legitimate couple. Without skipping a single beat, Junsu instantly reaches out and grabs Soyeon's hand tightly in his grip. Sitting side by side on the pristine white couch, Soyeon's face turns completely crimson red from pure shock, while Junsu stammers stiffly with a sweat drop streaming down his neck. Meanwhile, on Soyeon's secret study account SNS post, a sneaky photo reveals Chibi Junsu fast asleep over his open workbooks after pulling an absolute all-nighter of studying. Store's shiny discount poster blares its couple's verification terms, practically begging shoppers to lock hands and save big money. Leaning in close, Soyeon nervously whispers that she really doesn't care that much about discounts, but Junsu deadpans back that if locking hands guarantees 30% off, there's literally zero reason to refuse savings. Classic cheapskate student logic right there. Squeezing her fingers tightly in his palm, Soyeon internally fumes over the fact that this shameless guy is completely willing to play fake boyfriend just to save a few extra bucks. Looking down at the medical intake sheet in her hands, Soyeon can only stare blankly in utter silence as her mind struggles to process the hilarious absurdity of their current situation. The store clerk claps her hands together with a sweet smile, gushing over how adorable it is that Junsu's wonderful girlfriend is buying him brand new glasses as a gift. Soyeon frantically waves her hands back and forth, shouting at the top of her lungs that she is absolutely not his girlfriend, while Junsu just glances away with a passive shrug. Sitting comfortably across the sleek glass table, the optometrist begins filling out the intake form, asking if the main purpose of their visit today is strictly for study-related vision care. Completely ignoring Soyeon's desperate denial, the employee continues swooning over what an insanely kind and thoughtful girlfriend Soyeon is for giving such a sweet present, leaving Soyeon internally screaming in agony. You gotta love when retail workers completely steamroll through awkward teen romance drama. Guiding Junsu over to the vision testing machine, the optometrist gently remarks on how completely exhausted he looks, making Junsu sigh out that he barely slept a single wink last night. Slumping backward against the sofa cushions, Soyeon lets out a deep, defeated sigh, groaning over how they suddenly ended up pretending to be a passionate young couple on a date. Suddenly, a dramatic visual flashback flashes in her mind of Yoon looking into her eyes and confessing that he fell completely in love with her at first sight that day. Soyeon rubs her forehead in total stress, realizing that Yoon's overwhelming romance confession from yesterday is still constantly looping in her brain nonstop. Shaking her head intensely, Soyeon gets up off the sofa and wanders over to the display cases, desperately telling herself to focus on literally anything else. Leaning over the clear glass cases, she inspects row upon row of designer frames, wondering how on earth an optician even categorizes so many identical options. Staring intently at the displays, Soyeon muses to herself that slightly angular frames might actually look pretty nice on Junsu's face. But as she gazes into the polished glass reflection, a sparkling romance manga hallucination of Yoon suddenly flashes across the glass frame. Heart pounding wildly in her chest, Soyeon reels back in total panic, questioning why her brain is suddenly hallucinating full-blown shoujo manga visual effects out of nowhere. Her brain is officially fried, guys. Yoon's Riz broke her internal OS. Turning on her heel, Soyeon quickly marches away from the main glass counter, frantically repeating her internal rule to keep her mind off romance at all costs. Spotting a display shelf along the side wall, her eyes land on rows of stylish dark sunglasses. Peering closely at the dark-tinted lenses, she notes how completely reflective they are, admiring how perfectly they block out bright sunlight. Suddenly, Soyeon forcefully slaps her palm against her own forehead. Internally screaming in total agony, she begs the universe to somehow flush out the lingering thoughts of Yoon's confession from her brain. A wide exterior shot of the quiet street corner highlights the funny psychological rule. The harder you try not to think of something, the more your brain hyper-focuses on it. Back inside, the sales representative presents a pair of customized blue light lenses, pointing out how their specialized coating offers superior protection while studying online. Soyeon carefully slipped the sleek round glasses onto Junsu's face, gasping in complete awe how astonishingly handsome and intelligent he looks with proper eyewear. The optometrist carefully places the selected pair into a protective carrying case resting on the glass counter. Staring down at the case, his eyes soften as an emotional thought crosses his mind. He admits to himself that he's never once received a gift like this, not even from his own father. Noticing his silence, Soyeon nonchalantly smiles, explaining that since she was the one who broke his original frames in the first place, buying him a replacement pair is only natural. Looking straight into her eyes with a soft, genuine smile, Junsu quietly promises that from this day forward, he will only wear these specific glasses. Clapping her hands in delight, the store clerk gushes over how insanely gorgeous they look together, leaving Soyeon completely speechless once again. Seriously, this clerk deserves a raise for being the ultimate ship captain. Cut outside to the sunny town street, where bright afternoon light reflects off the boutique storefronts along the pavement. Walking side by side down the sidewalk, Junsu casually mentions that he still needs to return that borrowed book back to her mother. Soyeon tilts her head in confusion, asking what book he's talking about, while Junsu explains it's the one her mom lent him during his last visit. Soyeon casually waves her hand, telling him not to stress over it. Asking if he picked it up right near the house entrance hall, Soyeon explains that the bookshelf by their front doorway is basically a promo display stand, like for a bookstore to show off new titles or bestsellers, where every guest who enters is required to take a book as part of her author mom's relentless sales strategy. Junsu blinks in surprise, admitting that he actually really enjoyed reading it, while Soyeon asks if it was her mother's mega-hit mystery novel, The Songbuk Dong Mansion Murder Case. A flashback close-up shows the book cover titled There Are No Secrets Between Us, an emotional essay collection written by author Jung Yu Mi. Smiling casually as they walk, Soyeon recalls that there was a brief period where her mother was super obsessed with writing personal essay collections. Soyeon adds that she once read an essay detailing how her parents first met. She explains that while she'd always been told the story, reading it felt completely different, specifically mentioning that her mom fell completely in love with her dad at first sight. The phrase "at first sight" instantly triggers another vivid memory of Yoon looking into her eyes and stating that he fell in love at first sight. Soyeon completely freezes dead in her tracks with sweat drops popping off her head, prompting a super confused Junsu to turn around and ask why on earth she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Oh man, Yoon's love confession is living rent-free in her head forever. Tune in next time to see if she survives this mental breakdown. Soyeon stammers out that her mother's essay was really nothing special, waving off the subject with a flustered chuckle while sweating nervously. Junsu simply stares back at her with an unreadable, deadpan expression, letting a heavy silence settle between them. Without offering any explanation, Junsu nonchalantly points over his shoulder, leaving Ji-woon totally stumped, suggesting they go check out the nearby arcade instead. Soyeon blinks in sheer confusion, totally lost at what just happened, questioning why he's suddenly changing the topic so drastically when they were supposed to hit the arcade hours ago. Man, Junsu's brain operates on totally random frequency shifts. Junsu plainly reminds her that since midterm exams are officially over, hanging out at an arcade makes complete sense. Soyeon gazes up at him in surprise, realizing he actually remembered her casually mentioning wanting to go earlier. Letting out a soft exhale, Soyeon relents with a slight nod, agreeing to tag along into the arcade center. The bright neon lights and blaring sound effects of the bustling arcade hall surround them as they step into Gameland. Scanning the room filled with buzzing gaming cabinets, Junsu asks if there's a quick and simple game they can just jump right into. Soyeon's gaze lands on a row of classic basketball shooting machines, suggesting they give the hoops a try. As they step up to the twin basketball machines, Junsu casually asks if she's ever played before, prompting Soyeon to admit that her very first arcade visit was only a few weeks back. Junsu deadpans that her lack of experience isn't surprising given her horrendous gaming skills, making Chibi Soyeon fume with an annoyed vein popping on her forehead. The roast came out with zero hesitation. Swiping his credit card into the arcade machine's card reader, Junsu instructs her to hurry up and take her position at the adjacent hoop. Standing side by side in front of the neon basketball cabinets, both of them prepare their starting positions as the countdown timer begins. Swish! Basketballs rain through the nets as the digitized arcade counters cheer out 2-pointers and 3-pointers. Holding her basketball in utter bewilderment, Soyeon asks how anyone is even supposed to aim properly, while Junsu effortlessly holds his ball, telling her to just throw it at the rim. Soyeon tosses the ball toward the hoop, only for it to clank heavily off the iron ring and bounce completely away. Giving up on the game almost instantly, Soyeon sighs out that she's hopeless at sports, before redirecting her thoughts back to her mom's romantic essay collection. Nostalgic visual flashback depicts her mother back in her university freshman days, recalling how she first laid eyes on Soyeon's dad when he stumbled into class super late at the time. Her mom just thought he was a total weirdo, sitting in the lecture hall, and get this, her mother couldn't stop thinking about that strange guy, despite only seeing him once during the entire semester. Driven by an unexplainable urge, her mother kept attending random lectures on campus, constantly hoping to bump into him again. Months later, her parents finally crossed paths again between the towering bookshelves of the university library. Back in the arcade, Soyeon explains that after that library encounter, her mother started following her father everywhere just to talk to him a bit more. Gripping the basketball in her hands, Soyeon reflects on how her mom claimed she had no idea why she acted so strangely back then. Looking over at Junsu's side profile, Soyeon continues narrating her mother's personal realization about how love works. Junsu stands frozen in place, listening silently as a subtle shade of pink creeps across his cheeks and ears. Swish! Junsu's final shot cleanly snaps through the basketball net without even touching the rim. The digitized score counter flashes bright red, registering an insanely high score of 883 points. Okay, hold on. This guy is pulling off professional NBA arcade scores while casually listening to romance lore? Talk about overpowered gamer genetics. Soyeon muses aloud that after reading her mom's essay,
She spent a long time wondering what love at first sight actually means.
admitting it still makes zero sense to her. She turns her head toward Junsu, watching his quiet, thoughtful reaction, suddenly turning on his heel without a single word. Junsu abruptly announces that it's time to head home. Soyeon grabs her tote bag in complete shock, yelling out why on earth they're leaving after playing literally one single round. Inside Junsu's mind, a startling flashback suddenly flashes of Soyeon smiling brightly in her high school uniform with her headband, resting his arms on the desk. High school Junsu remembers how his eyes would constantly wander toward her whenever she was around. He recalls going out of his way to greet her first whenever they passed each other in the corridors. Junsu's heart thumps wildly as he remembers seeing Soyeon looking up at him with bright red, flustered cheeks, realizing that everything her mom described in that essay matches exactly how he felt for Soyeon. Oh man, the realization just hit him like a freight train. He didn't just relate to the story, he's living it.